Welcome to Nottingham, welcome to Holme Pierrepont, welcome to a really major national regatta here, the biggest one that we've had yet in 2021. We began in April with the Olympic and Paralympic selection. We had a lot of juniors racing in June, and here we are already in July. And we've got a really big regatta for you here. 208 races this weekend. You join myself, Mally Johnson. I'll have various guests. In fact, Hannah Brown, who has a very busy weekend of coaching, is also going to be joining me in just a moment this morning. The rain is coming down. The water is warm. Conditions are good. It's reasonably flat. It's reasonably calm. And I'm actually on camera, which is nice. Well, for me, it's nice. Maybe not for all of you watching. But it's great to be able to see you and engage with the audience this morning. Great to be able to stream this program to you. We'll be live streaming today and tomorrow, thanks to Media Pack and of course to the Sprint Racing Committee. We've got loads of racing to come up, lots of fantastic races right the way through under 14s, in fact paddleability, under 14s, under 16s, under 18s, seniors and masters. We've got para-canoe, we'll have the Vars and the kayaks racing for them. We have selection, of course we've got the under 23 and junior world championships coming up in Montemor in early September in Portugal, and then of course a little bit later in September we have the World Championships in Copenhagen in Denmark. We've got a massive amount of work to do to sort out the logistics for that, but we'll leave that to all the people at British Canoeing, who I'm sure will do a great job. And the athletes, the paddlers, just want to get out here in the rain and paddle. And you know, wandering around in the rain, you get a little bit wet, it's not so nice, but actually paddling is fine. In fact, it feels quite nice just to feel that water raining down on you. The beautiful calm waters of the Regatta Lake, reasonably warm now. Of course, we saw some times tumble, didn't we, last time round, not least the men's K1 1000 metres. Tom Lusty breaking the course record, doing a 3:31 there. Not sure we'll see record breaking times today, but we'll certainly see some quick times, and we'll see some great racing. We'll get Hannah to join us in a little while. In fact, Hannah is here. I'm not sure we can see it on camera, but you are here, aren't you, Hannah?
Yes, sorry, a bit camera shy this morning, first thing, but we are sheltering from the rain under the gazebo and looking out on a really pristine lake today.
Yeah, it is good conditions. I certainly like racing in these conditions. Did you, Hannah?
Yeah, I think when the water's flat, you can't complain about the weather around you. The rain will be quite cooling, even though it's still probably around 18, 17 degrees at the moment, so the air temperature is warm. Hence the stormy weather I think we're expecting today, but no, when the water's that glassy and that flat, we can't complain as racers. Absolutely,
especially at Nottingham and Holme Pierrepont, because those of us who've been paddling for a little while will remember many times it being really windy, but it's not here. It's fantastic, it's good conditions, and we'll introduce the first race. We do have some fantastic racing. We're starting with a longer distance, so the 1,000 metres. Already underway are the boys under 18 K1000 heats. And then we'll have the boys under 16, followed by the girls under 18, girls under 16. Now, boys under 18 will be looking to the likes of Zach Tarver and Xavier Hinvers fighting it out, but they've got the heats to get through first. So I'll just take you down the heats. First heat for the boys under 18,000 metres. So Francis Herwanger, a 17-year-old from Richmond, will be in lane 2. Ben Griffin from Royal Leamington Spa in 3. Alex Tonkin from Reading in 4. Zach Tarver, who we've already mentioned, expecting him to go well. He certainly did in the June Regatta, winning the final of this race. Daniel Price from Way in lane 6. He was 4th in the June Regatta. James Rushby from Richmond in 7. Oliver Jackson from Lincoln in 8. And Drew Howells in lane 9. So 1,000 metres heats, first and second and third best time through to the final. So watch out for those first 3 positions trying to get through to final 1. We'll see those finals a little bit later on.
About 11:30, I think.
Is it 11:30? So we've got a little while, Hannah. That's nice, isn't it? They've got time to warm down after it. And first race at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's quite early to be racing.
It is. Sorry, it's 10:10. It's only an hour and 5 minutes between the heats and the finals, so they'll be quickly back on for their 500 metres at 11:30. So it's a pretty rapid turnaround for these guys again, as we saw at June Regatta. The other regatta before, but June Regatta.
June Regatta. But actually, what we've got here is we've got so many races, haven't we, Hannah? You know, it's thick. They're coming thick and fast this time round. It's quite a packed programme, isn't it? But these paddlers at the front of the field, remember it's a long race, 1,000 metres, it'll be you know, just shy of 4 minutes if they're not absolutely gunning it. And you can see there, as the camera follows them towards the finish line, you can see lanes 5 and 6 there as expected. Zach Tara in 5, Daniel Price in 6, and just following them, looking for one of the best times, is lane 4, and that's Alex Tonkin.
Yeah, quite a clear lead by those 3 paddlers in this heat. Confidently looking like they're crossing the line now, and not in too big a hole as well, so saving something for the final, I'm sure.
Yes, and as you said, of course, final not too far, just over an hour, isn't it? So maybe just time to have a bit of a warm down, snack, rehydrate, and then get back on and warm up for the final.
Yeah, it's tough when the races are so jam-packed throughout the day, but I'm sure these guys have practiced their protocols last regatta and will know what worked and what didn't work.
Exactly, and they'll build on that because, of course, many of them not had a lot of racing over the last couple of years. And we'll look at the second heat. We'll begin to feast our eyes down to the start of the 1,000 metres. I think they're underway. Now, one thing we can bring you, of course, is the drone, hopefully. The only thing, folks, and I don't know if you know this, but drones don't work very well in the wet. So we were concerned, of course, about it being windy in Nottingham, and actually a drone these days can work really well when it's windy, but not when it's raining. So hopefully the rain will stop. We'll get the drone out and be able to get some action shots for you. Just look at the lineup for the Heat 2 in the boys under 18,000 metres. We should have Jacob Wright in 2 from Reading, Joe Railton from Foy in 3, Dan Sklenar from Norwich in 4, Xavier Hinvers, second in the June Regatta. He's in lane 5, Lewis Smith from Lincoln in 6, Harvey Grant from Richmond in 7, Kasper Schroker from Scottish Performance Squad in 8, and Miklos Zvabadvari from Reading in 9.
We can see they've probably just passed the first 250, so at the 750 mark of the course, so they're probably settling into their race pace right now, awakening their bodies and hopefully kind of cracking through their race plan that they've put into place.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, fairly early start, you're going to have to make sure you're thoroughly warmed up, aren't you?
Yeah, especially if guys and girls have travelled up this morning. It can be a really long day here at the regatta, so making sure their bodies are awake, their minds are awake, and they are well fed, well warmed up and well prepared is part of the package, really, isn't it?
It is a bit like doing commentary. I had my coffee this morning and breakfast nice and early on. We're well prepared, aren't we, Han? We've done our research. We're ready and raring to go. But actually, you're right, these paddlers, it's 6:30 tonight. So 6:30 tonight is the last race. So it is a really, really long day of racing. And for some of these, especially the younger ones, didn't race at all last year. In fact, many of them might even be their first national regatta.
Yeah, I think for quite a few it'll be the largest amount of racing they would have done for the past 18 months, without a doubt. Ticked off in a day here at Nottingham. But fantastic to see we've such got lovely facilities and conditions.
Yes, it is flat this morning. It's nice, you know, it would be nice racing 1,000 metres, wouldn't it? You can build into that rhythm, you can get into the race, you've got good conditions, you can really get that body swinging, really gripping onto that water and driving the boat forward with the whole body. And hopefully for some of these paddlers, perhaps some of the more experienced ones, a chance to kind of find their race pace but relax it just a little bit as well, because they know as long as they're in the top two, they'll be going through to the final.
Yeah, when the conditions are nice, you can really relax through the technical model. It's all about engaging the right muscle groups, connecting the kinetic chain, and minimising the waste loss, the energy loss, sorry, of the movement of the paddle stroke. So when it's smooth and the conditions aren't against you, it's much easier to do that. It's easy to lose a lot of energy when you're fighting the wind or you're fighting the roll of the boat in choppy water. So great to see such lovely conditions, and yeah, although it might feel heavy without a cheeky tailwind pushing you along, it's very neutral, and we actually couldn't ask for much more than this, really.
No, yeah, I mean, I think it's about that model, you know, they're all looking for that the correct technical model, and maybe these are the sort of conditions you can find it, and then when you sense that you're in that purple patch, you're in that zone, it feels great, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And there is nothing better than that smooth boat running, although We see 4 boats coming through the 250 right now, so this is going to be a bit of battle for the top 2. So that smoothness might be being pushed now as they trace into the line to secure their final position.
Yeah, put under pressure a bit. The microscope of the pressure of racing, trying to be in the top 2. You can see there who we favoured. Xavier Hinves in lane 5 from Southampton. Looks to be leading, not by a lot. And you've got lane 3 and lane 6 pretty close. So you've got Joe Railton in 3. You've got Lewis Smith also in 6.
And you can see Zav's got a really chilled, low rate, nice long stroke reaching for the catch, compared with lanes 3 and lane 6, just an elevated stroke rate just to secure their boat places there. But it's definitely second place for the Lincoln paddler, and lane 3 from Foy, I think we'll have to wait for that fastest time.
Yeah, of course, and we'll try and look over at the scoreboard to see some of those times just shortly. Race 1 time coming up there. 4:03, 4:04 and 4:06 for Alex Tonkin in 3rd place.
Yeah, really neutral times, just trying to break that 4-minute barrier. I think we'll be seeing that sort of cascading in the final. Again, the water is reasonably warm. We're clocking at about 18 degrees at the moment during the week, so it's not super toasty. When we start going over 20 degrees, it starts to feel quite light and effortless. So, you know, it's not the warmest and the quickest conditions today, but it's really neutral.
Yes, it was. Was it 9 degrees when we first did this in April?
I think it wasn't. Yeah, it hadn't hit 10.
Yeah.
So we are seeing some increasing in temperatures, obviously, as the weather improves across Britain. But a couple of chilly mornings does quickly send it down.
Yes.
Now, I think the biggest performance issue from this regatta may be the weed.
Ah, right. That's the other thing, as the conditions get warmer, isn't it? And it's really frustrating for paddlers, actually, isn't it, to you know, be worrying about the weed and think, is that a bit of weed I've got on my rudder, or am I just not feeling very good today?
Yeah, the mind games of that slight, you know, that huge 10-centimetre bit of weed that's causing all that drag. And I'm sure Ivan has come fully stocked with a pile of marathon rudders if anyone needs to exchange their sprint one or purchase a new one, obviously.
Ah, that's really good. So you can go and see Ivan Lawler. I'm sure he's around somewhere, and go and get one of those off him there. But nothing holding back these paddlers as they come to the final 200 metres of Heat 3. Just to line them up there, we'll have Isaac Pipe in 2, Charlie Allen in 3, Dominic Stanley in 4, Michael Mother, who's been paddling well, in 5, Luca Ferry in 6, Edward Crossley in 7, Jack Carter in 8, and really close actually, we can see here across the middle there, 4, 5 and 6, the fancied paddlers, you know, all in the final last time round. Dominic Stanley in lane 4, Michael Mother in lane 5 and Luca Ferry in 6.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's in lane 5 in the centre of the course, but for second place, I wouldn't want to call it at the moment. Between the Lincoln and the Elmbridge paddler. It's good to see a second Lincoln paddler chasing for the top spots here. They've definitely had a good winter. Oh, and actually, I take it back. He's taken the win, and lane 5 secures second spot.
So 4, 5, and then it's lane 6. So lane 6 was 3rd there. That's Luca Ferry. So he might have to wait to see his time. Yeah, a bit of interesting racing there. Now, was he wasting energy, Dominic Stanley, there to take the first place, or was it just a little nod to say, I'm in great form, watch out for me in the final?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, remember that winning or coming second secures a different lane position for the final, so it's potentially a bit of a tactical game to win your heat, to make sure you're in the centre lane, so you're in the heart of the racing when you get into the finals. Again, it feels great to win. Let's be fair. Let's not forget that one. It's you know, it might be a small burn at the end, but there's nothing like crossing the line first.
Well, that's why we do it, isn't it? You know, we enjoy winning, and of course, it doesn't happen very often, does it? Even to some of the best paddlers. So it's nice when it does. Right, and we'll already be underway, I think, with our hang on. So we've done our 3 heats. In fact, for the boys under 18, 1,000 meters. So we'll already be looking at the under 16 boys 1,000 meters. So this is the first heat, and we'll have 4 heats, and that's a wonderful.
It's a really competitive field, isn't it? When you start seeing 4 heats, it makes it really tough for the qualification time.
Yeah, because what we've got in the heats here, we've got the 9 best times
Oh, have
well
we,
spotted,
really?
Hannah. So 9 best times in heats 1 to 4 to final 1. So actually, it's a time trial, isn't it, to try and go as well as you possibly can. Just to line up heat 1, we've got Theo Sales from Cambridge in 2, James Bourne from Southampton in 3, Shurav Medepali from Richmond in 4, Keith Luke from Falcon in 5, Mohammed Ali Kabir from Woking in 6, Edward Butler from Nottingham in 7, James Nelson from Reading in 8, and Jack Raymond from Leighton Buzzard in 9. So they're really going to be fighting it out hard, aren't they, to try and get one of those best times to take them through to the final. And as you said, Hannah, really a packed field, 4 heats in boys under 16 1,000 metres.
Yeah, I mean, that's really encouraging for the future of our sport. I think, it's tough for them on the ground now trying to qualify through the best time position, but actually seeing 4 packed heats and people racing it out at the front end is going to be really exciting. But yeah, a win doesn't necessarily guarantee you a final position, so it's all to play for in that race plan, that strategy of timing the strokes, timing their ups throughout the 1,000 metres to make sure they're crossing the line in a competitive time, not maybe their best if you're looking for the longevity of your energy. It kind of expulsion through the day, but you want to make sure you're in the final if you're of that standard. So it's a challenging prospect for some of these guys.
Yeah, really difficult thing to balance. So 10-18 will see their final. So they, again, a bit like the under 18 boys, they've got about an hour to the final. They've probably got other races they're doing as well, but they don't want to miss out on the final. So a really tricky balance, especially when you're a young paddler and you're racing and you have a chance of winning a race. Like you said, Hannah, maybe you want to take that win, but equally maybe you've got half a mind on the other 3 or 4 races that you're doing later today. But we can see these paddlers coming through. They've got about 100 metres left. You can see them coming towards the camera, just leading the way at the moment. That looks, is that lane 5? It's difficult to tell. Is that lane 5?
Lane 4 and lane 6 from here. Lane 6 maybe just got the edge from our angle, but lanes 8 actually doesn't look like he's given up the goose either over there, the Reading paddler.
No, you're right. Well spotted, Hannah. That eagle eye spotting of the lane numbers there. It's lane 4 and lane 5. It's coming up, isn't it? They're fighting it out for that first position.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's going to get it actually, to be fair, between lane 4s and lane 6. Lane 6 just a tiny bit of surge there and securing that position, but very close between these top 3 paddlers.
Yeah, 4, 6 and 8 there. Shirav Medepali in 4, Mohammed Ali Kabir in 6, and Edward Butler, no sorry, my mistake, Edward Butler's in 7, James Nelson over in lane 8, a 16-year-old from Reading, having a good race for him. But remember, this is all about time, so we'll have to wait and see. But certainly, yeah, good race to see from the under 16 boys. Another few heats to come yet of that. Just having a look down the programme, so we'll have under 16 boys, then we'll see the first of the girls. We'll have under 18s for them, and then under 16 girls. And what's good actually in the girls that we'll see in a little while is that we have 2 heats in girls under 18 1,000 metres. Remember, that's a non-Olympic event for the girls, so that's encouraging to see as well.
Yeah, massively, and it's really healthy when you're a junior to try every distance and every discipline as well. I know we've talked a lot about this, but you don't know what you're good at until you give it a go, and maybe not give it a go once, but twice, 3 times, and learn it, trial it, test it, and go again.
And I wondered, do you think many of these kayak paddlers have paddled a canoe, Hannah?
It depends what canoe club you come from, I reckon. Some would have them. Some clubs just don't have canoes available to allow people to test and try them.
So, and what about you? So in your well, you're still paddling, aren't you? But in your the paddling days where you were most competitive and most busy, did you paddle canoe or did you stick to the kayak?
I tried it a couple of years ago. I gave myself a challenge. I have unsuccessfully I have not gone in a straight line, but I can go upright in them now, so I'm quite chuffed with that belief. And we're looking maybe to do some mixed C2s in September Regatta if, an experienced canoe paddler feels like they've got the ability to keep one of us kayak paddlers up. I think it could be quite an interesting combination.
I think it would. It's great, isn't it, to get A, mixed, B, canoes. I've done it, I remember, in a race, tried C4, and it's really, really difficult. But it's fun, it's interesting, isn't it? And maybe there's something kayakers could learn from paddling in the canoe technically, and the other way around. In fact, I always think the actual catch, whether you're a canoe paddler or a kayak paddler, is almost identical.
Yeah, and I know from the whitewater guys, so the slalom guys as well as the river racers, doing canoe actually teaches them a lot about how the boat moves, a lot about how the strokes can control the boat, and being really pivotal on one blade means that you have to really trust it and rely on it. So actually there's a lot to learn from a whitewater skill background, but I'm sure there's a lot of transferable stuff over here in the canoe.
There is, and you know, running that boat through the water. And of course then if you look at slalom, someone like Jess Fox, you know, has a very good chance of winning the slalom in both the canoe and the kayak, because women's canoe for the very first time will be in the Olympics in Tokyo. So it just shows there's a large amount of crossover there.
Yes, and looks like we've got Heat 2's time just come up onto the scoreboard. Zav taking the win with a 4:05. Mr. Smith in a 4:06, and Rally. Oh, is that a Rowton at 4:07? So
4:07, so just behind Alex Tonkin's time of 4:06. So Alex Tonkin at the moment in the boys under 18
we've
is
just
in.
clocked into the next one actually.
Oh, right.
So it looks like those two paddlers have secured their positions, if my maths is correct, with a 4:06 and a 4:07.
Yeah, Luca Ferry in 4:07, so third place in 4:07 there as well. So definitely the fastest third place, Alex Tonkin. But we'll just quickly run down these boys under 16, 1,000 metres right over the far side there in the red boat. We can see just coming, you can see on your screen there, coming towards the finish line. It's got the last 30 metres to go, and that'll be Sam Bates.
Yeah, he's looking very confident there. Definitely going for that best time in that lovely orange boat. Just ahead of lane 2, so 2 races on opposite sides, and we've got Mr. Enoch, Joe Enoch, chilling on the edge of that wave in lane 6, coming to the finish line. But nice and confident there.
There's a surprise, a Nottingham paddler just sitting on the wave a little bit. I wonder if that's been done before.
I'm sure it was unavoidable.
Had no choice about it, indeed. Lane 5 coming over there, that would be Sam Bates, or Bats, I'm not quite sure actually. Perhaps Sam can let us know. And then lane 3, Fletcher Kramer. Boys under 16, and some of these, like Fletcher just going over the line there, are of course 14-year-olds as well. So it is wonderful to see. Harry Freeland in lane 7, of course, was second in the June regatta last month. So we've got some you know, paddlers who had some good form in the previous regatta here. But of course, when you're young as well, it changes so quickly, doesn't it? Your paddlers come up from perhaps just beginning, and then all of a sudden they get the momentum with them and they progress really quickly.
Yeah, no, the growth spurts that happen when you're a teenager, the skill acquisition, the learning, the motivation, is that a nice way of putting it? The engagement that you can get as a teenager that transforms overnight can be quite a performance gain, to be fair. And we are just looking up now for heat number 3 of the boys under 16, passing through that halfway mark. We can see the guys settling in. Again, a nice spread. It looks like the closer lanes to us, lanes 2, 1 and 2, potentially taking an early lead, but so far it looks like lanes 3 and even lane 6 are settling in. And I actually take that back, on the far side, lane 9, looks like they're having a really good race. So we're seeing quite a spread of the guys travelling over the course at the moment. And I think if I got that right, we've got another Hinvis in this race in lane 2, who looks like he's just taken that second place compared to lane 9 on the far side, having a fantastic race from Oxford Falcon. He crosses through about 250 marker, clearly ahead of the rest of the field. So a really confident display of paddling over there on his own, remembering that this is a time trial effectively to qualify for that final position. And yeah, we can see Mr. Hinvis just crossing through that 200 metre mark, but a huge spread here as we come through the rest of the field just over that 250. But a confident win as he's hitting the red boys from our Oxford Falcon, Max Campbell-Reid. I think we're on heat 3 at the moment. And yeah, very simply crossing the line, nice and controlled. And we've got Mr. Hinvis paddling in a really similar style over on this far side of the course, just coming up to a finish line. a distinctive red boat.
So Hinvis doing very well, aren't they, Hannah? Andre coming through there, looking good, really nice upright style, and that was Gabriel Popham Coverley, I think, over on the far side. Was he lane 9? I think he was, yeah. Who won?
Yes.
won this regatta last time round. So he's very competitive, and both Hinvis paddlers doing very well.
Yeah, no, they've definitely adopted a really nice paddling style. Andre has shot up over the past couple of years. And it's got that really nice upright posture. You can see the positive posture really helping the paddle stroke, the connection of the leg drives across the rotation and the setup and reach. Both of the Hinvis boys have a really lovely long stroke, probably copied from their dad, James. I imagine they've done a lot of paddling together over the lockdown.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, that we adults need to remember that so many of the children will copy us. That's how they learn. So watch out when you're paddling, those of us who are perhaps masters, a little bit older, because other people will be watching and they'll be copying what you do.
Yeah, we talk about finding role models in our sport, but it's the guys day in, day out that they look left, right, forward, back to kind of see how to do it, see what to copy. Even if it's completely subconscious, that's one of the most sort of powerful coaching tools that we have in our canoe clubs, in our domestic setup. So everyone should paddle beautifully.
Well, we should all try, certainly, but also beautifully. You know, it's difficult to define what that is, because actually we're all built differently as well, aren't we, Hannah? And so we've got to find that technique that adheres to the basic principles of being powerful, not wasting energy, but also that works for our genetics and the way our body's built.
Yeah, and I guess beauty's in the eye of the beholder, obviously, but that effortlessness that you can have in the kayak stroke, that aesthetic sort of ease of connecting with the water, gliding between the strokes, there's something to be said there. And although it's hard to put your finger on it, I think you all know it when you see it. And
yes.
I'm sure we'll see some great examples this weekend.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, you see that across every sport, can't you? Whatever it is, whether it's skateboarding, climbing, swimming or kayaking, you know when someone is going well, because they are, all their energies going into efficiently into what they're doing, and they're nice and relaxed about it and allowing the subconscious to take over. And anyway, I think I'm letting my talking take over, and I should be really introducing this race, which is Heat 4. So in lane 2 should have Charlie Beeson from Reading, lane 3 Nathaniel Lamb from Southampton, William Scapelhorn from Devizes in 4. I've seen Trevor Hunter up and down the course. Now at Devizes, of course, Trevor, a legendary coach over the past few decades, so he'll be keeping his eye out on the Devizes paddlers. Cohen Arian from Falcon in 5, Fred Lovegrove from Hereford in 6, James Hills from Richmond in 7, Arthur Morley from Way over in 8, and Hayden Cook Bailey from Nottingham. He's been paddling well. He's over in lane now, and at lane 9 you can see on camera they're over the far side of the course, so the yellow boat of Arthur Morley just ahead of the red, white and blue boat of Hayden Cook Bailey.
Yeah, nice confident display by those two on the far side, really controlled, quite a high rate but a nice separation again between the strokes as it comes to that finish line. Good technical model there by the Way paddler for sure. And it is Hayden taking the second place, followed by lane 5 in the centre, just nipping third.
Yeah, so Cohen Arian getting third place there. A little bit stretched out. There's lane 2, Charlie Beeson coming through there. And then there's a sort of race within a race here between 3, 4 and 7, which is good to see. And that's Nathaniel Lamb, William Scapelhorn and James Hills. And I think Nathaniel Lamb just getting the best of that little race within the race there.
Yeah, it does look like that, but tight all the way to the line, so it's worth chasing for that finish line. The finish line is the yellow set of boys as you come to the finish line, not the big red set as we've seen quite a few striving for. But it's really important to paddle through the line, so actually that's probably something quite important to keep doing, guys and girls. We don't want to see that coasting over the line at all.
No, paddle through it. What's your view on lunging for the line, Hannah?
Well, if you're incredibly confident with where you know the line is, that's one start. From my experience, both domestically and internationally, there's buoys, but it doesn't necessarily line up with where that finished beam is. So you could lunge for the buoy line and be a foot behind or a foot in front, and actually it's not the best way of expelling the energy. And I think for these longer distances and as you're developing, it's probably not the biggest performance gain. I know it's fun to practice and try. We all see the lunge practice sessions at the end of a session, but some of those hard miles and good physiological adaptations will probably improve your performance a bit more bang for buck, shall we say.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And, you know, particularly, I mean, you paddled a lot of K4, didn't you? Lunging a K4 is not going to make any difference. It's so heavy and it's got so much momentum that, in fact, it's about keeping paddling, keeping going over that line, trying to be certain of what you're doing. Don't leave it to chance so that you have to lunge, and hopefully you've got the momentum, you've got a big enough gap that it's going to take you, you know, you don't need to be desperate and trying to lunge and snatch at something.
That's an interesting scenario. I don't know if we can lunge a K4. Like the synchronicity you need across four people.
You'd have to be very well
pretty
synchronised.
impressive, yeah. You definitely have to be well drilled and very confident where you're doing it. So I don't know if I've seen that yet. But the risk of doing, you know, half of your boat, or you doing that in a good boat and throwing it off and losing the rhythm right on the final bits of the race is probably more disadvantageous than attempting that final surge. Okay,
we'll put that one to bed then. So I think basically what we're saying is keep paddling over the line, try and make sure of it, keep going. And particularly in 1,000 metres, you know, you've got 1,000 metres of this. It's a long race, you know, 4 minutes worth if you look at the times, looking just across at some of the recent times, just over 4 minutes. And, you know, you've got many, many paddle strokes to make that difference then. And perhaps try not to leave it just to the line. So we've had 4 heats of the boys under 16,000 metres. And we've got the girls, as you can see, already on course. The girls under 18,000 metres, we'll see 2 heats of that. It's now positioned, so first to third and 3 best times will go through to the final. We'll have Cara Troy from Elbridge in 2, Emma Christie, I'm not sure what club that is, we'll find that out. BRK.
I know Emma Christie. BRK. Breakout Canoe Club.
Breakout Canoe Club, right. Yeah. Sounds like a name Jamie came up with there.
JUB Christie is
Thought it might be. Did a few breakouts in the odd whitewater race. Not always on purpose, but, you know, we won't worry about that, Jamie. And we've got Georgia Fennick from Reading in 4. Becky Pemble, who won this race in the June Regatta from Addlestone in 5. So expecting good things from her. Jessica Urquhart from Banbury in 6. Kerry Christie from Breakout Canoe Club in 7, and Clara Jepson from Falcon in 8.
It's a bit of a Christie showdown, as we've got the 2 sisters in this heat. But
that's good, isn't it? Jamie, of course, you know, a paddler you know very well, don't you, from Wild Water days, but just passionate about canoeing, has done a lot of different disciplines, and great to see his girls paddling in flat water.
Yeah, he's hosting a lot of introductory sort of whitewater races as well in the local region on the Barrow series or Matlock, and I think even over at Burton Canoe Club there's a time trial format on a very easy bit of river. So definitely for anyone that wants to get involved and try different boats, get in contact with Jamie Christie. He's more than happy to point you in the right direction and show you a friendly face for sure.
Yeah, really canoeing person, isn't it? Chop Jamie in half and he'd say canoeing in the middle, wouldn't he?
He probably would.
Yeah, we're not going to do that, are we?
No,
I don't think. But
we don't want to ruin his hair. He's worked long and hard on that recently. So.
But also great rapids. I've raced a couple of times at Matlock. Lovely, really good opportunity to get on some rapids, and you know, a lot of slalom paddlers cut their teeth on the rapids there as well. So great to try another discipline. If you're a flat water marathon or sprint paddler, come and try some whitewater. If you're a whitewater paddler, it's great to see you here on the flat of Nottingham. And these girls now coming through, you can see with 200 metres to go, so just under a minute probably for them to go now. Nice steady stroke rate there. We can just see, I think it's Jessica, is that Jessica Urquhart perhaps?
In the centre of the course.
Yeah, leading the way in lane 6 from Banbury, I think it might be.
Or is it lane 5 we're leading at the moment, I think. Just looking at the numbers across, I think we might be in lane 5 with a clear lead.
Well.
An Addlestone paddler, my eyes might need.
Yeah, it's quite hard to see from here, isn't it?
It's quite hard. And then the Elbridge paddler in lanes 1, and I believe a Christie girl over in lane 7 having a good race so far.
Yeah, that's Kerry Christie over in lane 7. Your right-hander as well, well spotted. Beautiful boat again there. Really actually good rhythm from Becky Pemble. Of course, Becky, the winner of this event in the June Regatta, as I said. Great result for her going through into the final. Good, strong finish from Cara Troy from Elbridge in lane 2. And over the far side, that is Kerry Christie. And Kerry Christie just gets the better of her sister, who will be finishing shortly. And just coming over the line, Georgia Fennick there from Reading in the blue boat.
Yeah, nice spread there, but the top three securing their spots for that final in around an hour's time. So a lot of nice paddle strokes there by Becky Pemble. I think see she's really in control. I reckon she's got another gear to come later on, but we'll wait and see what she's got left in the tank there. I'm just getting some tips on my my microphone usage. Sorry guys, I am a novice.
We're getting there, aren't we, Hannah? We're all learning now. Well, this is great though, isn't it? You know, we're learning. We're putting the streaming together. Sprint Racing Committee. One of their key. They have 6 key foci. I should say that's the plural of focus, isn't it? 6 key foci. And I can tell you what they are, but one of them is in fact to improve our engagement with our audience. You know, we have a fantastic sport. We very much hope that canoeing is going to be part of a GB sports platform, so people will be able to see major events domestically and internationally streamed across Olympic sports, including canoeing. We'll hopefully see that next year. But the Sprint Racing Committee, one of their goals is better engagement and promotion of the sport, which includes streaming and social media. So we're doing that here, and we're all learning, aren't we? We've got Roger Burlington from Media Pack here putting this on. He's got his cameras. We've got a drone here, and we're feeding this to you via our new YouTube channel, which is great. You can go on that YouTube channel. You can see the interview we did with Liam Heath. You can see some of the regatta, the selection races from April with our Olympic paddlers like Debs Kerr and Emily Lewis, and of course Liam Heath racing there. You can see last month's regatta on there. So we are promoting our wonderful sport. Also, the Sprint Racing Committee looking to expand the competition structure. So as you were saying, Hannah, smaller races. You know, these domestic national regattas here are kind of the pinnacle of domestic racing, but we want to see lots more regional regattas. We're going to develop the regattas and the software, the information that we get to people. We want to be more information. We want that to be quicker. We're developing our volunteers. Of course, all our officials here at the regatta, including ourselves here in commentary, all volunteers who do a wonderful job. We want to help train those people. We will be looking for some possible future camera operatives for our streaming as well. We want financial sustainability. So if you'd like to donate to us, then please do. But also we want to improve what we do advertising wise, and also of course we want to develop our paddlers. We want the Sprint Racing Committee to put on trips when we're able to, of course, when we're through this pandemic, you know, and perhaps we'll have some people racing in the likes of northern France, of Belgium, and perhaps of Germany, and we'll develop skills and talent days here at Nottingham and other venues around the country at some of the big clubs as well. So Sprint Racing Committee got lots of goals, lots of aims going forward, one of which of course is to put on this streaming, and we are streaming to you now the second heat of the girls under 18 1,000 metres. We've got Ebba Driscoll from Salmon Leap in Ireland in lane 2, Abby Fisher from Lincoln in 3, Jasmine Holland in 4, Cardiff, that's the one, thank you Hannah. Elise Montagna, now she was second, so she's in lane 5. She was second last month from Royal. Elizabeth Poole from Elmbridge in 6, Molly Sandercock in 7, and Jessica from Breakout Canoe Club again in 7, and Jessica Holmes from Richmond in 8.
And I think you're right, it's in the centre of course of lane 5, taking a confident lead now just over the Elmbridge paddler, and even actually the Richmond paddler over in lane 8. Definitely 3 boats ahead of the field at the moment, looking to secure those final positions quite confidently. See a lovely long stroke from that Royal paddler there in the white Plastex boat. Different to see some Plastexes, we're quite Nello dominated. Although saying that, we have a Roman boat over on the other side, Roman, just ahead of that pink Nello, I'm presuming. But no, nice to see a collection of boats there, and it's over in lane 7 for that 4th place in a very funky patterned boat actually.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Good to see those. Nello were really good with that, weren't they, with the designs. That's lane 7 coming over Molly Sandercock. But yeah, good race there. Elise Montagna from Royal looked very, very good. Winning that one, remember, it's the first 3 though. that will go through to the final, and the 3 best times. So they will be interested to find out what their times are. And as you talked about, we normally have a little section to talk about equipment, don't we, Hannah? When we do our streaming. So Plastex boats, massively mass-produced boats over in Eastern Europe. Nello seem to have kind of cornered the market, though they are very, very expensive. The Portuguese manufacturer, and there are 1 or 2 others like Roman, as well as some of the British manufacturers.
Yeah, we should definitely put a plug out for our British manufacturers. I think we've got Curtin Kayaks here this weekend, standing up next to the Nello stand from Ivan, I believe. But a fine range of boats made by hand on our home turf, so well worth promoting and investing in our domestic side there, our domestic production anyway. But yeah, Nellos have definitely maximised their ability to churn out really good quality and unique boats for individuals, and their fittings have probably set them ahead of the game. But there's a couple of other manufacturers that are chomping at the bit, providing, like you say, slightly more cost-effective boats for those up-and-coming paddlers, but still some really interesting paint jobs, as well as some constructions that will hold true. But it's tough at this moment. I know I don't know the details, but the aviation sort of community with the whole pandemic, there's an awful lot of issues trying to secure products and composites. So yeah, I'm sure that the boat market will have been affected in a way that so many other markets have been as well.
Yeah, difficult, isn't it? Supply chain for so many manufacturers, including those manufacturing kayaks and canoes. Nice that they can express themselves with interesting designs on their boats, isn't it? I'm just looking down at the finish line, actually. Lane 7 from the previous race, and that wonderful design of Nello boat, that sort of like zebra design, would we say?
Yeah,
zebra
very
influenced.
Zebra-y, very safari-like. Not the sort of standard Nottingham safari that we see of ducks and geese, but
no,
it will blend in, I'm sure.
Or swans, of course. Was it I think it was last time round we had a bit of a battle with swans, who can be quite aggressive, actually, can't they?
They had got very used to having the regatta lake fairly quiet. It has actually been almost every weekend since that June regatta booked out with various events of rowing, triathlons, and I know that the next couple of months are pretty hectic as well. So the venue being used for sports again, which is fantastic given the past year.
It is, and us paddlers over the past, maybe we've been a bit harsh on Nottingham, but it's a great venue, actually, isn't it? You know, it is our national water sports centre. We do hope that we can put some money into it to develop it, but it's wonderful to have. I'm just gonna interrupt myself there, which isn't the first time, but just to bring you the girls under 16,000 metres. Isabel Fulford from Reading in 3, Isla Bethune from Elbridge in 2, paddling very well in the green. Sorry, in 4, I should say. She's in 4, but she's leading in the green vest there. Neris Hall from Way in 5. Iona Patrick from Scottish Performance Squad in 6, and Annabelle Hutchinson from Reading over in 7. She coming
Just
in maybe second place, was that, with Lane 5, Neris Hall perhaps in 3rd.
Yeah, and a confident win with Lane 4 there, but very tight between those top 3 paddlers. And going back to that boat design, you can see a Rebbe Simon boat being used in Lane 7 there, that distinctive British and Hungarian flag design she has adopted across a lot of models. But great to see the recycling of, one of our best paddlers out there.
No, it is, isn't it? It is really wonderful. I think when you're a junior as well, to be able to paddle that boat, that someone, who's a World Championship finalist and secured the Olympic spot for Great Britain back in 2019, to paddle one of her boats is a real pleasure. We can see crossing over the line, we can see Lane 3 just coming across there, which is good to see. Well done to Isabel Fulford there. And I don't want to dwell on it too much, but it's been a really tough time for Rebbe Simon, hasn't it? It's been a very tough year for her. She's doing so well at the World Championships in 2019, but that's sport, and she's had a difficult year this year, and she won't be going to Tokyo. But let's hope that she uses that in order to become a stronger, more resilient athlete in the future.
I'm sure she's just fueling the fire for the years to come. Yeah, it is tough. This year has been tough, I think. She obviously lives in Hungary at the moment, and that's international travel makes it incredibly hard for coming and competing for a different country. I know she's got a fantastic setup out there, and she'll be training really hard for the 2022 season and the next cycle. So watch this space. I know she's not stopping, so she'll be one to be to be keeping an eye out for sure.
No, and those of you, maybe some of our younger paddlers who are watching and think it's, these things come easily, they don't. I mean, if we look at those that are going to the Olympics, like Debs and like Emily, their journey's been a long and a difficult journey as well, and certainly someone like Emily wouldn't really have thought that she'd be going to Tokyo until very recently, but she's been on that international level for quite some time. I remember seeing her in the Europeans maybe about 2014, 2015 in the Czech Republic, and it's been a long journey for her and for every sports person, no matter how good you are. There's lots of ups and some downs, and it's how you respond to those that really counts.
Yeah, it isn't an easy journey in our sport. Even when you could be on top form, as it's a highly competitive field domestically and internationally sometimes, so there are always these obstacles to overcome, and they're just learning opportunities. I know Emily and Debs will talk about the disappointment of previous years, but also how they've used that to fuel them to where they are this year. And even this year wasn't a smooth ride for all. It's a complicated process qualifying for the games, so it's not a simple first past the post. Sometimes there's handbacks, there's scenarios here, there's scenarios there, there's complicated policies, and actually it's not the most smoothest of journeys. And I think they've got a fantastic opportunity in just 20 days time, I believe it kicks off, so fantastic for them to get there, but by no means an easy run. And a lot of guys and girls have been in that journey and not quite made those final stages, but a fantastic achievement so far as well. So
and also they've contributed to those that have made it. They've made those that have made it better, and you can see that on Eurosport. You'll be able to join myself and David Goldstrom from the 2nd to the 7th of August for the flat water. If you're interested in the slalom, of course, you can watch the week before. But we're interested in this race and the familiar quick stroke rate of lane 7, and that has to be Greta Rosa, the winner last time round, Greta, and she's an absolute country mile ahead of the rest of the field, going over the finish line right now as I speak.
Yeah,
tap, there she goes.
What a pace there. She's going all the way past the line, like we've said.
I think she'd been listening to you earlier, Hannah.
Yeah, she probably must have heard that, but wow, that didn't look like a 1,000-metre race. She is looking incredibly strong there. About 80 metres ahead of the rest of the field. I think, I imagine from where she's taken the inspiration from paddlers like Rachel and those strong female characters that have come up through that club system and give back an awful lot there. But wow, that's going to be an exciting weekend to watch her progress. Although, like we said, we do need to manage our energy. So was such a victory needed on the first race? We will wait and see.
That'll be good. We can return to that. We can return to that question, can't we? And in only 45 minutes' time when they have their final. And
that's a very quick turnaround.
Quick turnaround, yeah, good point. Matilda Enoch coming through in second. Looked like Beth Perry from Southampton perhaps in third, and Tilla Kubish-Wiles in fourth there. And we can see lane 5. That's great to see. Kazmina Salika from Scottish Performance Squad coming through. Nice upright style, good technique from her just as we speak. In the girls under 16 second heat. Remember, we'll have their finals, as I said, at 10:30. And we will be looking up in a short while for heat 1 of 2 heats in the Masters men's 1,000 metres. So going from the very young to the slightly older in a little while, as we see the rain coming down, and those Masters are through the 500 metre point. And it is great to see. We've got race after race after race, and I do apologise if we don't talk about your race the whole way down. We've got other things to chat about, and there are lots of races going on here. But it's wonderful to see just so many races going on in the rain, but in warm conditions and in flat conditions and in reasonably quick conditions.
Yeah, we're seeing pretty lovely times. Like, I say standard, it's probably not the right word to use, but that's kind of the expectations of these different divisions and different age categories. So fantastic to see such lovely conditions for everyone to race down. But yeah, as we do look up, it is nice to see such a packed schedule. We seem to have progressed from April Regatta, where we had 20 minutes between races, to a nice sort of 5 to 10 minute gap at June, and now we're back to our standard 4 minutes. So we got to make sure we're on it as commentators. So if we do make the odd mistake, we do apologise on for keeping up in contact with who's racing down. But I can see right now, I don't need to look at the start list, that we've got Matt Enoch charging down his two his two children have just raced down in the under 16 boys and the under 18 girls, and he's obviously setting the precedence by taking a reasonable lead over the lane 5 paddler so far. But lovely chilled stroke by Matt. I know he's been paddling an awful lot from Nottingham, putting some of the under 23 boys to or keeping them honest, shall we say.
It's good though, isn't it? It's good to be a benchmark, I think, and I can imagine Matt Enoch there, as you can see him just ahead of Johnny Folland, who did a fair amount of wild water racing in his time. Johnny Folland, I think, might be Professor Johnny Folland these days.
He is a professor. He's done a lot of research. If you need to read into sports science, he's quite a lot of publications.
Yeah, he knows his stuff, Johnny, and actually he's written quite a bit about being good as you grow older, and he's proving that, going second place there behind Matt Enoch, and over in the far side in lane 8, that will be Richard Rogers. Coming over the line now is lane 6, Jeremy Freeland. We should have Eddie Martin in 7, and Nick Garner in 3, and Mark Scrivener in 2 as well. Yeah. So we can see Nick Garner just coming over from Richmond now, and we will see lane 2, Mark Scrivener coming over in the next 20 seconds or so. But yes, as we say, perhaps some of the senior paddlers, it's good for the younger ones to have to work really hard, and it is a real, triumph when you actually realise that you are getting quicker than one of the senior paddlers. And for Matt Enoch, well, maybe it won't be that long until his daughters start beating him.
Well, potentially. I know he's he is going incredibly well at the moment. I'll put a little bit of a caveat on that, but no, I'm sure Matilda and Joe, his young son, are chasing him down and learning from his experience. And there's a type of maturity that comes with getting slightly older, but the experience you get in the sport, and I think you can see these masters paddlers will have had countless start line opportunities and just learnt about what works for them, and that's just what you need to do as a young paddler looking forward. It's not about that one race, it's about that journey, and the thought that you could carry on paddling and racing at Nottingham for 10, 20, 30 years time is incredible. But we do need to invest in this setup and this facility we have here, for sure, to make sure that's an option for you guys and for the generations to come.
Absolutely. There's a lot in sport, in fact elite sport now, and about winning Olympic medals from UK sport, looking at pathways of athletes. And it's not just about winning a medal anymore, is it? It's about well-being of an athlete. It's about a long-term love of sport, the social interaction you have with people. You make friends for life, you have a healthy lifestyle, and all those additional things that are part of being in a sport. And if we engage people with that, young and old, we'll get our Olympic medalists, as well as lots of volunteers for regattas, lots of people who love the sport, and bring new people from different disciplines into it, and it's only going to make the sport better. Yeah,
and the community of it, the joy of coming to an event and socialising is one of those most basic human instincts that I think sport provides.
Well, we can keep talking about Masters because we've got the second heat actually, and in lane 3 we'll have John Drummond from Reading, lane 4 Dave Long from Falcon, lane 5 is Jimmy Butler from Nottingham, Jamie Christie we talked about, in 6 Alistair Pipe from Runcorn in 7, and Mark Giles from Fladbury, as another very well-known canoe club down the years, he'll be in lane 8. And canoeing can take you some interesting places, can't it? I mean, thinking about Jamie Christie, spent quite a lot of time in Italy, really inspired by the likes of Roberto Pontarolo back in the day in wild water racing, and he lived out there for a while, didn't he? And really soaked in that experience and the different rivers that they had in Italy, and he's taken that with him now through into his slightly later adulthood.
Yeah. I mean, we're river racing bias, but it's promoted a lot of us to go and spend 6 months, 8 months, a year elsewhere in different countries, living with fellow paddlers, learning their cultural differences, as well as paddling their rivers and enjoying their environment. But it's a fantastic sport across the disciplines. I know there's plenty of opportunities across sprint and marathon for guys to come together on camps. Obviously COVID omitting in the future, but that community across the seas is incredible, and probably something that no other walks of life give you.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? But also you can see that actually it doesn't have to be, it has to be contextual. So you don't have to paddle the Hungarian way for sprint canoeing to be successful. Great to experience these different cultures and ways of doing things, but also be confident in what we're doing here.
Yeah, and you get to learn and test the styles, because there isn't, one rule fits all, but there are different things and different individuals and different physiologies that really work for other people. But I do need to put a plug out here that Jimmy Butler has got a new boat, and I think he is doing a little bit of a victory parade right now down the Red Buoys as he leads the field in his new red and white machine, just ahead of JC in lane 6, sorry. But yeah, look at Jimmy.
Yeah, it looks smooth, doesn't he?
It does look smooth.
Really smooth. A nice boat.
Unusual not to be on a wash for Jimmy, but he has got that new boat, that new machine, and he's looking pretty confident there. It'll be quite a battle in that final, I believe.
Yeah, Jamie just behind him, and then lane 3, John Drummond there looks to be in second place, but Jimmy Butler, another, absolute legend of canoeing in all sorts of disciplines, from sprint, marathon, whitewater. Pretty much everything he turned his hand to he's very good at, wasn't he? And we've got a really good setup and a good group of paddlers, all paddling well together from Nottingham.
I know there's different, you could class it different age categories, but different abilities as well. Our under 23 sort of senior men's group is formidable at the moment. I know we're about to see Charlie Smith race down in the next race, who has been based there for the past 18 months and really formed a group of impressive athletes around. But the parents like Jimmy and Matt have also been coming down with their kids, and you can see the development across the younger groups now, and actually it's a really healthy environment, a really healthy club.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Really, really great. And it's just about building a community. We have clubs. It was Elmbridge in the sort of 1990s, wasn't it? And obviously Elmbridge still a great and big club now, but Norwich currently doing very, very well. Nottingham have got a good setup. It's just about getting a community, isn't it? And like you say, in Nottingham, it's actually driven by the paddlers. It's not necessarily one or two coaches, though of course the coaches are fantastic, but it's driven by the paddlers. And what's great about Nottingham is that they've created their own group basically, and they're benefiting from each other, and they're willing to learn from each other as well, which is has not always been the case. Sometimes athletes across all sports will think, well, I just want to keep this to myself and not share anything, but actually if paddlers can get together, and Tom Lusty's been part of that as well, hasn't he? And
It's definitely come across for a couple of key sessions, yeah.
Yeah, and just thinking, right, well, let's make it about the group. Let's make us all better and learn from each other.
And I think it's important. There are a couple of the guys at the canoe club, the committee, and the coaches assisting, but not dictating. And I think that's what's healthy there. And I know Andy P. Pendralic, the under 23 head coach, is also assisting the guys there, helping them with the odd session and the programming, but not necessarily leading it. It's all led by the athletes, and I think that's what's healthy. And I know one of the British canoeing mottos or themes is ownership, and I think that they're like the epitome of that right now. Like, they are living and breathing it, and success is coming out of there because of it.
That's interesting. And you're on your journey quite early on in your journey in coaching, Hannah. I presume that's been a really valuable learning experience for you as well.
Yeah, very much so. I think it's easy to be to lead, I guess, and instruct, but it's very difficult to coach and allow guys and girls to learn and grow. It's a long game. You can't just do that in one session. You've got to repeat that again and again, and actually it's an up and down. It's a journey of the ups and downs, so it's well worth it. But I think we're about to take a little bit of a backward seat and have a watch of this really exciting race coming down.
Well, yeah, there was due to be another Masters race. I think perhaps that's not happening, because we've got. I mean, one of the main races of the day, folks, really is the men's K1 1,000 metre final. Remember, this is selection as well. This regatta is a selection race for many events. If you're under 23 and junior, you're thinking perhaps you might be thinking about the Youth Olympics and the Junior and Under 23 World Championships in Monte Moravello in Portugal. If you're a senior, you'll be thinking, of course, about, well, we're going to enjoy the Olympic Games, but if you're not going to the Olympic Games, you still might have a chance of being selected for the World Championships. Now, really unusually, we're having a World Championships in Copenhagen in September, as well as an Olympic Games, because the Olympic Games has been postponed by a year. And I'm just looking up to the start now. We should have another Masters race coming down before we have the final of the men's A K1000 metres. But I'm sure those masters won't mind us talking about this senior men's 1,000 metre race, because it is a really tasty prospect where we should be seeing Dan Johnson, Charlie Smith and Tom Lusty. Tom Lusty, who's been over the last few years our top K1 1000 metre paddler, you know, top 10 in the world at times, certainly top 15. And then Charlie Smith, who stunned us all with a wonderful race in selection and got some good experience in the World Cups earlier this year. And then of course Dan Johnson, who wasn't far behind, you know, only second behind Tom Lusty at the last regatta in a 3:32. So all of those paddlers in good form at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the race of the weekend, if I'm honest. You know, they're three formidable guys. Dan and Charlie often training together on the river opposite the course. So, you know, they go tit for tat every now and again within that training environment. And Lusty's joining in and is also, you know, pretty confident in his plan that he's got and his setup down in Solihull. So yeah, real big race there. I think Charlie taking the win in April. The other two guys, I believe, breaking the course record. Both paddlers, just Tom taking that second lead there just ahead of Dan. So this could go all the way to the wire. And we've got the most perfect conditions to watch them battle it out here. So we can definitely look forward to something really exciting coming down after this final Masters race. Sorry guys, we did definitely overlook that the start time. We got ahead of ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, so we should have Nigel Jones should be over in lane 4, Paul Stenning in 5 and Sean Walsh in 6. So Nottingham, Leighton Buzzard and Nottingham. I
think we can see Nigel Jones wash coming off his boat as he's making it down in lane 4. He is taking an early lead. But, you know, to his testament, he's been doing a lot of training. I know working from home, if he works very much at all, it has provided him with the ability to go paddling in the morning with a fellow paddler over in Newark. So, you know, the opportunity of not having to go into the office has provided a really, a couple of hours at the beginning and the end of each day for these guys to enjoy the sport a bit more. And I'm sure there's a lot of guys and girls across the country that have got that same luxury. But Nigel is looking pretty formidable right now.
Yes, I think we used the phrase working from home in inverted commas for Nigel. Probably just spent a little bit more time working on his technique rather than home. But Nigel, you know, the thing about Nigel is when he's on form, he is really, really good, isn't he? And when it works, gets a great connection between the blade and the water. Nigel, of course, made the team several times, the senior team, a number of years ago. And really looking good at the moment, and a very nice boat.
Yeah, and this is the final, so he's going to take that victory, and we will not hear the last of it. But that is 50 metres ahead of the rest of the field. Confident win there, and he does have a lovely technical model when he connects it all together.
Yeah, he does, and of course Nigel, going across disciplines, a lot of whitewater racing. Little raised hand from Nigel there, just notification that just wanted to know, folks, that I won that.
Yeah, photographic opportunity if anyone caught that.
That's right, it'll be all over Twitter, mainly from Nigel's account later today, but also lane 6 and then lane 5 following in. So lane 6 is Sean Walsh, lane 5 Paul Stenning. Well done to those paddlers, and also Sean and Nigel, of course, part of that setup in Nottingham, which is so important. And it really is, you know, we joke a little bit, but it's great to have characters and people passionate about canoeing in different disciplines, contributing to the club on the River Trent in Nottingham particularly, but right the way across the country in different clubs, to have those characters, those people to look to, people to try and beat, in fact. You know, and the great time trial they have in Nottingham, it was always great for the youngsters to try and get out and beat the likes of Jimmy Butler and Nigel Jones and some of the others. And it really is a scalp to take. But Nigel taking everyone else's scalp in that race. But we should have the big race that we're talking about, Hannah. It's already on the course. They're going through the 500 metres. You can see them on screen now, pretty close at the minute. So Charlie Smith in 4, Tom Lusty in 5, and Dan Johnson in 6.
We also have a 4th paddler at the moment, which we don't have a name for at the moment, but over in lane 7 it looks like we have another startee, but I'm going to say it's currently in lane 4, well, between lane 4 and lane 5, which is Charlie Smith and Tom Lusty. But this is from our rooftop view, so it is all to play for. Don't underestimate Dan's finish by any means.
No, it's close at the minute, isn't it? Yeah, does that look like on the screen? Would that be Charlie leading, I think, at the moment? It's difficult to see, but...
Yeah, I'm going to say potentially yes, but they could be neck and neck by this angle. You can definitely see the nice, long, powerful stroke of Charlie. Lusty's rate just a touch higher. He's got a slightly shorter frame than Charlie Smith, so potentially this is why.
And is this? I was just going to say, Hannah, is this a different race plan from Charlie? Has he gone out a little bit earlier? He just stalked Tom Lusty in the selection race and came past him, but he sort of put his marker out early on. Tom Lusty picks up his stroke rate and says, actually, I'm not letting you get one over on me quite so easily this time.
Yeah, Tom has definitely done his up just before that 250 marker, and it is neck and neck. It is going to be all the way to the line between these two paddlers, by far sort of leading the course so far, but it does look like Charlie's just got that edge, but it is, like we saw in April, so much to play for in this final section. But yeah Charlie must have, taken his learnings from those races internationally and April Regatta and put out a slightly different plan. But
he has, and he's pushed again, hasn't he? He's lifted it up again. Tom Lusty said, no, I'm going for this early, I'm going to grasp that it 300 metres to go. Charlie Smith has picked it up once again. That's an unbelievable stroke rate for 1,000 metres. It must be 110 maybe from him there, perhaps losing a bit of the length of his stroke, but my word, what speed he's got. Again, those long arms going. He's got a good amount of clear water ahead of Tom Lusty.
Connecting, confident win there. That was definitely, he's learned and progressed since April Regatta. That was a strong performance across the whole distance this time. Tom, an incredible paddler there. That was a well-fought race.
It was really exciting, wasn't it? And actually, Dan Johnson just looking good and strong over the finish, but there was a fair-sized gap, wasn't there, between Charlie and Tom and Dan Johnson. Apologies to our other paddler in lane 7. I'm doing the best
it's a royal paddler, and I think it's the royal paddler of Stuart Bristow, I'm guessing, but I might be wrong there. But yeah, very confident victory there. And I know Lusty and Dan have got a couple of other boats. Well, actually, all four of them will be in crew boats, and the K1 500 distance later tomorrow, I believe, if I've got my scheduling right. This was a standout selection event for that K1 1000 event. A very odd race to see. They were trying to separate the need to, not necessarily the need, but when we have so many heats here in Nottingham, the risk of people not making the final that deserve to make the final due to the qualification system when we have 5 full heats is quite risky. So the Sprint Racing Committee decided to put on a separate selection event and a selection race. So I believe we'll see some more K1000 action over the weekend.
Yeah, and it's good to be able to bring that to you. And also, we may well see some race-offs, mightn't we, for the women's K2 500 metres as well, given the announcement by the international panel.
I believe so. Unfortunately, the COVID environment we're in is causing a lot of headaches, logistic headaches, as well as what's the best call and the safe option there, given our Olympic boats are leaving within about 8 days' time. So yes, we are going to potentially see some fellow races or more races to come, but dynamic situations.
Just thinking also a word for the international panel. It's really a thankless task, a really, really difficult job they've got on their hands. And thankfully, I'm pleased I'm not involved with it, but I know they're doing their very best to try and ensure that the best athletes get the spots. But it's not simple. It's easy in any year, but with this year, with the restrictions and the difficulties we've had, it's even more so. So well done to them. They are trying to do the very best they can for the sport.
Yeah, and I think remembering they're just a group of volunteers again, same as the Marathon Racing Committee, the Sprint Racing Committee. It's a group of individuals giving up their time to help facilitate our paddlers make the right decisions to move the team and the squad forward. But just looking up the course now, we've got the canoe men's and the canoe under 23s combined event, I believe, and we've got Johnny Jones taking out a firm lead over here in lane 3 or lane 4. Can't quite read the number from here, but a tight race for second place between Arthur Leach and Thomas Lambert. I think striving for that under 23 spot between the two of them, looking for that World Championship selection at the end of the year. And it looks like Arthur is just surging ahead in that white boat now, but again, back to the front of the field, Johnny Jones. Lovely strong technique from that Flabry model. Very well driven through that hip drive and connection. Confident display there.
Yeah, big gap, isn't there? And a real battle here for that second place. The white boat of lane 5
Yeah.
just getting the bow ahead.
Not even half a boat there. Tom Lambert definitely stepping up his game, regatta by regatta. But really impressive race there, and fantastic seeing the canoe. We don't often
that's the first
see
canoes we've seen, isn't it, this regatta? So, and good to see a reasonably close race, and some really good technique there. They really know what they're doing. Those particularly the 3 paddlers that we've just seen there.
Yeah, no, very formidable technical model from that Flabry paddler. I think, developing in the eyes of the Train brothers, or the Train family, should I say, down there, and actually a huge amount of experience there from. I mean, I'm not sure how many fingers I've got on the hand, if that's enough to count how many Olympic Games they went to together, but yeah.
A wonderful experience. So you've got Andy and Steve, haven't you, the brothers. You've got James Train, of course, who's helping with coaching, but also we had Rachel and Becky Train as well, didn't we, in kayak some time ago. So Train family in that part of the country, a real hotbed for canoe paddling. And not only technically canoe paddling, also there's lots of legendary stories about just how fit and strong they were. So obviously knew how to push themselves, knew how to train hard, and trying to pass that on to the next generation.
Yeah, formidable athletes, some of those canoe paddlers, and I know I still wouldn't underestimate Steve Train right now on a slightly long distance event. He is still quite a formidable athlete there.
Yeah, and canoeing is one of those sports, isn't it? It gets passed on through families, through those small communities. We see that in slalom, we see it in sprint, and it's really, really lovely to see, isn't it? Be getting passed down through generations, as we've seen many times, having watched the Masters and some of the juniors today, but also through clubs. Elmbridge continue to be a big club. Way are a big and well-known club. Norwich is the same. Nottingham's the same. They just have paddlers, and then the next generation come through, and the next generation after that.
Yeah, it's so much about that family, that cultural ethos of passing down the knowledge, passing down the experience, sharing, I think is really important. Sometimes we see that within clubs, but I think it's great to see it when clubs come together, or paddlers, go and attend different club sessions and learn from the coaches and the guys on the water there. Everyone's got a slightly different view and a slightly different way of doing something very similar, and only through these sort of sharing community practices that we get to learn from each other. I think that's how we can become a formidable force as a domestic team. But yeah, exciting, and I think we're just about to start an armada of finals from the under 18 and under 16 guys and girls, so that's exciting to see that quick turnaround from the heats. And we've definitely got the under 18 guys coming down the course right now, just passing the first 250, settling into that race plan. We talked about that difference there where we got such a long race, a 4 minute or a sub 4 minute effort, the concept of pacing, maximising the energy production, but also not expending it too early on in the race, using some nice visual markers at the 250, the 500, the final 250 or 750 in. Really, really vitally important to stick to your race plan, but know that there's quite a few race plans in the 1,000 metres that could work. So honing in on the guys and girls around you, but working out what's best for you.
Yeah, we saw that, didn't we, with the men's K1, that exciting race. Charlie Smith, 3:38. That's a good time, isn't it, considering the conditions? And Tom Lusty, 3:40. And just going before the 200 mark. So quite often people will use the markers there, but actually, picking your spot and just knowing this is where I'm going to pick it up can be good, and can perhaps provide a little bit of a surprise or a shock unexpected to some of the other paddlers.
Yeah, and it's that ability to still react to everyone around you, but keep confident with what you want to do, so you know what's best. And that's why racing, taking every opportunity to learn from it, is really important. It's not as simple as rocking up and doing your best performance on the first race on the first day, because it might not quite go to plan when the heart is racing, the lungs are burning. The brain might want to do something different, especially when someone says ready, set, go. Quite quickly, any of our thoughts, our logical thinking goes out the window. So we need to ingrain something pretty solid and be really confident on why we're doing it. But
well, I'm just going to bring you, I've just actually found who was actually in this race. It's a bit tricky because we haven't got all the detail, but we've got J. Railton in 1, A. Tonkin in 2, L. Smith in 3, D. Stanley in 4, D. Price in 5, Xavier Hinvers in 6, Zach Tarver in 7, Michael Moffat in 8, and Luca Ferry from Elbridge over in 9.
I think it is between, you know, Zach and Zav in the middle of the course, although the Foy paddler and the Way paddler are not far off at all. And this is that K1 selection race for this junior team. You know, this is quite an accolade to chase for. So you can see the rates ramping now as they come into that final 100. And it is tight between those 3 boats, Zav and Zach. It is going all the way to the line. Zav looks like he's just put in an extra burn, but Zach currently has that slight advantage. But Zav is coming. Zav is going.
Isn't he? Yeah, look at that bow, that black bow, getting its nose in front and actually motoring ahead. Goodness me, what a finish that was.
Such a finish. Jeepers, yeah, that is a, you know, clear water now, but all done in that last 50 metres. Formidable race there, and really impressive 1, 2 and 3 from lanes 6, 7 and 8.
Wow, and a good race for the rest of the paddlers here. Really close race for 1,000 metres. That is really encouraging to see in the boys under 18s. But we had Xavier Hinvis. He was the fastest. He had the boat speed over the last 15 metres that counted. Zach Tarver just behind him, and Michael Mother just behind that in 3rd. These are the positions, as you said. Monte Moravello, of course, a great place. It's hosted World Championships, Junior World Championships, Masters Championships before. That is where the under-23 and Junior World Championships will be in September. Lots of logistics for the British canoeing people to work out whether or not who's going to race and how they're going to race, and can they race, can they get there, can they get back without quarantining, all those sorts of things. But these paddlers do not care. They just want to race for those positions. And Xavier Hinvis obviously had that in the back of his mind. He wanted to secure his place. Well done to him taking the win there, giving himself a great chance of going through to race early September in Portugal. Yeah,
and don't forget, this is still a, you know, being selected to represent your country. I know this year and last year is still an accolade that you'll take, you know, into your senior years and outside of life. You know, it's an impressive achievement for these guys to be fighting at the top, and you can hear the rounds of applause. Like, everyone here knows the work that's been put in. It's quite very, very impressive there.
Yeah, really, that was really, really great racing. This is what it's about. And, you know, it was painful, wasn't it, Anna? From the 200 and perhaps from 300 metres in there, they're sort of, you know, they're in a lot of pain. The lactic acid's building in legs and arms, and it feels like the race is getting slower and slower. And even then, even against all that pain, they were able to pick it up and fight it out once more. And then Xavier Hinvis, just over the last 40 or 50 metres, picks it up once again. Yeah. And not only did he pick up the stroke, but actually made it work. Yes. So he was actually latching onto the water as well in order to try to transfer that into boat speed.
And I think if anyone can rewind and watch Zav's technical model, he's got fantastic connection through that leg and hip action. So everything he's doing from a stroke rate point of view is connecting through the whole chain. You know, he's worked long and hard about what that torso position in those connections should be. And he's got a fantastic career, if you look back, of literally progressing through Lightnings, under 14s, under 16s, and now up into the under 18 category. And well, I believe one more year.
Yeah, I think he does. Yeah, and maybe that means that that it works as well. That we've got a decent model here. You know, that you can go through Lightnings, you can come through the divisions and the younger age groups, and you can achieve. You know, we've seen that with the likes of Ian Wynne coming through the ranks, then winning a bronze medal. Tim Brabant coming through the ranks. And winning an Olympic gold medal, and the likes of Liam Heath and Ed McKeever as well, and Rachel Cawthorne, that you can. Well, actually, Rachel coming from swimming, didn't she? But a lot of athletes can work their way up through, and there's a pathway for them if that's what they choose.
Yeah, but it does take the time. I think. Remember, you know, those years are years and years and years, and it doesn't just happen overnight. And patience, hard work, and a bit of craft and learning gets you, you know, chasing to the top, but
yeah,
it's quite a journey. I've
just checked, Xavier Hinvis is 17, so there we go. Hopefully he's got another year left, and we've just got only about 30 metres left of this race, which is the second final of the boys under 18. We've got D. Howells, H. Grant, Case Roker, J. Carter, B. Griffin, D. Slenar, J. Rushby, I. Pipe, and M. Svabadavari.
Is a finish again. Ooh. Just ahead. Lane 4 takes it over lane 8. Very impressive, and third place as well, right to the line, worth every stroke there.
Yeah, good race that one, wasn't it? And a nice distinctive yellow boat, lane 4. That's Jay Carter. You know, probably disappointed that he wasn't in the first final, but you can only race the people that are in your race, and he did a really great job of that in the end, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think he might have been one of the guys, you know, that half a second or a second off one of those best times. So it's very competitive at the tail end of the first final as well as the front end of the second final. So every position is worth fighting for, and it is, you know, it's a tough game, but you'll learn every time you do it. And if you hit out a race plan that you're happy with, that gives you something to springboard from, I think.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, especially for these juniors. But I'm just thinking about, now we'll line up the next race. It's already on course. You can probably see it a little way away. The boys under 16 K1 1,000 metre final. I want to talk about connection, Hannah. So let's have a think. I want you to explain in a minute, once I've lined this up, what do we mean about that connection that's so difficult? But before we do, let's just take us through the boys under 16. So this is the boys under 16 K1000 final. M. Kabir from Woking in 1, another Hinvis. In A. Hinvis this time in 2, H. Cook Bailey in 3, B. Higgins in 4, Gabriel Popham Coverley did so well in the heats, he's in 5, H. Freeland in 6, A. Morley in 7, K. Arian in 8, and J. Enoch, talked about the Enochs, haven't we, in lane 9. As they come through the 500 metres, you've about 200 metres to explain that importance of the connection. Why is that so difficult, and why is it such an important thing for us canoeists and kayakers?
Well, I mean, to set the precedence, we are sitting on a really unstable platform.
Yeah.
Before we know, before we try and do anything, it seems easy to connect that leg, that hip movement with our shoulders. But remembering we're on a fluid membrane, platform, trying to stay upright. So, the classic, what is canoeing? If you ask anyone, that it's just arms action. We all know it. It really isn't. It is about driving from the legs into and around that seat to create a bit more rotational movement through the torso. And I think the connections we talk about is the ability to not lose that across the chain. So as you go from the feet on the footrest, the bum and the seat, and the shoulders, sitting firmly upright, the connection is how we transfer across that. We talk a lot about core stability, but core strength within canoeing, because at the same time you're then trying to bury a blade into the water, locked down with your shoulders and your arm positions through that catch and dry phase. And at all these points, there are moments that everything could break down, and suddenly the connections break, and the strength sort of dissipates between the leg drive, the torso rotation, and the connection of the water. So
well, let's just see. We've got the last 200 metres. Thanks, Hannah. We'll come back to that, but we've got last 200 metres of this race, and maybe some of the viewers will be able to see if they can spot that connection, really locking the blade on and driving the boat forwards. And we can see the red boat towards the middle there, and also I think might be lane 5 there, possibly. Is that Gabriel Popham Coverley from Falcon in lane 5, who went so well in the heats? But also, and this is where Charlie Smith picked it up so well in the senior men's, you can see also lane 6. So lane 6 had picked it up in the orange boat, but again Gabriel in lane 5, Popham Coverley's picked it up once again, and these two duking it out, toe to toe, bow to bow, stroke for stroke. Goodness me, who's got the best connection? That's probably what counts here.
Yeah.
Certainly the highest stroke rate, maybe the shortest stroke there, but lane 5, Gabriel Popham Coverley coming through to take the win. Delighted with that for him. Well done to him. Second place, the orange boat, was lane 6. That's Harry Freeland. And then third place, I should say, in lane 7, A. Morley. Really close race for those paddlers there. And you do lose some of that connection, don't you, as you get to the finish? But just maybe chopping the stroke, trying to make, possibly becoming shorter, but trying to keep the boat speed at least when you're tired, proved to be enough for Gabriel Popham Coverley.
No, very impressive. And you do see that the arms bending, that the connections dropping ever so slightly, and as the muscles fatigue, you're trying to work out where the body tries to work out where the connections can happen. We often go into a protective mechanism without realizing it, and you see everything tighten up, shorten up, trying to use big muscle groups, and actually we often as a paddling model want to use those small rotator cuffs or core muscles to keep everything moving. So that length is really important, but you'll all know when the connections drop, the water can feel, or the paddle stroke feels incredibly heavy in the water. When the legs don't drive it round, it's sort of heavy, slower. Everything starts slowing down, and the ability to keep moving like we're seeing these guys in these final 100 meters is really impressive. It takes practice, takes training.
It does, doesn't it? And sorry, we've got the second. We'll have the second final coming up now. Just you'll have seen that on your screen. So second final, which is great to see a second final of under 16 boys. But you're right, Hannah, and that I mean, there's so many variables, aren't there? The fact that he's sitting, as you say, on an unstable platform. Your paddle is going into an unstable platform. It's got to come through your foot all the way up your leg, your bum, your core, your shoulders, your arms, onto the opposite paddle side. So it is really, really a complicated chain. There's no wonder that many of these paddlers don't achieve their very best until late on in their careers. I mean, Liam Heath is 36, still improving, and it takes that long to be able to make that chain all work together. I wonder, perhaps there aren't that many sports where there are so many movable items there and variables to be able to control.
I'm sure every sport will say they are the hardest, the trickiest sports, for testament there. But we are a combination of physical prowess and technical skill. So
we are, aren't we? That's nice
exactly.
to say. And let's just say, I think we are the toughest, the most difficult challenge. But maybe in a way that's why it feels so good, because it rarely works. But when it does, it feels really, really great.
I mean, a testament to that was earlier this week we had League of Their Own come and film a challenge this week, a canoe challenge, not a kayak. The four, I don't know if I'm allowed to name the celebrities. I don't know if I could name the celebrities. We are allowed to name them. The four celebrities that came to take their their knees to water, I guess, a bit of it. Trying a high kneeling canoe setup, spent more time in the water than going down. And I know they did a 100-meter race at the end of the afternoon, and the victorious individual did do it in around a minute, and the fourth place individual did do it in around 5 minutes.
Brilliant.
So to put that testament out there, it is a really hard sport, not one you can just jump in and sort of push as if a bike, push away from the side and wheel away. It's very tricky, very
and actually, they joke around in this program, but we've got some very, very proficient and competitive sports people on that program, and they wanting to do their best. But it's also great to see that they're interested in kayaking, and it'll be a great when we do. We'll let you know when it's going to air, and it's great for our sport that it's getting into the mainstream as well.
No, really exciting, great opportunity. Again, they picked a wonderfully wet afternoon to come and try canoeing. So a testament to the canoe paddler, Afton Fitzhenry, who coached them through it, as well as some of the talent program coaches that assisted in that journey. But yeah, really impressive and fantastic showcase for our sport, although it does show how hard it is.
Indeed, yeah, it does. And actually sometimes when we see just the very best paddlers, we don't get a feel for just how difficult it is. And we're seeing some good paddlers right now. In fact, the second final of the under 16 boys. Great to see a second final of the 1,000 metres. We've got we should have W. Scapelhorn in 1, P. Skinner in 2, E. Butler from Nottingham in 3, C. Beeson in 4, S. Medapalli in 5, J. Nelson in 6, J. Raymond in 7, S. Bates in 8, and N. Lamb in 9.
And it's the two Reading paddlers taking first and second, quite confidently ahead of the Reading paddler, and Mr. Butler sneaking the 4th place here very nicely. But yeah, confident display by the Reading paddlers of lane 4 and lane 6.
Yeah, nice. So that's C. Beeson and J. Nelson. Well done to them in their second final. We'll then be looking up towards the start of the 1,000 metres in just a second to see the girls under 18 final, and just take you through that in a second. Selection, remember, of course. So amazing regatta, this national championships and selection. So junior world championships, a possibility for some of these paddlers. Just to take you through the lineup that we'll see in the girls under 18 1,000 metre final. That will be G. Fennick from Reading in 1, E. Poole from Elmbridge in 2, J. Holmes from Richmond in 3, E. Montana from Royal in 4, Becky Pemble from Addlestone has been paddling well already this morning in 5, C. Troy from Elmbridge in 6, K. Christie from Breakout in 7, J. Urquhart from Banbury in 8, and M. Sandercock from Breakout in 9. We're also it's really great that this is the first regatta we've been able to have a podium and medal ceremonies as well. And what's happening, just for those of you who are watching on stream, we won't be able to see that. Unfortunately, we've not been able to film the medal ceremonies, but we'll work out some kind of protocol for that in the months to come. But after finals, those paddlers are able to pick up their medals, which is great. And
I guess if anyone wants to take a photo and tag the canoe sprint community in it, the racing committee, sorry, the regatta committee, I'm sure it'll be shared publicly across all the mediums there. Yes,
hashtag Knots Regatta, and they'll be able to do that, and we'll find out very shortly in the next perhaps 2 minutes which of these under 18 girls are going to end up on the top step of the podium and perhaps book their place if it's practically possible to get them there for Montemor or Veio at the start of September, the Junior and Under 23 World Championships. So 1,000 metres, non-Olympic event, important nonetheless for these paddlers, Hannah, and all about managing pace and having a race strategy, trying to execute that race strategy, trying to keep that glide on their boat and build their rhythm. Certainly as they get to the 500 metres point, which you'll see them go through around about now, they'll be thinking about perhaps lifting the pace again, keeping that boat moving and getting into that zone of pain and being able to execute their plan and letting the subconscious take over a little bit.
Yeah, a lot about controlling the breathing, keeping everything controlled as much as possible. We saw in the two heats two very different styles from both of the victorious individuals. The Addlestone paddler, a long controlled rate, with a fairly low, moderate rate, compared to the Way paddler, Greta Rosa, with an incredible finish at that time. But yeah, a higher rate, a higher turnover of a stroke there. So two different styles potentially coming down. Not to predict the outcome already, but I think we can start to see that the centre of the course is the boat leading. I think it's that distinctive white and pink. But it is all to play for as we're coming into the final 300, which is where everything's really burning. You've got around that minute sort of 10, 15 left of the race, so it's quite a crucial point. We're starting to see how confidently and how much people have left in that final section.
Well, certainly from this point here, and you'll be able to see that on the screen, Becky Pemble in the centre with the pink boat, the distinctive boat. She does look good, doesn't she? Really driving that paddle out wide, as we can talk about wing paddles, I'm sure, another time, but really to get a latch and that good catch and drive on the water. And she's leading the way. I think it's perhaps Elise Montana, perhaps just behind her. Although difficult to say at the minute.
Yeah, between lane 4 and 6, just following up. I think I've got it completely wrong. Greta Rosa is under 16, so we'll be looking to see her come in the following final with that very unique, not unique, but that slightly high turnover rate. But yeah, clear water for Becky Pemble right now. Really confident display out in the middle of the course. Looks like she's coming across a little bit of wash there, but she's completely in control. Lovely long rate. You can see the connections there as the legs are driving, the bum and the hips are moving in the seat, and the shoulders and torso move, and it's all in time with that water phase of the stroke. But very nice connections, really well controlled, and a formidable display there. But lane 6, the Elmbridge paddler, not far off, followed by lane 4 for third place. So yeah, a really nice display here.
Yeah, it's a really good performance there, keeping that stroke long and dominating the race from Becky Pemble in lane 5. And I think lane 6, is that Cara, let's just have a look, Cara Troy from Elmbridge in lane 6, and then lane 4 was Elise Montana, coming through well for her though, but a dominant performance there by Becky Pemble, and we may well see more of her a little bit later on.
Yeah, really, really nice example of paddling there. Really, really controlled, and it's easy to say that as we're sat in the final 100 metre section of the 1,000 metres, so pretty impressive execution there by the Addlestone paddler there.
Where do you think in the future, Hannah, these girls and these paddlers will be looking towards? I suppose 500 metres really, and perhaps crew boats.
I think crew boats, yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there. Like, yeah, it's great. K1 is fantastic, but there aren't many opportunities where there are so many seats available on crew boats that I think if we're looking to build a community and a longevity of multiple paddlers groups, we've got to get in crew boats and we've got to develop our skills there. Also, formidable experiences racing with friends. It's great on your own, but there's nothing quite like sitting on a start line with a group of fellow athletes, which can often be your friends. It doesn't have to be. It's not a compulsory scenario there, but you know, that support that a group of individuals can give you, or one other individual in a K2, you know, is a fantastic experience that I highly recommend everyone, you know, gets out and strives for. Well,
you experienced that, didn't you? Of course, having quite a lot of success in our top women's K4 boat for a few years, and we'll just take you through. We've got the second final of the girls under 16 K1 1,000 metres here. Kay Salika from Scottish Performance in 1, T Kubish Wiles from Reading in 2, M Enoch from Nottingham in 3, A Hutchinson from Reading in 4, Greta Rosa. I'm sorry, it's not the second final. My apologies. This is the final. This is the main final, the main event.
I got
under 16s.
I got the age wrong. I'm so
right,
sorry,
well,
but this is going to be formidable in the centre of the course with our wave paddler.
Yeah, we're expecting to see that high stroke. I think though Greta Rosa in lane 5 is being pushed by is that Isla Bethune in Elmbridge from Elmbridge in lane 6, N Hall from Way in 7, B Perry from Southampton in 8, and I Fulford from Reading in 9.
Yes, you are right. It is tight actually between lanes. Did you say 6 and 7 there, or 5 and 6? 6 and 7, 6 and 7.
No, 5 and 6.
5 and 6, sorry. But yeah, we're starting to see that distinctive high rate of Greta Rosa just lifting the boat a little bit more in the final sort of 100 metres, but actually that Elmbridge paddler again matching stroke for stroke almost in the white boat just next to her, but it does look like it's between those two. And we've got Rebby Simon's boat, I think from the Reading paddler in lane 4, not letting go of that third place position at all. So yeah,
that's A Hutchinson in third place at the minute. Greta Rosa just making that highest stroke rate count. She's picked it up once again into the red boys there, hasn't she? And it was actually neck and neck between her and Isla Bethune from Elmbridge, but she's pulling away. She's got a little bit of clear water, but the Elmbridge paddler, characteristically for an Elmbridge paddler, is not giving this up. She's determined to keep it going all the way. But Greta, look at that. Dead stable head, boat moving really well, but the stroke rate whipping round really quickly. Good hip and back movement as well. Yeah,
really nicely connected. You can see the slight curve in her spine, just creating that sort of compact core position that allows that hip drive to be connected with her rotation really well. But control the boat movement is something we've not talked about, but we talk about driving our legs, and that can quite often tip the boat from left to right, and it creates a wastage of energy for sure. But even though we want that movement within the hips and the body, we've got to be able to control it and make sure the weight is distributed equally to control that boat sort of rocking or yawing, as we would call it.
Right, yeah, so there's so many things moving. So we're yawing from side to side. The boat's moving up and down from front to back. We're swinging our boat. I say swinging. You don't like that word, do you, Hannah?
I do like that word. I've just been told off for that word.
Right,
so
don't use it. Okay.
I think it's very good as long as it's connected swinging.
Yes, we're rotating around that paddle, and certainly when I was paddling, a lot of coaches would talk about, you're not moving the paddle back. You're locking the paddle. You're driving the paddle down into the water, trying to make it as solid as you can, and you're moving your boat around that. And the great paddlers, quite often their paddle actually exits the water at the same level or even in front slightly of where it entered. I mean, how does that happen?
I mean, we need to talk to a
fluid dynamics.
Yeah, fluid dynamic modelling there. I think there has been some water tank testing that will probably be able to explain that for you. But
yeah, we could do that down in Southampton. The university in Southampton, they're very good at that sort of thing, and it's all about creating lift. And indeed, you'll find swimmers do the same, and they've looked at the entry and exit points of some of the swimmers' hands actually leaving the water further ahead than where they entered the water because they're creating lift. That's a bit too complex for this time on a Saturday morning, isn't it? So we will look at the slightly less complex, without meaning to be rude, Masters final of the K1000 metres with M Giles in 1, Jay Drummond in 2, Jay Butler in 3, Jay Folland in 4. So Butler and Folland again fighting it out with each other as they did a little bit earlier. Matt Enoch also, I'm sure he'll be in the mix in lane 5. R. Rogers from Chester in 6, Jay Freeland from Reading in 7, Jamie Christie from Soar Valley in 8, and A. Pipe from Runcorn in 9.
I mean, it looks like Mr. Enoch has got a fair lead at the moment, just ahead of the Prof in lane 4. But it's going to go all the way to the line. I guess we're going to see if if Matt's been looking across at Charlie Smith and is going to copy that sort of race plan that we saw, that strategy of really lifting at that red buoy marker, but he is taking out the lead. He looks confident there. Closely followed, as we said, by Professor Folland and Jimmy Butler for that third place.
Yeah, Jimmy in that nice smooth boat. He was really, really cruising, wasn't he, in his heat? Absolutely. Couldn't go much easier. He was almost asleep in the boat, but he's working a bit harder this time. But Matt Enoch, well, he's been watching, like you say, Charlie Smith, perhaps Greta Rose with that high stroke. He's really picked it up, hasn't he, now? And the boat running very, very smoothly.
I know, he's got that distinctive grey boat, but you can't really see amongst the water. But he has got that just about clear water ahead of Mr. Folland towards the line. But very nicely timed for all of those three paddlers to take that first, second and third place.
So Enoch, Folland and Butler, names, very well known in canoeing over the last, 3 decades, probably?
Not to give their ages away at all, but they have been formidable athletes in their day, and actually fantastic to see them at the top, battling it out again.
Yeah, and passing their knowledge down. You look at the clubs that they are representing as the other paddlers come over the line, just as we speak. When we look at Nottingham, as we said, Nottingham Canoe Club doing very, very well, doing great things. So Jimmy Butler and Johnny Folland spent a bit of time at Nottingham. He representing Saw Valley at the moment. So Matt Enoch and Jimmy Butler, from Nottingham, such a well-known club and doing very, very well. So they're obviously having an impact, aren't they, in their club, which is great to hear about.
Yeah, and I think it'll be an exciting force to watch at the Marathon Nationals next weekend as well. I know there's a lot of hard work and long miles gone in at Nottingham, so we're seeing the use of that base fitness over here on the sprint side of things, but also I know they'll be out in full force next weekend.
So where are the Marathon Nationals, Hannah?
I'm fairly sure they're at Reading.
Right. So I'm
just going to check that fact.
To,
I was just having a bit of a mind blank there, but yeah.
Reading, of course, another great canoe club. Lots of marathon events have happened down there in the past, and something that the Sprint Racing Committee are really trying to promote are the different disciplines. And you and I, having taken part in a little bit of white water, I'm sure you've done a bit of marathon, Hannah?
I've done a little bit in my junior career, yes. Not quite to the high levels, but yes, it is at Reading. And just to say that the entries do close at the end of play, midnight on the 5th of July. So if anyone wants to enter, I know given COVID there is not an option for late entries, so
get them in
now this weekend, I believe.
And we talk about experience. I mean, what an experience in marathon racing is, as in boat control and managing when there's waves and tricky conditions and washes going on, and holding your concentration as well. So all those skills are useful if you want to be better at sprint racing, or you want to be better at wild water racing, or you want to just enjoy your paddling that little bit more. And we're going to really enjoy actually the next race, because we should have the first heat, the women's open and under 23 K1 500 meters. So remember, selection here. So under 23 Junior World Championships coming up in Portugal in September. Also, of course, selection for the World Championships in Copenhagen. That's going to be a great event happening in September as well.
Yeah,
and
it should be said for that event, currently Deborah Kerr does hold that K1 position, having qualified for the games, but this is about securing the reserve in case she decides to not race that event. So it is all to play for on both under 23 and senior level. So we'll look forward to the final in around that hour's time, I guess. Another quick turnaround, so it's all about qualifying right now.
Yeah, and talking about reserves, actually, Emma Russell should be in this first heat, and I think Emma Russell is the reserve for the Olympics, in fact. So Emma Russell, only 20 years old, very early on in her career, and because of the way selection worked out, is the reserve. Now we will see Emily Lewis. She should be racing just in a little while, actually. So she has been chosen, as many of you will know, to represent Britain at the Olympics in Tokyo. What a great opportunity for her, and a great opportunity for us to see her racing here on home water. She'll go in the second heat, but Emma Russell will be in this first heat. We'll have Katie Brooks in lane 2, Katie from Worcester, Hannah Stevens from Cardiff in 3, Zoe Clark from Royal in 4, Emma Russell from Chelmsford in 5. Lucy Lee Smith, who won this race in the last regatta in under 2 minutes. She's from Norwich. She's in lane 6. Maggie Delay from Nottingham in 7, and Catherine Miller from Exeter in 8.
And it definitely looks like we don't have lane 4 currently, so no Zoe Clark, but Emma looks like she's taken out a confident lead in lane 5, just ahead of Lucy. We're seeing quite a high rate of Katie Brooks, so our Worcester paddler in lane 3 over here, but nice confident display in the middle of the course there. Again, we're just looking for those top 2 positions and then the 3 best times to qualify. So these guys, or these girls, obviously, these girls will be looking to come across the line in 1st and 2nd in as little energy expenditure as possible, just so they can be ready to hit that final out in a short turnaround. But it is very much in a line. I think Katie Brooks, you can see a very high rate over here on the far side, is having a race of her own. And I hope those girls in the middle, but not that we'd recommend looking around, but being aware that they might be very confidently top 2 boats in the middle of the course, but not to forget the outside lanes all the way to the line. And I think Emma's just clocked. You can just see her upping it a little bit. But yeah, it looks like
interesting.
Those 3 boats are close.
There is, but there's also a contrast, isn't there? Contrast in ages, because actually on the near side, Katie Brooks is only 18, but contrast in styles as well. Katie Brooks really went for it early on with that high stroke rate, didn't she? But lanes 5 and 6, I mean, look at that. Really just long stroke and a huge lock on the water from Emma Russell in lane 5, just making sure of it. But as you said rightly, Hannah, also conserving her energy, as was Lucy Lee Smith in lane 6.
Yeah, very controlled display by those 2 paddlers in the middle. I don't know if Lucy just got pipped on the line though. That, it's very easy to get complacence in the middle of a course, so we'll have to wait and see for that 2nd and 3rd place. But I'm sure with the 3 best times, they will be absolutely fine looking at the pace of that race. But yeah, tricky one when you're a race within a race and different individuals trying to conserve energy and others just gunning for the line.
Yeah, it was good to see. I always like it when paddlers, go out hard, they go out early, and yes, it can be shot down and people can say, oh, they should have conserved their energy, but at least they've put themselves out there. They've tried to get the boat speed up, and they've reflected on, well, what can I do? If I get out there, get out hard, can I hold on? And sometimes put yourself under that sort of pressure. You do learn a lot from that. Massively.
And domestic racing compared to international racing is slightly different in that if you don't go out hard, the likelihood of you progressing through is very slim, and there's the caveat that you progress from heats to semi-finals to finals. There's very, very rarely a direct route to the final in international terms, but the seeding of those semi-finals can be absolutely crucial.
Well, you also, with the work you did with Renee Olsen in the K4, of course, was all about actually trying to go from a fast starting position at all times, wasn't it? And then to learn to kind of pace your race after that, but always be up there with a chance at an international level.
Yeah, very much that fast start strategy was Renee's style and Renee's belief that you needed to be ahead or within the race at the front end, and very much that's true in those, in the K4 races where you watch. When you watch the races, you see the races are sort of over a minute 20 to minute 30. It's very, very tough to come back with such a short distance or time frame there. But yeah, it's all about the speed reserve model. So coming up, relaxing and coming down. And we're seeing a fairly low start list here so far for this race. And it looks like we've got a couple of scratches, and actually it's Sam Rees-Clark, our Nottingham contender, over in lane 6. I've got that right. Yeah, I think you have, and I wasn't sure if Emily Lewis might come, and she's obviously decided not to race. So you can see Sam Rees-Clark from Nottingham, over towards the far side. She's in lane 6, and I think it's positions, isn't it? So we said 1st and 2nd and 3rd best time, so she can be fairly sure at this point in the race, still with 200 metres to go. She's only being put under pressure by one other paddler, so she can conserve her energy and think, well, yeah, I'll have to wait for the final. Yeah, and that is Flossie Ball on the far side in that lovely blue boat, and I think she'll be absolutely buzzing to make the final. It's tough when we have 1, 2, 3, 4 paddlers actually not making the start line for this race, which is a shame. It is a shame because in actual fact they could have
they could have worked that out a lot better, because it was a really competitive race the previous heat, wasn't it? And this is less so, so can't do anything about that. And of course these paddlers will be delighted to have that great opportunity of getting through to the final, but perhaps some who missed out in the previous heat will be, well, would have just wished they'd been in this heat, and they might have had a better chance. But she looks good, doesn't she, Sam Rees-Clark?
Oh, she
really
is
solid.
going very well. As an inside information, I think this is a fantastic chance for her to have a huge conservation of energy for that final. You know, she's put in a huge amount of graft over the past 2 years, and definitely, well, next weekend at the Marathon Nationals, one to watch, but I think this weekend also one to watch in these in this sprint event. She's doing K2 with Lucy Lee Smith tomorrow, I believe, and K1 500 this week right now in front of us, so yeah.
Well, that's good. Good to see them crew boat racing as well. We can just see lane 7 Megan Kenny going over the line there. And of course the juniors had this new crew boat system, didn't they, last month, and did time trials over a set distance and then put together in crews. They're really trying to build, as we were talking about with you in the K4, really trying to build crew boats and that team ethic, which can be difficult, because if you're trying to protect your own position in a crew boat, it can be difficult to work in a group that's a bigger number than that you have in a boat.
Yeah, it is hard, and obviously it'd be great if we all live close to each other for training purposes, but that's often not the case. And there's a huge amount of trust that goes into a crew boat, which takes time to build, both trust in the process of whoever is, instilled a certain protocol to create, to bring people together, or like speeds, like paddlers. But yeah, it is one of those things that takes time to build, to learn from, and I don't think by any means we do something, we know exactly what works. And I think every country has a similar pattern. They're committed to a process, and they know it works to an extent, and they're really confident in that model. We just got to really discover something within Britain that we're confident in, and I think the juniors have set something up recently, time trialling over a K1 400 metre effort to see the expenditure over a similar duration of time compared to the slightly longer distances for that K2 and K4 500 opportunities that are now Olympic events in both men and women. Yeah, good idea that, isn't it? And I know in the French selection, in fact, they raced over 400 metres for the senior team because they felt that was a good distance for them to do. And what's interesting as well, I was just thinking, is actually just believing in your system, whatever your system is, rather than always looking abroad to see what other people are doing. Decide on it and go for it and commit to it. And I think that's what the coaches have done. And let's hope, down the line in the next few years, we'll reap the benefits of that. Yeah, very much. I think it's a similar process than the German and the Spanish do as well when you look on the surface, but there's a huge amount of conversation, coaching decisions that still go on that are very hard to document and do make the process a little bit open to subjectivity. But it's because, the fastest paddlers don't always make the boat run well, and we need to have that flexibility within the system. But if we don't trust the guys and girls driving it, then we're on the back foot already. But I'm just going to turn the attention back to the race. This is a nice confident display here of 6 paddlers, so a much better attended heat here. We've got Anushka Freeman in the middle, I believe. Lizzie Broughton. Sorry, I got the wrong Richmond vest. So followed by Abby Burgess, who did a fantastic race last regatta, and those two look very confidently ahead of the field. They do. So just take you through. We've got Katie Walker in 3, Lucy Guest in 4, Lizzie Broughton in 5, Abby Burgess in 6, Alice Murphy in 7, and we should have Katie Hipkins over in lane 8, but the red vest there, Lizzie Broughton, experienced and very successful paddler in some of the longer distances, doing a great job. She does. She has a lovely sort of aubergine coloured boat there that looks like she's controlling it very nicely. Abby taking a confident second place there, and Kate just ahead of Lucy Guest all the way to the line, but those two will be looking probably for that best time position, 3 best times to qualify for the final. So they'll have to have a bit of a sit and a wait for a short turnaround, because I know we haven't got long to the final. But confident display, and great to see Lizzie out here racing the K1 500. First time we've seen her out this year. She's a formidable athlete and has done incredibly well over the marathon. distances, and obviously the 5k and the 1,000 world medalists there as well. So
yeah, very, very successful, really experienced paddler Lizzie Broughton. Good race that one, and fairly close. That was the third and final heat of the Women's Open in under 23 K1 500 metres, and as Hannah said, we'll see that in less than an hour's time, so we should see the final at 11:42. Just so you know what's coming up with us, we've got some more Masters racing, the Women's Masters racing in a final coming up. We've got heats in men's and women's K1 Masters, and then after that we go to the boys under 14 500 metres, so we're doing the shorter distance of 500 metres, and great to see some of the younger young men racing here at Nottingham.
And you join us again for the over 34 K1 500 Women's Masters final, straight final. We've got Eleanor Fraves in lane 4, Suzanne Dubrum in lane 5, and Catherine Drummond from Reading over in lane 6. So 3 athletes racing it out for the accolade, the National Championships accolade here. And it's definitely in the centre of the course with the Norwich paddler. I think we saw her at the previous regatta take out quite a lead in this event. And she is just coming over the 200 metre line at the moment with clear water ahead of the other 2 paddlers who look neck and neck currently. Potentially lane 6 having a slight advantage over the Nottingham paddler. But yeah, we see a really nice technical model by Suzanne from Norwich in the middle of the course now. Lovely open, long stroke, really great rotation, great reach, and good pressure from those arm positions. We often see the top arm shooting up and over, but you can see very strong and dynamic strokes here with that pressure driving the blade down into the water. So lovely to see. Great role model from that technical model, as we talked about, for Norwich paddlers, up and coming paddlers there. But nice, confident victory there. And she'll get to stand on top of the podium as she gets off the boat control, remembering that all athletes within these national championships will be awarded their medals. It's just jumping on quickly after the boat control part of the day, so you can go and receive your medals in a socially distanced way, of course. And the Reading paddler taking second place, and Eleanor from Nottingham just crossing the line in third. And from there we are going to go back up the course for another Masters race, this time the over 54s K1 Men Masters. We've got a name we all know of Howard Blackman in lane 3, Duncan Rosier from Way in lane 4, Doug Pemble from Addlestone, I presume a relation to Becky Pemble, our K1 1000 victorious paddler. We've got Richard Kent from Southampton, who took the accolade, I think, last time at last regatta in lane 6, followed by Andrea Dietzma, sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing names, from Richmond in lane 7, and they are just coming into the buckets as we look up the course. Absolutely gorgeous conditions right now. We could not ask for more at this time. The rain seems to have stopped temporarily. I know we're expecting continuous drizzle throughout the day, but jeepers, we couldn't ask for any less wind in these conditions.
Well, I wonder if we might see the drone. I mean, it's stopped raining now, but we're not sure. If we're able to bring that to you, we'll let you know. And I've just, Hannah, I was just looking over at the times there.
Oh yes.
2:06 for the for Lizzie Broughton there. Similar, I think it was 2:07 one of the previous heats times for the women's K1 500. So pretty decent times. You say good conditions, maybe not the fastest conditions, but nice to be racing in.
Yeah, and I think you remember that the difference of the heat to the final. If individuals have been able to conserve energy, we will see just sort of 5, maybe even 10 seconds slower times than they might be when they're full at full gas, shall we say, in the final. But no, very neutral conditions. You know, it's slightly heavy water. We can see every ripple from the boats paddling up. So it gives you a little bit of an idea of how low the wind is. The windsock is in a very it's not normally in that position, a vertical position. It's it's nice to see and a fantastic opportunity for everyone to come and race.
Yeah, and great, actually it's a good venue, isn't it, Nottingham? Because from our position, we're right up here on the roof of the building at Nottingham. We can look over towards the River Trent as well, which is a great venue for paddling on. So you've got the lake here, you've got the river to paddle on. Of course, a lot of the GB athletes training at the gym here as well. So facilities are really, really good.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for more. Obviously, British Canoeing as a national government body are based here, the offices, so you've got the community side of the sport, the participation, the coaching,
yeah,
the
we've
memberships.
got the slalom site, haven't we? A slalom site over the other side. We had the junior selection, under 23 selection of the slalom just a few weeks ago as well. So, yeah, a lot going on. Yeah,
you could say it's the heart of canoeing. I know there are other fantastic venues across the country, but it's great to see that we can do both our Olympic disciplines and have, you know, the paper push inside all located in one venue. It's great opportunity and definitely something we want to carry on. But we've got a tight race in the over 54s. It looks like all 5 boats are within touching distance of each other, so it is all to play for as we cross that halfway mark, and the lactic acid is beginning to burn. Fantastic to see such a close race here.
It is, it's really close.
Not want to call it right now, no. I think it is.
I mean, that 3 to 4 boats going through the 200 metres at the same point there. Red vest over the far side.
Mr. Kent has put in a bit of a burn now. He's putting in those hard miles. Let's see if that up is enough, because I still think it could be lane 4. Got a slight advantage. Lane 4 from Exeter, so a long ways travelled up to demonstrate a really nice execution of a 500 metre. Looks in control, solid boat run, very nice consistent paddle stroke, just ahead of lane 5.
Yeah, it does look good, doesn't he? Yeah, really, really good. David Miller, I think it is, in lane 4. Not wasting, you talked about that quite a bit, haven't you, Hannah? Not wasting any energy, or making it into going forwards and actually picking up the pace nicely, making sure of his first place there, no doubt at all, ahead of lane 5, and then 6 and 7 very, very close for third place.
Yeah, so we've got an Exeter, a victorious demonstration by the Exeter paddler over Salmon Leap, and then Southampton just on the line ahead of our Richmond paddler. Richard being pushed all the way there, and he looks like he's a bit puffed.
I'm not surprised, but worth it, and I'm sure he enjoyed it as well, as you said. Such good conditions, the sun almost threatening to come out as well as we speak. But yes, water's reasonably warm. It's a lovely day. We've got all day racing until 6:30 this evening, but more immediately, of course, we've got the second of our Masters heats. So that was only the heat, so hopefully David Miller was keeping a little bit of his powder dry there. Looking forward to the final, which will be at about 20 to 1. And we should have Howard Blackman. So you know, another great servant of canoeing over the years. He'll be in lane 3. Duncan Rosa. So now I believe he's Greta Rosa's dad. I certainly think so. Same club, same name, and you know, certainly a very, very good paddler in his day himself. Duncan Rosa. Doug Pemble, we'll see, as we've seen his daughter, I think it was Becky Pemble, isn't it?
I think I've done the intro for these, so I'm
apologising.
I've done it a race in advance.
Well, sometimes we need to be reminded.
So heat 1 and heat 2, right?
Yeah.
So it's all to play for. Yep. No, I do think he is a relation to our K1000.
And then we'll see Neil Blackman, Billy Blackman, who another Blackman there, and another great passionate canoeist, and has brought so many young canoeists along, including myself. He was out there helping in the junior wild water racing team back in the 1990s when I was on the team, a long time ago. And then Robert Guest from Nottingham will be in lane 7.
And we look like we've got 4 paddlers coming down the course, so we're maybe missing lane 4, if I've got that right. Doug Rosier from Way, probably just celebrating his daughter's victory in the K1 1000 under 16 championships just earlier, about 20 minutes ago. So yeah.
Well, yeah, he's missing Duncan Rosa, but Howard Blackman, look, hopefully that Howard, yeah, in the cap, I think the familiar cap, just keeping an eye on his older brother, who's maybe getting
the two of them.
getting a bit of the better, both in caps as well, actually. It's a bit of a Blackman thing, I think, but it looks like Neil, that familiar technique, just a nice separation between the strokes there, and accelerating the blade through the water, just running that boat nicely, isn't he?
Yeah, he's tapping it along, again, just doing enough to qualify for the final here, but lovely smooth stroke, very nice, sort of a low position of his arms as he drives through the water, but great leg drive and rotation we can see there.
Yes, and you know, we may not say that this is the model of perfect technique, but what we found, that something you talked about, Hannah, was finding what works for you. And this is the way that Billy Blackman paddles, and paddles at his best. Tap, 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 tap. There he goes. Keeping that nice high tempo and rhythm going, getting the boat running smoothly. Connections working for him really, really well, and taking that red cap through to first place and looking to battle it out in the finals a little bit later on. Just keeping an eye on his younger brother coming through, Howard in lane 3 there in 3rd place, and in lane 5 it was
Mr. Pemble.
I lost my place. It's Doug Pemble. There we go. Yeah, lane 5 from Addlestone was in 2nd. And then we've got a final, Hannah. We should have the women's masters. Hilary Wells, Justin Jenkins, and Catherine Howell. We should see setting up a little bit in just a moment, but it's not about to start. Not about to start quite yet. But yeah, we've got lots of great races to look forward to coming up. Well, as I say, under 14 boys 500 metres, which is great. Another masters race, and then it'll be the under 18 boys K1 500 metre race. So last regatta for these juniors, we had Nick Fowler up here. It was great to welcome Nick up into the commentary box. He's busy down there looking after his coaches and his paddlers at the moment, but he talked about the crew boat process that we've mentioned, really trying to get a group together of these young paddlers to build crew boats going forwards. Of course, K4s in the Olympics going forwards, both women and men will be 500 metres, so 500 metres, that key distance in crew boats. But nice also for these younger paddlers, the juniors, to race in their K1s as well here. And as Hannah said, you know, it's really great feeling for a crew boat to go well. It's pretty awful when it goes badly, I must say, but it's such a delight when you share that with your crewmates. But it is nice to get your own K1 running, and it can be a bit of a challenge to switch between the two, the different feels of a crew boat, back to the K1 and back into the crew boat. But I think if you really embrace that, you can only benefit from it.
Yeah, very true. It is very much about learning. I think K1, K2, K4, they're all different. They're very similar in some respects, but learning to adapt and match and synchronise with other people is a whole skill in its own. But the technical model in a K1 isn't that easy either. So, you know, we need to balance our time to achieve or to practice in every scenario. And it is, paddling with different people is the best way to learn, I guess. You know, it's easy to go with smaller, slighter people and be in control, but it's also sometimes great to challenge yourself with a slightly heavier paddler and to feel how the boat really moves underneath, you know, a 10, 20 kilo difference. If possible, obviously it depends on your own build, but it's a great opportunity to jump in crew boats with different styles and different experience levels, really. So across canoe clubs, given that we now can do crew boats, obviously it was a restriction for a while, but it's a great chance to get in, and it facilitates so many different experience levels, learning levels, speed levels. Within a club session.
Can you give us an example? Who did you sat behind or with in a crew boat and you thought, oh yeah, I've really learned from that just by process of osmosis of being in a boat with them?
Well, I remember back when I paddled at Bradford-on-Avon when I was a youngster, and we used to do our races to places mixed crew boat session on a Wednesday afternoon. And we'd line up in speed order, and it would be fastest with slowest, so, you know, be somewhere in the middle. And
Yeah.
I actually spent multiple sessions with Ed McKeever's brother, Tom McKeever,
yes.
who incredible powerhouse.
Very strong.
Again,
yeah.
very strong. Definitely heavier than me at the time, and yeah, great at getting off the line fast. Tough at pacing longer efforts and some of the manoeuvrability in a crew boat when the weight difference is quite big. But yeah, really good to have a stable platform to know how to control and stroke a boat. And I think those younger years are formidable opportunities to learn without realising you're learning.
Yeah, and just getting in boat with someone like that, so different to yourself. You think, wow, the strength in that. I mean, you talk about crew boats, paddling with a McKeever. I remember I was in K4 with Ed McKeever, so it was his first World Championships, and he was in the back of our K4, and we'd race our way down the 500 metres, get to about the last 20 seconds to think, right, Ed, take over, please. And you could just feel the strength coming from the back of the boat as he ploughed us forward through and over on the finish line. So yeah, a great experience to paddle some of these other paddlers, and certainly memorable. And yeah, we can just see now coming over the line, we mentioned, didn't we, the women's masters 500 metres, Hilary Wells, Justine Jenkins and Catherine Howell, and Hilary Wells in lane 4 coming through for Richmond in first place, and then over in lane 5 Justine Jenkins from Nottingham.
Cathy Howell actually in lane 6. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Looks like it's another Nottingham paddler. But
it is.
like
Sorry,
Justine isn't here.
Justine not here. Right. Well spotted. You know the Nottingham paddlers well, don't you?
I do recognise her styles, so yes.
Is that a
styles
compliment?
Styles and boats.
Yeah, that's a compliment. That
yes,
familiar
definitely.
technique.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, that's great to see that, as we said, mix of masters and juniors, and we're going right down the age groups now to see boys under 14 K1 500. So we've got 3 heats in this. It's the 9 best times through to the final. So it is a time trial, and these paddlers, they'll just be desperate to get racing. Actually, they'll be nervous. Now they're underway, though, as you can see. They'll be excited. They'll be enjoying themselves, enjoying their racing, and the buzz you get from doing a regatta. And many of these paddlers, well, be their first regatta in such a long time, and for some of them perhaps their first ever national regatta here at Nottingham. And what a day to do it in. The rain stopped, it's calm, it's warm, the water's warm. They can hear the coaches cycling down their right hand side and left hand side alongside them and shouting encouragement to them, and they're enjoying their racing. And the first heat here we'll have Ethan Hunt, the 13-year-old from Foy in 2, Christopher Chapman from Royal in 3, Jake Marsh from Wiltshire Youth in 4, Isaac Averson from Royal in 5, Arthur Hunter Hopkins from Devizes in 6, Toby Bullock from Exeter in 7, Rory Smith from Norwich in 8, and Sam Steverley from Esk Valley in 9.
And I think what you said here, some of their first regattas for these guys, you know, ever or since being Lightnings for the past 2 years. So an amazing opportunity to get out and practice, and probably something to really strive and learn, use the experiences to begin their junior career. But fantastic to see so many guys and girls. We've got I've just lost my space on the start. There's several heats. 3 heats, I believe, so awesome time. And I know these guys have been chomping at the bit to get out racing, with the past 2 regattas not having an under 14 category. So
yeah, and I think the yellow deck there, I think that's Toby Bullock. Is that Toby Bullock over in lane 7?
From Exeter. I have heard on the grapevine there is a speedy youngster from Exeter, so here he is. He looks fantastic. A good high rate, but very nice and long, still at the front, good rotation. You can see the stripes of the Exeter jersey sort of giving us a nice visual there, but confident display there.
And you see the rotation, can't you, and locking onto the blade, and a bit like we said with the Masters with Neil Blackman about having a tempo and a pace, and he's done that really well, keeping a lock on the water, moving that boat smoothly, and really trying to get the best time, remember, and also, as you said right at the start this morning, paddling all the way through the line there. So great result for him. Right over on the far side in the white cap, that looked like Sam Steverley, perhaps from Esk, in second in this heat. And in lane 2 there, Ethan Hunt, the 13-year-old from Foy. I'm sure we're going to see more of him in the future. Getting 3rd place. And remember, it's about times, so we'll see. Be interesting to see what times they do compared to someone like Neil Blackman, who did 2:09 in the 500. So that'll be interesting to see, and then I'll have to keep an eye out and see whether they make their way through to the final.
And someone's going to have to let us know which canoe club ESK, what that stands for. It's not one I recognise personally.
ESK. No, I think that's just ESK, isn't
Eskimos.
it?
I don't know. Is it just ESK? I
think it is. We'll check. Someone will probably feed that back to us. And apologies. But there is an ESK, isn't there?
We're always learning. Is there really?
River ESK, in fact.
There is a River ESK. I mean, it's a long way, but maybe. Great to see you guys down here.
It is, yeah. Could be. And also, great to see so many different clubs. And we've got the number of clubs, and you'll see that, those of you who have a handbook, and I hope you do have one, because it adds to the coffers of the Sprint Racing Committee if you buy one. You can see all the different vests and clubs in that. And every year there's 1 or 2 clubs added into that, and that's something we're trying to do to increase the number of clubs participating, which increases the diversity of our sport. We want people from all sorts of disciplines and parts of the country coming to race here at Nottingham.
Yeah, very true. It is about that sort of domestic diversity, I guess, in that respect. It makes it healthy for the sport to not just be dominated by one region or one area of the country. And, we can see Cardiff, a Welsh representative. We've got the Scottish performance development team or performance team being led by Mr. and Mrs. Schofield, and as well as the horde of coaches doing really well. Really good job there. But no, fantastic to see some new clubs that I don't recognise, so really positive. And we just had our feed interrupted by a crucial update from
apologies. We've just had an update from the Finnish tower. That's my fault for getting in the way of the camera. I do apologise. It's very unprofessional of me, that, Hannah.
You're still novices, like you said. We're learning.
We're all learning, aren't we? Each time is a learning opportunity each time. But I was just checking there. It's actually Edinburgh Schools Kayak Club.
Is it really?
So Edinburgh Schools, of course. Edinburgh Schools, you've got the likes of Cynthia Berry, who's very involved up there, and she's a legend in whitewater racing, but her children also very good at slalom. And
children have done very well recently.
Yeah, Lois Lever, isn't it?
And Sam.
Sister Sam, brother, sorry. Sam
very big boy, yeah.
doing very, very well.
They're formidable at the whitewater selection races the other weekend. Lois being victorious in the senior sprint event.
The senior event, that's great. Wow.
Yeah, top under 23, top senior, and Sam actually taking the junior position in the sprint event as well. So that slalom crossover is massive.
There is, and we want to maintain that, because of course, and the fourth kayak club there, Bradley Forbes Cryans, who will be going to the Olympics in slalom. He started there himself as well. So there's a really little hotbed of good talent coming through there, which is exactly what we've been talking about, isn't it? And that's only really where there's a bit of water, that's all you need, and some enthusiastic and committed people, and that's what we're seeing all around the country, whether that be up in Scotland, over in Wales, and some of the clubs around London, Cardiff, Norwich, wherever it is. It's just people that are passionate really about canoeing and want to develop it.
Yeah, and we talk about the high performance setup and having the luxury of support staff and sports science, but it's a lot of hard work and graft needs to occur for that to really add anything. And actually you can do a lot of that at canoe clubs. Like, there is no need to chase someone else's input when you've got a really confident, or you've got a really solid setup in your own environment. It's repetition, consistency, and learning. We're great at looking for a golden nugget or a silver bullet, but it's that repetitive work and belief in what you're doing day in, day out that will get you really far.
Excellent. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And let's hope these boys that we're seeing in the second heat of the boys under 14 K1 500 metres will go far as well. And certainly really good pace. Sort of over the far side of the course is that lane, and that might be lane 6, which will be Ryan Coyle. Looks like to be leading this one. We've got Alexander Worgan. We've got Dylan in 2, Dylan Martin in 3, Tyler Kinder in 4, Cameron O'Hare in 5, Ryan Coyle crossing the line now in 6, Sam Dixon in 7, and Simon Stroker in 8. He's gone over the line in that distinctive boat over the far side as well. Although that looks like lane 9.
I think we're in the race ahead, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Just looking at some of the vests, yeah.
I've just read out the wrong list.
We've gone one race ahead again, just to preempt the guys lining up in the buckets, but...
Well, apologies to Philippe Ern Ruth, who's in 2, Henry Pitt in 3, Dougal Barnett in 4, Josh Sutton in 5, Will Steverley it was in 6, Harris Bell in 7, Oliver Matsur in 8, and over the far side, good finish there from Sam Patterson in 9. And then we will look towards Heat 3, as you can see on your screen in just a moment. You'll see that that'll be the K1 boys under 14 500 metres third and final heat. That will be Alexander Worgan in 2, Dylan Martin in 3, Tyler Kinder in 4, Cameron O'Hare in 5, Ryan Coyle in 6, Sam Dixon in 7, and Simon Schroker in 8. And they're already underway. We have seen some good races, haven't we? What's also good with these conditions, with just a breath of wind, is it's very consistent, so it doesn't really matter what lane you're in. If you're committed to your race plan and you're paddling well, you've got a great chance of getting through to the next round.
Yeah, hugely. It is, all about your own delivery today, and in the conditions like this, it's the prime opportunity to practice that. I mean, if anything, it looks like there's a breath of wind across the course, but nothing to what we're normally used to over here in Nottingham, of white horses and struggling to see the further up the course due to the downpour of rain and deluge that we often get. But no, fantastic conditions here, and actually considering the forecast for today, I think we've touch wood, doing incredibly well with our wind outlook. But the grey weather and the slightly cool environment will be really healthy for the guys racing down, because it's still pretty warm, pretty humid, pretty muggy, but fantastic chance to race down. And this looks like we've got quite a lead in the centre of the course in the third and final heat.
Is that Ryan Coyle in lane 6 from Glasgow? I think it's certainly a very distinctive boat, isn't it? But he's paddling really, really well. And he got out to an early lead. Remember, this is only 500 metres, so he's actually leading really, really well, even as he went through into the last final 200 metre marks, and really sitting very, very tall in his boat, but making the best use of those long levers.
He does look like a really big 14-year-old, we often see in these younger age categories. The growth spurts that can occur so quickly in those teenage years do make quite a difference across some of the individuals that are 12 years of age to these 14, the upper age limits. But it's a great opportunity to race against someone within your age bracket, but to see where you can go in years to come when you've got a couple more years to go. But yeah, very upright, very tall posture, slightly leant back position. Looks like he's gone well and truly past the finish line.
Still going.
He's still going for it. He's still going. I think someone needs to beep maybe. There we go. I just heard a beep. But confident position. And these are all about the best times. So for these guys, just racing to the line to see where they fare up against the other heats to line up in the finals later on today.
Yeah, and they are. Well, it's great to see them, as you said, racing right across the line. They've been told to do that, obviously, and one or two going a bit far, but to be honest, they're learning from that, and that's great. It's trying to be really professional there. And also, what was good to see, some of those perhaps paddlers that aren't quite as physically developed yet as Ryan Coyle is, also having a really good race a little bit further back in that race there. And if you're a junior, you may find that you're not yet as developed as some of the other juniors, and we all develop at different paces, and so something not to worry too much about that, but stick at it and you will grow in time and you'll improve. So it all kind of pans out in the end, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much. And it's just that self-development, like we talked about the Hinvises quite early on. They've gone and done their time in every category, progressed through the Lightnings, the under-14s, the under-16s, and now we see Zav at the top of the under-18 category, but it's still with a year to go. And I think it's that long journey that he's been on, that time spent going from the back end of those age categories up to the top end and progressing through. And it's tough when you're winning your age category one year and you're at the bottom end of the next year or the next season, but it's all about that progress and that long-term sort of progression as you go.
Yeah, and even those of you that have just come out of juniors and maybe you weren't as successful as you would have liked to have been, there are many, many examples across all sorts of sports where very successful seniors weren't the top juniors. They were at different stages of their development and they didn't develop till they were 22, 23, 24. So it's everyone's on their own personal journey, and just to stay focused. If that's something you're determined to do, then you should stick at it, and at some point you will succeed and you will fulfill your potential if you just keep going. And Well, these guys are keeping going, aren't they?
I was going to say, this is the next,
This,
hotly contended race again.
Well, I think it will be, and this certainly, when he was on form, this was Nigel Jones, very much his distance, the K1 500 metres, and I remember him saying to me years and years ago, oh, Mally, I only just made it to the start line in time, and absolutely nailed the race, because he didn't have time to think. He got on the water, did his warm, straight to the start line. I'm not recommending that necessarily, but it was interesting that he had his best race when he didn't have time to think and to worry about what might happen. He just had to focus on his race.
Yeah, there's multiple ways to get to the start line in the best possible sort of cognitive place. For some it is about thinking and planning, but for some others, like Nigel, it may well be just getting on and going and executing the best you can do. And you can see now he is confidently in the lead ahead of Sean Walsh, the other Nottingham paddler, as he crosses into that 200 metre mark, and he's putting in those hard yards he's done in the morning efforts to pretty good fruition. He looks controlled, confident, long. He's not tightening up in any way. Very nice stroke through the leg drive and the hip movement across the torso. We can see clearly with his distinct Nottingham vest on, but yeah, confident victory again. I know he'll be modest and not celebrate too much and not let anyone know that much.
No, but he's certainly, I mean, you're right, that stroke looks long, it looks strong, he's getting a really good connection. You can hear him breathing from here, he's working hard certainly, but that is really, really good, very, very strong. We talk about that lock on, that connection, he seems to be getting that there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's someone that's putting in a lot of time and investment to his home setup. I know he's got an ergo, a gym, you know what, it's a great sport to keep you fit and healthy, and he's getting his younger kids out as well, so it's a really healthy environment he's got, and you look at that, he's paddling really well himself.
Well done, Nigel. Well, hopefully we'll see your two girls, doing a little bit more maybe in the future as well. And just Sean Walsh and Paul Stenning just behind Nigel in that race of the K1 Masters 34 plus age group in the 500 metres, and then we'll have heats of the boys under 18 K1 500 metres. We'll actually have 4 heats, so only first and second and best time, and the best time will go through to the final. Really competitive. You were talking about Hinviz and Xavier. Well, he'll be racing in the first heat that we'll see. Certainly he's the man in form, as we've seen already today, and we've seen recently in some of the time trials and the crew boat work that the junior coaches have been doing, so it'll be really good to see him. He'll be lining up alongside Aidan Leiper from Scottish Performance Squad in 1, Dan Sklenar from Norwich in 2, Jack Carter from Royal in 3, Daniel Price from Way in 4, Xavier, as we said, from Southampton in 5, Lewis Smith from Lincoln in 6, Dominic Stanley from Falcon in 7, Joe Railton from Foy in 8, and James Rushby from Richmond will be in 9.
And we might start to see, we've got the guys that did really well with a 1,000 metre distance, and this 500 is a tricky sort of compromise between that speed and power and endurance elements. So with such neutral conditions, we could see some of those more power-based athletes, those more anaerobic guys that prefer that shorter distance, performing incredibly well. But there's still a lot to play for in this final half of this race, where the endurance element really kicks in. So yeah, I think we could see a couple of race plans and race strategies kicking off, but there is a fast and furious start over at the top end, and they're going to be fighting for those top 2 positions by the looks of this full heat.
4 and 5 seemed to get away well, didn't they? You could see it looked like Daniel Price, Xavier Hinves possibly. Difficult to see, isn't it, from here? But yeah, really blistering and powerful start. And as you said, Hannah, either you're a fast twitch person who this is going to be a very painful race for, or you're a sort of endurance paddler who's just perhaps outside of his comfort zone as far as speed goes, and it's where those things meet in the middle, and as you said, a kind of compromise between the two. But quite often we'll see, won't we, over the last 100 metres, places changing. If someone's just overcooked it that little bit too much, they'll really suffer as they enter the red buoys.
Yeah, but there is a blend of those two elements. You can't be predominantly one and be victorious over a 500, especially as you progress up through the age categories. You see some blistering first halves, on that international scene, very much led by the top end, but it looks like we've got lane one.
Lane one, I was just thinking that, and right across the board, they're so close you could chuck a blanket over them, which is great to see as they all get close to the red boys. But you're right, lane one seemed Adrian Leiper had a really good first half from Salmon Leap.
Yeah, and we can see Zav, he does look so in control at the middle of the course. The Lincoln paddler as well. But you know what? It's going to be tight all the way to the line. Zav's definitely doing his customary pick up just to secure that win and that victory. But second and third and fourth, fifth spot is going to be tight for that automatic qualification. I think lane 1 has just got it. Oh, I'm not sure. Between lane 1 and lane 7, those two are either, qualifying straight through or be waiting tentatively for that fastest time.
Really close there, and sorry, I said Salmon Leap is actually Scottish Performance Squad Adrian Leiper, wasn't it? Yeah, and he did well, looking maybe third place for him. Dominic Stanley perhaps second, but we'd have to wait for confirmation. But
I think it's gone to a photo finish between those two.
Yeah,
so
and I'm just thinking, would you say the outstanding paddler there, because of his ability to pick it up and then just back it off again over the finish line, was Xavier Hinders?
It's that sort of ability to go up that extra gearing. Shows that the engine underneath that frame of Zav, he's confident, he's in control, but he's also got the comfort to go a little bit harder, a little bit deeper for a short amount of time. And as we say from that technical model, actually it results in boat speed. Quite often, I know individuals, we dig in and we try and push on, and through a fatigue or wastage in the system, we don't actually go any faster.
We just spin our wheels. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and I'm sure some of the paddlers who are watching this know how that feels as well.
Yeah, very much a balancing act between the two, but an impressive one to see when you witness a smooth transition as with a result in boat speed increasing really, really effortlessly and nicely.
So we have, as you can see, we should have the second heat. So second heat of 4 heats. Sorry, I should say 3. No, it is 4. Just check that.
Yeah,
it is 4, isn't it? Yeah, because we have first 2 definitely going through, and then of course the best time from those 4 heats going through to the final. So second heat we'll have Casper Sroka from Scottish Performance Squad in 1, Harvey Grant from Richmond in 2, Edward Crossley from Royal Leamington Spa in 3, Alex Tonkin from Reading, he's been in good form, he's in 4, as has Zach Tarver. We've seen him already, the 17-year-old from Elbridge, so expect good things from him. 6 will be Luca Ferry, also has raced well already this morning. Alex Ray is in 7 from Canoe Northern Ireland. Charlie Allen from Devizes in 8, and Jacob Wright from Reading in 9. Paddlers already well into their race and into their race plan. Another pretty close race, this one, Hannah.
It does look like that so far. I think lanes 1 to 7, I wouldn't want to call which boat is slightly ahead right now of a blanket line so far as they come to that halfway mark, that red buoy at 250.
Yeah, and the Scottish paddlers also have noticed, look, you can do it from any lane here, as we saw Aidan Leiper do well in lane 1 previously. Casper Sroka seems to be doing a similar thing in this race.
Yeah, very true. It's one of these ones I don't want to call it. Again, we're just in the heats, the top 2 positions vital, potentially the top 3, the middle 3 lanes.
I was just looking, Zach Tarver in the white boat and the green vest of Elmbridge, he's got quite high stroke. He seems to be tapping on nicely, but he's now being pushed once again by Luca Ferry, also from Elbridge in lane 6.
In a beautiful Lego-like boat.
Yeah,
he does have a slightly higher rate. He is almost, looking at that upright posture, leaning back off the stroke a little bit, but very confident. But the Reading paddler lane 4 is not giving up the goose yet either. So these 3 boats will be going to the line, and the top, that fastest time will be tightly fought between the guys in this heat, which is going to go to, it is the Elmbridge paddler that will have to sit and wait, unfortunately, but that looked like a firm finish, a really, really strong push all the way to the line. Hard fought between the Reading paddler there for that second and third.
Wasn't it? I think Luca Ferry maybe from Elbridge getting the 3rd and Alex Tonkin getting 2nd. It's interesting, I don't know whether you've found this, but Alex Tonkin from Reading paddled quite similar, I thought, to Xavier Hinders, and really driving that paddle into the water, getting a really good grip on it. We saw Luca Ferry maybe just spinning his wheels just a touch,
just a little bit more,
towards the end. But it's all relative, and they're all in that deep zone of lactic acid, aren't they? Where they're sort of seeing stars and just hoping desperately that the finish line comes up soon.
And it is about focusing in on the finish line. You don't want to be looking around at what everyone else is doing, because that unstable platform we talked about is definitely not going to help you go faster. So yeah, focusing in on what you can do and chasing down those final meters of the race is the most important thing to do. But yeah, when it's so close like that and you wonder just one more stroke, 1 more centimetre per stroke for the last 10 strokes, would that have made a difference? And
yeah,
something to go back and reflect on in your home environment with your coach.
And to tweak, and that's why it's so important, as you've said, having that relationship with your coach. You can go back, something Eric Farrell, Emily Lewis and Liam Heath's coach, of course, will be going to Tokyo Olympics in a few days' time. He was always very good at, wasn't he? Just tweaking, just come back. No point in trying to make massive adjustments between the heat and the final, but just little things that you can perhaps tweak in order to make it go that little bit quicker in the next round.
Yeah, and it is those tiny margins we talk about. Really, really important that we reflect on what they are and apply them into everyday training. Is something that takes time to develop and time to progress. So it's tough. It's really tough.
Well, next heat is underway. As you can see on your screen, this is the 3rd out of 4 heats of the K1 boys under 18 500 metres. Joseph Woods in Royal in 1, Oliver Jackson from Lincoln in 2, Ben Griffin from Royal Leamington Spa in 3, Sam Swan from Way in 4, Benji Cabrera, looking forward to seeing him race, from Foy in 5, Benjamin Want from Norwich in 6, Finley Topham from Reading in 7, Michael Phillips from Banbury in 8, and Isaac Pipe from Runcorn is in 9.
And we've got the first heat's times up, so we're looking at that third time, a 1:55.53 for that single fastest time slot for final 1. So yeah, very much clocking that down and waiting to see how heats 2 and 3 and 4 obviously go. Again, some really competitive racing over in the centre of course, and lane 1. Never underestimating lane 1. There must be a little, encouraging jet stream. We've got the encouragement from the crowd. Obviously, that's really important for racers, but having a race on their own, focusing in on what they're trying to do and execute. But it does look like the Foy paddler, along with the Norwich paddler, are taking quite a confident lead in the middle there.
Well, Benji Cabrera, he paddled really well in the June regatta. I know lots thought of him, the 17-year-old. He's really coming on, really improving, and him in lane 5. But actually, also who's been paddling well in Norwich, Benjamin Want, the 18-year-old, just looks like he's taking over in the last 100 metres there, just leading the echelon with over on the far side. We need to watch out for lane 7 because Finley Topham really putting both those other paddles under pressure, but it seems 5 and 6, and in fact Benji Cabrera just finding a little bit more from his strokes, a really good lock on the water, just perhaps showing paddles down. There's a bit more to come from him. Yeah,
confident, but it didn't quite paddle through the line like we've seen some of the individuals, which does leave a little bit of, there's a bit of a risk there, but no, fine display again, that confident display. He can just etch a couple of centimetres per stroke more than the paddler next to him to take the lead in those final 20 metres. Is a powerful finish to have. Really, really powerful, but exciting. I think this final will be hotly contested with these guys, and I think we're starting to see some of those times falling down from probably what they've done before, PBs and in different conditions. It would be really impressive. I know we've harped on about it, but what a lake in front of us now without a breath of wind to either add or take away from individuals' performances. So
yeah, it is good. It's nice for it to be fair, as we've seen some good results from lane 1. You could be in any lane really and race well, which is nice. Not too windy. Wind is the thing that the paddlers find difficult, particularly if it's a crosswind. But a little bit of rain and warm conditions and warm water, yeah, it's really nice to be racing in. We can't always expect to break records. We have seen a lot of records tumble both in the April selection race for the Olympics and also in the June regatta. We're not seeing that today, are we, Hannah? But we're seeing good racing, good solid technique, and we're seeing the best paddlers getting through to the finals, and that's important. So we'll have the 4th heat coming up. Yeah, 4th heat coming up right now. The boys under 18 K1 500 metres. Some sort of tasty lineup in this one as well, really. We'll have Francis Herwanger from Richmond in 2, Julian Gloria from Falcon in 3, Toby Booth, who's been paddling well for Norwich, he's in 4, JJ Jonathan Pirmohamedov from Chelmsford, so look out for him in 5. He's also paddling very, very well, as is Michael Mother. We've seen him paddle this morning already from Richmond. He's in 6. Rory Dowling Clark from Scottish Performance Squad in 7. Miklos Svabadvari from Reading in 8, and Drew Howells from Cardiff is in 9. Paddlers are well underway, and we can see JJ from Chelmsford in lane 5, I think it is.
I think we haven't got JJ.
In fact, no, he's
actually,
not here, is
I'm
he?
afraid. Yeah, it looks like it is in lane 6. The red boat and red vest from Richmond.
Yeah, it is. You're right, Michael Muffer.
As well as Toby Booth.
Yeah, shame that we haven't got Pirama Hemedov, because we were looking forward to seeing him. But yes, Toby Booth will be in 4, and Michael Muffer over in 6, and they're paddling well at the moment. But over also in 7, Rory Dowling Clark from Scottish Performance Squad in the yellow vest and the white boat, going through 200 metres now. He has a good chance, and that's sort of slightly higher stroke rate than Toby Booth in lane 4.
Yeah, very close fought between those 3 boats. Again, only 2 to get in that automatic qualification. The Scottish paddler is definitely racing all the way to the line. He's got a lovely stroke. Kind of looks a little bit like Charlie Smith from here, if I'm honest, in that yellow vest. I know it's Scottish Performance Squad, so I would take a caveat.
Yeah, I think
there,
you're right.
Yeah.
It's a slight lean back and a good rotation. He's really picked the stroke rate up, hasn't he? I mean, maybe he's spinning his wheels, but the boat running smoothly.
Yeah.
Real battle between these two to try and take the first place.
And I think Toby Booth just had a little look over and realises he's in 3rd position. He doesn't want to leave it to chance, so he's also having a fine finish, but it is going to go all the way to the line, and I am not sure he's got that 2nd or 3rd spot between lanes 4 and 6. Again, a photo finish.
Yeah, possibly 4 taking it, I think.
Yeah,
the momentum was with lane 4, Toby Booth, and maybe, just maybe,
just taking that victory,
dear.
I think. Oh, not victory, that's 2nd place. The Scottish paddler definitely clearly ahead there. But yeah, it is going to be a feisty final, but I think that 9th best time is actually, or that best time, sorry, is going to be really, really hard fought for. And I know there's been quite a few photo finishes, so we're still waiting for those times to come through from the tower, just making sure they've made the right call.
We'll have to wait confirmation, won't we? Because we've still got Lipo with 1:55 was that the first heat?
It's still the first heat with Zavin, yeah.
Yeah, so we haven't got the others yet, and it'll be interesting to see what the times are like, and certainly paddlers themselves will be interested as well. But as you've said, Hannah, we have to wait confirmations because we've had some really, really close racing, and that's what we want in these junior ranks. It's going to be great to see these paddlers develop in their K1s, K2s and K4s as the months, the regattas and the years tick by. Yeah,
we've just got number 2, so that's a 1:54.23 with Ferry there, so that's a faster heat so far, so we see that time go down a little bit from that 1:55 element. So unfortunately heat 2 now holding that all important best time for the qualification.
So Luca Ferry with a 150, look at that, 150, we're just looking over at the scoreboard, 153 for the winner, Zach Tarver, no doubt about that. But Alex Tonkin 154.07, and then Luca Ferry 154.23. So make a note of that one.
All to play for as we look up the course, because I think we're coming up to our senior and under 23 women's K1 500 metre final. The girls are not quite in the buckets, they're just lining up, but this is going to be quite hotly contested as we bring you the start list.
Yes, and I've just got it now. We'll see L Guest in 1, Kay Brooks is in lane 2 from Worcester, F Flossie Ball from Devizes is in 3, Lizzie Broughton from Richmond in 4, Emma Russell from Chelmsford in 5, very convincing in the earlier round for her. Sam Rees-Clark from Nottingham looked solid as well, didn't she, early this morning, in 6. Lucy Lee Smith from Norwich in 7. A Burgess from Way in 8, and Kay Hipkins from Longridge in 9.
Yeah, and we've got that race within a race, so the Senior World Selection event alongside that Under 23 K1 selection event. Could be won by the same person, obviously. We don't want to write that off. Obviously, given her performances at April, I'd say Emma Russell might be coming in as the favourite here. But we'll wait and see, because it's all about what we can do on the day, and they're taking their marks within the bucket by the looks of it currently. So.
Well, indeed, you can see just sort of those nervous moments, those quiet moments, the pause, the deep breath before it all kicks off. And sometimes they're held for longer, sometimes shorter, but you've just got to be ready for that first stroke, Hannah. Now, what's going through their minds right now?
It could be the fact that the rain has really started to fall down, but I think it'll be about their race plan, making sure they're controlling their breathing, sitting in the boat how they want, and also setting up in the bucket. There's sometimes a slight angle, and you can see they're under orders, and they've gone. They are off and away cleanly on the first take. And we can see the straight rate starting to ramp up from here. Again, we would not be able to call where and who has had the best start.
I don't think we can, but it's certainly Sam Rees-Clark to me, and I'm looking from a long distance, she did look like she got away to a really good start, whereas Emma Russell, and we saw that a little bit with her in the heat, perhaps a slower stroke rate. That doesn't necessarily mean she's slower though, does it?
No, she's got a formidable running pace, Emma Russell, as well as a strong finish. And I think Sam as well is going to have a formidable finish. Same with Lizzie Broughton. There's actually no one here that I'd write off. I'd say Lucy Lee Smith could have had the fastest start out of all of them, but again, across the board, I think we've got a line.
We have, haven't we?
It
Lizzie
looks
Broughton
like a
certainly.
line.
Lizzie Broughton in lane 5 got a good start. It looks like Emma Russell and Sam Rees-Clark in 5 and 6 for Chelmsford and Nottingham. To me, certainly looks like they're trying to put the other paddlers under pressure. Lizzie Broughton, though, perhaps I discounted her too early on. She's still going well.
It does look like it's just neck and neck between Lizzie and Emma currently. I think Sam just looks like she's half a boat length back at the moment as we come into that final 200 metres. But no, I think Emma's just opening up now, but Lizzie's distinctive high rate is not letting that boat speed drop at all. So
no, a contrast in boat colours, a contrast in bib colours and a contrast in styles, but not a huge difference in the speed of the boat running as they approach the final 100 metres. We're getting into the red, boys. This is where it gets hard. This is where it gets painful. This is where the hours and hours and days and months and years of training count. And the squeeze is on now. Emma Russell, well, she's putting everything into this she possibly can.
Lucy Lee Smith is also having a fantastic finish. Looks like she's just creeping up past Sam. Sam Rees-Clark just having a final burn, but Lizzie's holding on to that second place so far. But Emma, clear victory there, taking almost clear water, just a boat length ahead of Lizzie Broughton, ahead of, I wouldn't want to call Lucy and Sam. Good thing they're in K2 together. And Abby Burgess, a fine performance there in 5th place. Ahead of the Worcester paddler, Nottingham, Devizes and Kate Hipkins on the far side. But wow, fine performance there from Emma. I think, demonstration of the hard work she's done, and also the testament she is that Olympic reserve. A fine accolade for such a young athlete and a fantastic career moving forward.
Well, I mean, she's 20 years old, isn't she? So she's a reserve for the Olympic Games in Tokyo. So she might well be going. Obviously, nobody wishes any injury on Debs or Emily, but there's the opportunity there just in case for her. She's only 20 years old, so she's probably going to be selected for the Under-23 World Championships, and she'll have a few more of those in her yet, given that she's got a few years left, and a reasonable margin between her and the next two paddlers.
Yeah, and I know her and Deborah Kerr are looking to do a K2. Small complication given certain COVID limitations at the moment, so there may be another race off later on. That's in the hands of the IP currently, so not to put any downers on individuals racing this weekend, but just as an awareness around that situation. But yeah, it's that could be a formidable partnership, both very confident over that 500 metre discipline, both coached here by Christina
Medicikova.
Yeah,
it's a tricky one to say that, isn't it? But and Christine, let's have a word about her. I mean, the first female coach for sprint racing ever in GB, going to Tokyo. She's delighted to have been selected herself for that. She would have liked that as a paddler. It didn't quite happen for her as a paddler, but what a wonderful coach. I mean, the way she has developed, and not just Debs and not just Emma, but a number of paddlers and a whole club and a whole system in Scotland is incredible.
Yeah, I know she's put in the hard yards. Potentially 6-7 years ago now, up in Scotland, created something out of nothing, and we're seeing the fruits of her labour with Debs, with Yayan, with Lewis Fletcher, a wealth of fantastic senior paddlers right now, from the guys and girls she worked with in their teenage years up there. So I know the Scottish performance system or development system has continued to grow since that input and how she built it, but she has learned a lot. She's very open and reflective about that, and to see how she's taken Debs up the ranks, allowing Debs to experience a different coach at times, and then also coming back and taking her to this absolutely fantastical physical space right now to win a senior medal at World Cups
medal
again.
in Szeged, of course. Debs winning a medal in the 200 metres, the World Cup at Szeged in Olympic year. I mean, it doesn't get much more competitive than that, does it? And it's really quite an achievement
Something that I think we haven't seen since Rachel Cawthorne's individual medals. I believe I may well be wrong there, but I think a fantastic step up onto that senior platform, and not only just stepping onto the plate, but stepping onto the top rung of it is incredible. Yeah,
and maybe more to come. I mean, a really convincing race by Debs, wasn't it? She did so well in selection here. Wasn't sure what was going to happen. She just absolutely
she
appeared dominant,
without fear. I think that was the concept. She had nothing
but she
to
then
lose,
took that to the World Cup. She did the same in the World Cup as well, where she could have lost, where she was against more competition, and she still delivered under a lot of pressure in a very difficult 200-metre race, which is, as I remember, she didn't actually get the best start, but she came through really strongly.
No, and she's very open to the work she's done with a psychologist about enjoying the process, enjoying the journey, and actually you can see how well she's gone, and the belief she shows in her own.
Well, I was just thinking that I was listening to Dan Carter of the All Blacks just the other day, and about walking towards pressure, he called it, and enjoying it, and actually pressure being a good thing. They're excited about it. The whole team were. It was a process that the whole team bought into, looking towards the big pressure occasions as something to get really excited about. And you could sort of see that a little bit with Debs as well, couldn't you? It is an intimidating thing. We all get nervous on the start line, but to think, wow, this is a great opportunity for me, and to turn it into something really positive can make such a difference to your performance.
Yeah, definitely. And just in front of us now, we've got the final two of the K1 women, being led out by Mags Delay, the team leader of Nottingham Kayak Club. Done a lot of hard work over the past lockdown year as well, and I think that is also a paddler who paddles out of NKC but is Banbury paddler Alice Murphy, ahead of, I believe that's a Cardiff vest, a distinctive neon orange.
Yes, it is. That's H. Stevens from Cardiff, and just you've got Kay Miller from Exeter in 3, and in 5 there that is M. Kenny. So got a bit carried away talking about sports psychology there, so apologies to those. Women's Open under 23 K1 final 2, Kay Miller, H. Stevens, M. Kenny, M. Delay, A. Murphy and Kay Walker. So Hannah's just got to disappear because she's got a number of coaches that she's a number of paddlers, I should say, that she's looking after. Hannah, of course, a member of one of our most successful K4s in the last few years, but also a champion in her own right in wild water racing as well. So it's great to have Hannah on board with the streaming. I'm on board with the streaming only for a little short while when I have to take my leave, I'm afraid. But the streaming, as it will continue, we'll hope that we get Hannah back to bring you a little bit of commentary this afternoon, because there are some more great races to look forward to. We'll be looking to the under 16 boys 500 metre K1 heats very shortly. We'll actually see 5 of those, incredibly. And then this afternoon we'll have a number of finals in the girls and boys under 16 and under 18 K1 500 metres. We'll have a paddle ability event. We'll have the men's open and under 23 K2 500 metre final, as well as the women's open and under 23 K2 500 metre final. And also at 10 to 3 we'll have para men and para women racing, which will be lovely to see the Vars taking to the water once again here. So para men VL3 and para women VL2 VL3, and that's just before 3 o'clock. So on the water, as you can see now, will be the first heat of the boys under 16 500 metres, the K1 event. James Bourne in 1, William Lana in 2, Damien Zasazinski in 3, Harry Sewell Catchpole in 4, Philip Levkovsky in 5, Charlie Beeson in 6, Shirav Midipali in 7, Dan Blackedge in 8, and Mikolai Osmola in 9. And as I said, it's just wonderful to have so many heats in this. 5 heats, which means it'll be the 9 best times. So these paddlers really batting it out as a time trial to get the best out of themselves in this race, to give themselves the best chance to go through to the final. So we'll see them cross the line shortly. Just bringing to you some results from 3rd place of the boys under 18 500 meters K1. It looks to be, and I have to say it's not confirmed yet, but Toby Booth did a 1:53 for his third place in the fourth heat of the boys under 18 K1 500, so it could well be that his time is good enough to take him through into the final, and we'll see the lineup and we'll see that final at 1:30. So over the line there, great victory from lane 7 in that race, the first heat, and that is Shirav Medipalli from Richmond in the red vest of Richmond, going through nicely in first place there. This though, remember, for the under 16 K1 boys 500, it's the 9 best times that will go through, and the second heat is just lining themselves up as it gets a little bit warmer here. We're about 20-21 degrees here, the water is warm, conditions continue to be good here at Nottingham. Great to have so many people racing at the Open and National Paracanoe Masters Senior Under 23 and Junior Championships Regatta, racing all the way till 6:30 tonight, racing tomorrow. Lots of international racing to bring you soon. Our Olympic team of Liam Heath, of Debs Kerr and Emily Lewis will be on their way in the next few days to the Sea Forest Waterway in Tokyo. You can see them, you can join me and David Goldstrom live on Eurosport from the 2nd to the 7th of August for that, and we wish them all the very best. And we can see them lining up in heat 2, boys under 16 K1 500 meters. Cohen Arian goes in 1, Finlay Lewis in 2, Arthur Morley in 3, Dylan O'Connor in 4, Theo Sales in 5, Jago Taylor in 6, Leon Tomlinson in 7, Harry Freeland in 8. Harry already raced extremely well in the older boys category previously, and William Scapelhorn in 9. So Finlay Lewis from Scottish Performance Squad, the 15-year-old, paddling well at the moment. He's in lane 2. First to reach the boys at 200 metres, but things can change from the 200 metre mark. Got to get their pacing right in this race, which will be around about the 2-minute mark, probably just a little bit under that. Emma Russell, in fact, in her race, winning that with a 1:57. Some of the under 18 men in the 1:51s, 1:52s. So Finlay Lewis chasing that time, but in the younger age group with the under 16 boys. And also over in lane 4 we can see Dylan O'Connor in the Richmond vest and the distinctive red and white boat to go with his red and white vest, paddling very, very well here. And certainly making the best of it towards the end. That is lane 4, Dylan O'Connor. Good result from him, taking the win in that heat. But this is all about times, remember. It's the best times that will go through into the final, and we'll see that final just before 2 o'clock. So if you find you're just settling down for some lunch and you're joining us on the live stream here, thank you for joining me, Mally Johnson. Hannah Brown is around, but she's having to go and work with some of her paddlers currently. This is coming to you via our YouTube channel, so Sprint Racing Committee's YouTube channel. It's been fantastic for the committee to be able to put this on with the help of Media Pack, and we do hope to get some drone footage for you, but of course, as I said earlier, we can't use drones in the rain, so we're looking for some dry conditions, and we'll get the drone up as well and bring you this live streaming. Heat 3 coming up at the K1 boys under 16 500 metres. We'll have Sam Cribbett in lane 2. Paddlers just about to get underway. Looks like we've got a lane spare there, which might well be lane 5. We should have Mohammed Al-Kabir in 3. Andre Hinvers, who's raced so well already this morning, in 4. Max Campbell-Reid in 5. Regan Toop should be in lane 6. Keith Luke in lane 7. Hayden Cook-Bailey from Nottingham in 8. And James Nelson in 9. They're already underway. I think it's lane 6 that we don't have, and I think that's Regan Toop from Wiltshire Youth that we haven't got. We'll be able to confirm that shortly. Right, really spread out across the course here. Perhaps lane 4 going well, difficult to see at the moment, but wouldn't surprise me if it was Andre Hinvers. We've talked about the Hinvers boys, both brothers, Xavier and Andre, paddling so well at the moment. Very strong, very solid technique that still delivers under pressure, which is so important in this racing environment. And of course, this racing environment, under 16 boys haven't experienced a great deal of over these last few years, so it's a welcome and refreshing opportunity for them to once again race nationally here at the National Water Sports Centre in Holme Pierrepont. On the far side of the course there, lane 8 also going well. Hayden Cook-Bailey from Nottingham knows this course well. We've already talked about the group that we've got in Nottingham. We've got Andy Penhullerich helping out with the coaching there. We've got a great group. Tom Lusty, one of our best K1 paddlers over the last few years, sometimes involved in that. We've got Charlie Smith very much driving it. And we've got in the under 16 boys, Hayden Cook-Bailey, well, going really, really well at the moment. We'll have to wait for confirmation of times, of course. We'll hope that he'll get close to that 2-minute mark in the distinctive red, blue and white boat, but he's making the best of his way. He's got 10 metres to go to the line, pushing all the way, encouraged by the coaches, so it is a win for him. And in lane 2 coming over, that's Sam Cribbett, followed by 4 Andre Hinvers in the red boat, takes the 3rd place there, but they will have a nervous wait until all these races are done, with 2 more heats to go, and then they'll look to see, well, was that time good enough to get me through into the final? And we'll see that final just before 2 o'clock.
Yeah, no, we're getting it out. It's clear as we get closer, isn't it? About 400 metres, it's okay. It's difficult to. Yeah. I'm just getting my calls. So we've got a perfect signal between this and the drone. So it might be the fact the drone missing out, but I'll go down and have another look. Yeah. Right to go across here. These on now.
With the 4th heat, not the final heat I might add, there are 5 of these, so 4th heat of the boys under 16 K1 500 metres here at the National Championships and of course selection event. Nathaniel Lamb goes in 2, he's from Southampton. Sam Bates from Royal in 3, Peter Skinner from Reading in 4, Gabriel Popham Coverley, who's raced so well already today, from Falcon, He's in 5. Watch out for him. Rory Strachan from Glasgow in 6. Edward Butler from Nottingham in 7. Callum Clark from Salmon Leap in 8. And Fred Lovegrove from Hereford in 9. You can see lane 5 looks to be Gabriel Popham Coverley, who'd raced so well earlier this morning, going well again, so getting plenty of racing under his belt, which is a really good and positive thing to see. So remember, this is all about times. So heat 4 of the boys under 16 K1 500 meter race, all about times, but looking really, really strong once again. Just double checking, my eyesight sometimes fails me, but it is lane 5. I thought it was, and it is Gabriel Popham Coverley. Really, really strong, driving that stroke in, driving the legs, trying to get a good grip on the water. All that energy that he's using going into driving that boat forward, so expect to see a good time from him. As I say, possibly under the 2-minute mark. Then lane 6, 3 and 7 behind, so good run from Rory Strachan, Sam Bates and Edward Butler from Nottingham. Butler family having a good regatta here in Nottingham. And that race is finished, and we'll get underway in very shortly with heat 5. So we've got Tim Scott here, who's the chairman of the Sprint Racing Committee, and as I was saying earlier, we Sprint Racing Committee have our 6 key goals, one of which is to engage better with you, with the audience, to bring to you the live streaming, to bring to you the excitement of sprint racing. And Tim, you've really been part of driving that forwards. It's great to have this underway, isn't it? And hopefully we'll be able to get some drone shots if it dries off a little bit.
Yes, we're very excited to have the drone here from the aerial team, and it's a shame it's been raining, because I know they're raring to go, and we'll get some great shots from seeing the beginning of the 1,000 metres. And overall, huge thanks to, I think your next race is coming down, but huge thanks to you for doing the commentary, for Roger, who's doing an amazing job with a huge number of cameras here, and to everyone who's helped get the live streaming up and running. It's really been a huge team effort, and the passion and ambition of the team has been fantastic. I'm going to hand over to you now, because the next race is coming down.
Thanks, Tim. It has, and you know, it's been wonderful to be part of it. I think for all of us doing our bit, because we love the sport and we love the racing. And there's a final 5th heat coming down right now. Fletcher Kramer from Southampton in 2, Lucas Schleiter Nelson from Falcon in 3, Erin Rejeb from Royal in 4, Ben Higgins from Salmon Leap in 5, Jack Raymond in 6, Joseph Murray in 7, Danny Mavra in 8, and Joe Enoch, another family name from Nottingham to think about, over in 9. But goodness me, we can see lane 8, that distinctive blue boat, really aggressive stroke, driving that paddle into the water. Tap, 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 tap with the stroke rate, lifting the stroke rate as he gets into the red boys. Really wanting to make sure of his result here, because it's all on times getting through to the final. Danny Mavra from the red, with the red vest of Richmond, really making sure of it there as he goes across and through the line where the yellow boys are. He's pleased with that. Lane 5 in second, that is Ben Higgins. Lane 6, Jack Raymond from Leighton Buzzard goes over in 3rd place. So some great racing. It's wonderful to see, isn't it, Tim? The under 16s, the younger age groups. We've got under 14s here, we've got under 16s, we've got boys, we've got girls, we've got full races, we've got heats, we've got 5 heats in this event. You know, our sport perhaps is in a good place despite all the difficulties we've had over the last 16 months.
Yes, it's certainly a case that people are keen to race and people are excited to be back here. And it's great, and huge thanks to the Regatta Committee, who put so much effort into bringing these events to the community. And it is really appreciated, I think, by all the paddlers. I've talked to lots of people today, who are just excited to be here and racing. And as you say, we've got the under-14s here this time round, which we haven't previously. And the next step, hopefully in September, will be to have the under-12s here.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. We wanted to have everyone here. Let's have a celebration of sprint racing come September. I do hope you'll join us on the live stream. We may have some really interesting camera angles, different cameras, and possibly a drone. We'll see with you then. And some very, very exciting racing, which is what we've seen here. And we do need to thank the regatta committee. We need to thank the officials. We need to thank the people who day in, day out, doing all the entries, sorting all the organisation, and the protocols in order to make this happen. But it's just a delight to be racing, isn't it? Great to see people enjoying themselves. This is what they train for, this is what they're about, and it's lovely to see so many people wandering up and down there, the coaches cycling up and down, the paddlers getting in, warming up, warming down, preparing themselves mentally, the disappointment and the joy, all on one day at one venue.
Yeah, well, that's right, and that's exactly what racing's about, isn't it? There's a lot of emotions in both directions. The other great innovation, although it's not a completely new innovation, but one thing that we have got today is we've got the medal ceremonies going on. They're a little bit truncated because of COVID, but we have got a podium, we have got people being presented with their medals, and what will happen is a photograph is being taken of those medal winners, and we'll make sure all those photographs go out on social media. They'll be out on the Sprint Racing Facebook page tonight, as long as my internet holds up, and we'll do the same thing again tomorrow. So all these little innovations or developments are things that we're trying to bring in and improve each time at each regatta. And so huge thanks to all the volunteers that are working on there, as well as the events committee from British Canoeing, who've put a lot of work in to ensure that those medal presentations can go ahead.
Yeah, they've done a great job as well. You know, the likes of Richard Stacey Chapman and Gemma Wiggs, who I've just seen in the finish tower, have been so busy, haven't they? Sorting out whether it's an international, a domestic event, whether it's selection, equipment, and everything we need to run an event. They've made it happen, so that's been fantastic. I know another thing that you're very keen on, Tim, just before you go, is feedback and, you know, people's input. This is your sport. It doesn't belong to the Sprint Racing Committee. It belongs to everyone who loves canoeing, and you want to hear from people that have feedback and input positively, so that we can chip away at things and make them better.
Absolutely, and the live streaming actually is an example of feedback. People ask for live streaming, which is why we've brought it to you. The same with medal ceremonies. That was something that came up time and again, so we wanted to ensure that they went ahead this time around. And we had some feedback last time around overlays on racers, which Roger has spent many evenings putting together the overlays and is working really hard to put them on. So any feedback we get, we do our best to put in place. We will hopefully, and we intend to run live streaming again in September. And again, any feedback you have from this time around, do let us know, either via Facebook or via email, or however or talk to us face to face at the regatta. And we will do our best to put your suggestions and ideas into practice.
Well, that's great, and I'd love to interview Roger and ask him his thoughts, but he's so busy doing these overlays and selecting which picture to use and using the cameras and focusing, that he hasn't got time to do that. But thanks so much to Roger for that, and thank you for you, Tim, as well, for your input and your leadership with the Sprint Racing Committee.
Absolute pleasure, and it looks like perfect timing as I see Hannah Brown has just appeared to hopefully do a little bit more commentary. Well, so thanks, Mally, for all the work you're doing, and see you soon.
Thank you, Tim. Great stuff. Right, well, Hannah's back. She's got a coffee. She's ready and raring to go. I'm going to take my leave, so I will look forward to seeing many of you via Eurosport, let's hope, from the 2nd of August for the sprint racing and the 24th of July on Eurosport for the slalom. Look forward to bringing that to you, and look forward to watching the live stream of the rest of this event over the rest of the weekend. So I'll be handing over to Hannah, and we have the women's C2, I believe, coming down as we speak.
Awesome, right. Well, thank you guys. I'm going to see if I can borrow Valley's start list for the the rest of the weekend, just to give me some context. But we have got the Junior C2 racing coming down. I believe we've got quite a formidable lead over here in lane 1 with the Richmond crew, well drilled, nice timing, good movement of the bodies. And we've got 3 Nottingham crews from the sort of canoe program that's been run out of here through Emily Inanese. Looks like they're all in lanes next to each other, which does cause some issues with washes, but 3 boats really neck and neck, all blue boats. But the Richmond boys crew of Chalmers and Page taking a easy victory over here in lane 1, well drilled and confident lead as they take that all the way to the finish line. But if we look back up for the junior girls C2, it's going to be hotly contested between lane 7, 6. I think lane 7's just got that edge at the moment with the righty pair of Kendall and Macaulay just ahead. Oh, I haven't quite got the right people in the right lanes, but ahead of Page and Chalmers, I believe, that are in lane 6. Just ahead of Hunt and Sellers in lane 8. Really well done there. You can hear the recognition on the far side. You know, C2 boating is a tricky art, and those junior girls and junior boys are doing really well to demonstrate that. Right, excellent. And you're joining us just in time for the Masters over 44 heat number 1. We have Jamie Christie. We've mentioned a lot of these paddlers before so far. In lane 1's Matt Enoch from Nottingham, lane 2. Richard Rogers from Chester, I believe, in lane 3. Jan Silika from Norwich in 4. John Drummond from Reading in 5. 6, we've got Dave Long. 7, Stephen Marnell. 8, Paul Brooks, and 9, Eddie Martin. And we're just seeing that there is the 9 best times through for the progression of this heat. So the guys will be looking to race all the way down. Looks like we've got 2 full heats for these gentlemen coming down the course, so it will all be to race for. But so far it looks like it's between Matt Enoch and Richard Rogers to take those first couple of positions, just ahead of Jamie Christie in lane 1. So definitely fought for on this near side of the course. Confident execution of the paddling as we see the paddlers progressing down, and it is definitely a clear, confident victory from Richard as he's entering that red buoy line. Nice long stroke, relaxing into it. Matt conserving his energy from Nottingham in NKC in lane 2, followed just by about a boat length of Jamie Christie with that distinctive hairstyle in lane 1. And over on the far side we've got our Gady paddler, Paul Brooks, looking like he's going to take that 4th position. And yeah, cruising across the line, lane 3, followed by lane 2, followed by lane 1, and 4th place over on the far side in lane 8. 5th looks like it's been fought between Reading and Norwich, with Reading just taking that victory ahead of Norwich, and then just ahead of Runcorn Stephen Marnell in that 7th position. So again, 9 best times, looking as we look forward for the rest of the afternoon. And turning our heads up the course, it looks like we've got the second heat already lining up. No entries in lane 1. Nick Garner from Richmond in lane 2. Got Mike Anderson in Norwich in lane 3. Dave Martin from Way in lane 4. Alistair Pipe from Runcorn in lane 5. Jimmy Butler from Nottingham in lane 6. Mark Skiniver from Oxford and Falcon in lane 7. Mark Giles from Flabberry and Jeremy Freeland from Reading over on the far side of the course as they have started, and the race is fully underway. Rates ramping up as we see the paddlers progressing down, settling into their race plan. They're sort of running boat speed and just letting that boat run between the strokes as they conserve the energy and try and execute their best race plan as possible. We've talked a lot about the master paddlers, you know, providing that inspiration and role model type work within our clubs, but also as they race and demonstrate what they've learned on the platform, on the stage in front of us. So fantastic conditions here at Nottingham today to see what they're capable of. And coming down to that halfway mark, it does look like it's the close side of the course, lanes sort of 2, 3 and 4. Taking a small boat lead, just maybe actually in line with Jimmy Butler in the centre of the course in lane 6 as they come through that final 200. And it does look like Jimmy's got that edge. He's going to have a nice strong finish. Jimmy is known for his endurance capabilities. And he's looking controlled there. But so does Dave Martin. Over in lane 4. Distinctive blue boat. Just ahead of our Norwich and our Richmond paddler. But it does look like we've got potentially 6 boats. I've missed the guys on the far side. I'm so sorry. The Oxford Falcon, lane 7. Sorry, no, over in lane 8 with Mark Giles from Flabberry. Nice, taking that sort of lead ahead, in line with Jimmy Butler, potentially just etching his nose ahead as he comes to the finish line. It's going to be tight. They both look like they're relaxed, flowing between the strokes, and it is Jimmy just ahead of Mark. Then just ahead of lane 4, 9 and 2. So we'll be looking for those fastest times. Definitely some guys are going to be missing out as there was a good congregation of 4 or 5 paddlers in both those heats at the front end. So only 9 positions to qualify for the final. Something to just watch for and wait for as we come through. Following that race, we've got a couple of minutes now to just pan up the course and look forward to our over 54 Masters women's race. 4 paddlers should be lining up as we look up. 2 members of the Addlestone Canoe Club, a Norwich paddler and a Worcester paddler on the far side. And it looks like they're just lining up at the top end of the course, coming into the buckets. As I said, 4 paddlers in this course. Of lane 4, Alexander, from Addlestone. 5, Sue Middlehurst, also from Addlestone. 6, we've got Caroline Banson from Norwich, and Sue Hawthorne from Worcester over in lane 7. And they're cleanly away, settling into their race plan. We do have 4 paddlers coming down the course. So far it looks fairly even across lanes 4 and 6 as we're sort of entering that moment of that 150 where the boat speed is settling. The stroke should become longer, more efficient, but still firm, still rotating around, keeping that rate nice and high throughout this pace of the race, where we don't want to let the boat speed drop. It's about maintaining a good run, maintaining a strong technical model, but but pushing those physical limits, so we're just right on the red line of what we're capable of, really. And it definitely still looks like it's between those two paddlers in lanes 4 and 6. Taking a little bit of a lead, potentially lane 6 has the advantage. Our Norwich paddler, which we've seen a couple of our Norwich Masters paddlers taking a strong position in these races. So a strong fraternity there of the older generation, just showing the younger guys they can still do it. Really positive to see there. And they are just lengthening out there. She does have a clear victory with Caroline in the middle. Looks like Sue Hawthorne's having a nice little up at the end, so we're coming into that red buoy marker, and she's trying to draw level over with lane 4, Sally from Addlestone Canoe Club. It's going to be hard fought for that 2nd and 3rd place, so silver and bronze medals in this Masters category. It's National Championship event, remembering the importance of that across all categories, all ages. But a clear victory and a controlled stroke. We can see the nice long stroke, reaching for it, driving down the top arm, rotating, and the leg movement from Caroline, from Norwich, confidently taking that victory. And then I think we still have Sally just squeezing ahead in lane 4, just holding off Sue in that final sprint in the last 50 metres to take the silver medal, just ahead of Sue Hawthorne taking that 3rd position. And then Sue Middlehurst just coming through for that 4th position. Very nice. Using her canoe sport paddle blades there. A famous family tradition. And following that race, we're going to quickly whiz up the course as we have the first heat of our under-18s girls K1 500. So we've got 3 heats here, which means we go to that automatic qualification for the first 2 boats, followed by 3 best times from the final 3 for the final 3 positions within the final. So all to fight for, and then we go to 3rd to 5th, plus the 3 best times to final 2. Now this is the selection event for the K1 500 junior position. A single position available for this, a single athlete within canoe sport. So it'll be hard fought when we've got, nearly but 3 full heats. 26 paddlers contending for that accolade there, and to be in contention for that position. We've seen some really strong performances from Christina Armstrong in the previous regattas. Grace Anderson as well from Norwich, along with Becky Pemble, demonstrating an amazing K1 1000 earlier in the day. So it's going to be hard fought. Definitely one that will probably go to the line as people race their hearts out. And a couple of these individuals have been, raced here a month ago in June Regatta, and would have learned and taken something away from their race execution. Again, we had fantastic conditions there, and it's great to see such a flat lake to practice and execute what we want. Really good opportunity for individuals. And from my rooftop view, it looks like we are just taking our positions within the buckets, just going through the final preparations before we're underway in this first heat. And if I run us through the start line so far, so heat 1, we've got Emily Barnett from Royal Leamington Spa in lane 1, lane 2 Abby Fisher from Lincoln, lane 3 Emma Christie from Breakout Canoe Club, lane 4 Katie Pocklington from my own Wiltshire Youth Canoe Club, led by Kevin Bowerbank, lane 4 Christina Armstrong from Scottish Performance Squad, lane 6 Amy Green from Worcester. She also had a fantastic regatta last month. Lane 7 Elizabeth Poole from Elmbridge, lane 8 Charlotte LeMay from Norwich, and lane 9 Clara Jepson from Oxford Falcon. And the girls are underway so far. And it does look like there's quite a clear lead between the 2 paddlers in the middle of the course, lanes 5 and lane 6. So Christina Armstrong, just 16 years of age, racing upper category for this selection event, and Amy Green from Worcester, just standing true next to her in lane 6. We've also got our Elmbridge paddler in the distinct green vest over in lane 7, holding that white boat in touching distance of those two paddlers, so very confident display there from the Elmbridge paddler. You see a distinctively high rate there compared with a slightly longer stroke of the Worcester paddler. Sorry, I've got my lanes wrong by the looks of it. We've actually got lane 4, Kate Pocklington, taking out a really strong lead in the middle of the course. Fantastic long stroke from her. Just next to Christina Armstrong and Amy Green from Worcester holding them true with a very strong, very high rate over on the far side, but clear 3 boats ahead of the field here. So it's going to go all the way to the line for that automatic qualification of the top 2, as well as the 3 best times being closely fought for. But I would not want to split those 3 boats currently. That is looking like it could just be on the far side with Amy Green, but we'll see as they come through to the line. A controlled stroke by Christina, managing that energy as she knows there's stages through her for today's races. And Katie Pocklington just half a boat length back there, but very confident display in that distinctive black boat in a solid 3rd position. And we will be noting her time down to see if she's going to take one of those 3 best time positions. But nicely executed, 3 clear victorious individuals, and yeah, a very strong display of a K1 500 so far. And we don't scan back up the course for the second heat of the girls under 18 K1 500. Again, a full heat, so we've got Tabitha Yull from Norwich, Molly Warburton from Lincoln, Kerry Christie from Breakout Canoe Club, Jessica Urquhart in lane 4 in Banbury, Grace Anderson from Norwich in lane 5, Alexander Armstrong from Scottish Performance Squad in lane 6, Georgia Fennick from Reading, Heather Alexander from Addlestone. We've just watched her mum take the victorious victory in the over 54s, and then Jessica Holmes from Richmond over in lane 9. And they are just entering the buckets as we speak. The rain is starting to fall a little bit heavier here over in Nottingham. Again, near perfect conditions with not a breath of wind on the course. So as paddlers, we can't complain. Shame the sun isn't shining, but it's not the thunder and lightning that some of us feared today, unfortunately. And they are off. It looks like a clean start from this heat 2. You know, a speedy start so far. Confident display in the centre of the course. It looks like we are missing Alexandra Armstrong from the Scottish Performance Squad in lane 6. But otherwise we've got a strong start from Grace Anderson over in lane 5. And even lanes 3, 4 and 2 holding strong across the board. So that's Jessica Urquhart, Kelly Christie and Molly Warburton from Lincoln. Looking like they've got a nice battle amongst the 3 of them, with Grace just taking the advantage so far. But that's crucial 2nd spot for today's final automatic qualification into the final will be well worth fighting for. But lane 9, our Richmond paddler, also holding good form as they come to that 200 metre mark. Grace showing the form she's in, clear water, distinctive stripy boat as she's coming down, a lovely long stroke, really controlled, great separation between the stroke, reaching, pausing, gliding. You can see the boat moving really smoothly as she's driving round, very, very good execution there. And it's going to be tough for that 2nd spot. We've got lanes 2 and 3 in contention and lane 9 on the far side. I think the advantage might just be in the distinctive pink and black boat of lane 2. But not to discount lane 9 on the far side as they come into line. Kerry Christie is also having a fantastic finish, and it is going to go all the way to that final line. I think it is between 2 and 3, just as we're coming into the final 20 metres, but it's going to be Kerry Christie Or is it now? Actually, that's going to be a photo finish, and I'm not going to call it. Both paddlers still paddling through confidently past the line, but ooh, that's tight. Very, very tight. And looking up at the board, we've got the times in the first heat, a 2:09 for Amy Green. Christina Armstrong also in a 2:09, and then Katie Pocklington on a 2:10, currently sitting top of the qualification for those crucial 3 best times. And a couple of minutes now, looking back up the course for the 3rd and final heat of the under-18 girls K1 500 metres. 8 paddlers attending in this race, so no one in lane 1. Cara Troy from Elmbridge in lane 2. Molly Sandercock from Breakout Canoe Club in lane 3. Elise Montaga from Royal in lane 4. Becky Pemble, our victorious K1 1000 metre athlete from Addlestone in lane 5. Honor Lewis from Way, lane 6, Abigail Avery from Royal, Scarlett James from Serendorp, I believe, and then Adiba Need Driscoll from Salmon Leak over in lane 9. And the girls are just lining up as we speak. It looks like we've got all 8 attendees present on the start line, just sitting in the buckets, awaiting their starters' orders, taking the final couple of breaths just to bring their nerves under control, position themselves in the bucket how they want, a slight angle so they counteract that first stroke if it sends them wide, if it sends them sort of off to the left or the right, depending on what side they want to start on, their preference, and making sure that they're fully comfortable with what they're about to do and how they're about to execute the race. And it is all about sticking to their race plan. For some it's done on distance, so sort of attacking for the first couple of boys, settling in, looking to be running a really smooth race up into that 300 metre, which is a blue buoy on this course, so 200 metres in, and then resetting, refocusing with lovely markers at the 250, the 200, the 300 metre mark, and the 400 or the final 100 as a reset point. I also know some paddlers, they like to count their strokes and focus and reset after a set number of strokes. A famous race strategy of Ian Wynne in his Olympic medal winning event, K1 500. He talked about running a certain number of strokes per 100, and if he hit that target, he knew he was on for a good pace because he knew what he was capable of, stroke by stroke, from that DPS element. He understood his performance, to that high level, and knew that if he set that target, that would keep him both in control, but also up that upper limit on pace with the world record sort of racing event. And on that front, we're looking into the middle of the course. It does look like we've got lanes 4, 5 and 6 confidently leading the course so far. So the Royal, Addlestone and Way paddler, our London fraternity, sort of holding true there, confidently paddling through. Not to underestimate the Elmbridge paddler actually over in lane 2, holding good form there. Becky Pemble looking nice and controlled, nice and long, just ahead of our Way paddler, Honor Lewis, paddling down. A fantastic race over on the far side on lane 9 actually. Our Salmon Leap paddler in a distinctive green boat. Really nice rate, really nice stroke. She's actually looking like she's holding that 3rd position, very strong, very nice all the way. Definitely between the 2 paddlers in the middle, but lane 9 having a fantastic finish and maybe coming through to take that 2nd place, that crucial automatic qualification spot. And she has, I take that, she's taken it all the way to the line, nice and controlled. Our Way paddler's just finding a little bit of extra, and I believe she's just edged her out. Ooh, what a race. I think that's a fantastic execution there, just not letting the pace drop in the final metres. So 3rd place over for lane 9, victorious for Becky Pembleton, and 2nd place goes to Honor Lewis for those 2 automatic qualification spots, and then we will be sitting and waiting for those 3 final best time qualification spots moving forward. But hard fought racing there in our under 18 categories just to qualify for the final. Pretty competitive as we move forward. We move back up to the 500 metre mark for our over 54s final. So the individuals have qualified through this. I'm just going to try and look for the qualification spots. Bear with me on that front, but the individuals lining up in their boat, settling in to the form that they're trying to, they want to achieve after a solid heat position so far. And you have to excuse my slight technical hiccup. I haven't got a start list for these individuals so far. It does look like they're confidently racing down the course. It does look like we've got a race in the centre, a competitive field. And it looks like it's with lane 4 and lane 6 currently coming into the final meters. We see the distinctive hat of Billy Blackman. We discussed his technical model earlier on. Really strong stroke, just tapping it along, accelerating the boat with every stroke, and he is definitely leading out over lane 4. And third place being hard fought for between lane 7, Richard Kent, and our Exeter paddler in lane 5. But yeah, a very convincing display of Billy's paddling prowess across disciplines. River racing, marathon, sprint, he's looking strong. And we have got lane 4 taking second place, and our Exeter paddler with a fantastic finish and just pipping to third place. Mr. Kent putting his paddles down way before the line, ahead of lanes 3 and 2, just ahead of lane 9. But yes, very well fought through there, taking that race all the way for those crucial positions of 3rd, 4th and 5th. You know, it's a testament to stand there and be of your age categories. And we are back up to the 500 metre start line for the under 16 K1 girls 500 metre event. It's a fast and furious race schedule today, guys and girls. It is non-stop for all of our officials and volunteers over here. So, you know, huge round of applause for all of their time, commitment and energy that it takes up for a weekend, to run a weekend like this. Huge amount of work goes into the background setup. But we've got no paddler in lane 1. We've got Molly Ball from Devisers in lane 2. Just Buddock from Oxford and Falcon in lane 3. Hannah Pemble, I'm assuming a sister or a relation from Becky Pemble, just raced 2 races ago from Addlestone. Elizabeth Isabel, sorry, Ford from Reading, Iona Patrick from Scottish Performance Squad, Beth Perry from Southampton, and then Matilda Enoch from Nottingham over in lane 8. And they are away, and they are away cleanly as we come down the course. And again, as we've seen with the under 16, we've got 3 full heats, and we're going to the 9 best times. So omitting any sort of unfairly advantageous heats, we go to time qualifications in this category. So it's all to play for as they race down the course. And it does look like lane 6, Iona Patrick from our Scottish Performance Squad taking an early lead. A confident stroke there. You know, a good cohort of girls progressing really nicely from that squad, from the coaches' work on the ground. The programme led by John Schofield. We're starting to see a new generation of individuals progressing through, both in sprint and in slalom, which is very positive for the future. We've also got our own West Country Molly Ball, you know, someone that's shown an enormous amount of potential over the years. Looks like she's having a fantastic out at the moment, over in lane 2, leading her on her own, just matching Iona on the far side of the course, stroke for stroke. Confidently taking out a fair lead over the rest of the course, these 2 girls. So again, going for best time, it's all to play for, and chasing all the way to that final line. We've got lanes 7 and 8, our Southampton and our Nottingham paddlers just closing in for that 3rd, 4th position. But it is with our Scottish paddler just coming through to the final 20 metres of the course, confidently displaying. It looks like she has caught some weed. It is one of the problems we were predicting for this weekend, but holding true all the way. Molly Ball 2nd, Southampton in Beth Perry 3rd, Matilda 4th, and our lane 4, Hannah Pemble in a really nice boat design, crossing in 5th place. Again, all of these girls will be looking for what the time they did, and then casting an eye over the next 2 heats for the other competitors' times. 9 of the best times will be qualifying through to the 1st final, and then 9 of the best times will be qualifying through to the 2nd final. Still a lot to race for in final 2s. Never underestimating what the battles that go on in there, and you know, the personal accolades that you get from achieving something and racing your heart out in those races. And we can just see on the board right now our 3rd and final heat from the K1 women's. That 2nd and 3rd spot separated by 3/100ths of a second. That was the 1st. We've got this. Yeah. You know, that automatic qualification for Honor Lewis there, but quite comfortably with a 2:07 we see our Salmon Leap paddler qualifying for that final. And wow, that's going to be a competitive race moving forward. And as we look up the course, we're crossing that halfway mark already. So in lane 2 we've got another Scottish performance paddler. Lane 3, Annabelle Hutchinson from Reading. Lane 4, Molly Gwynn from Wiltshire Youth. Neris Hall from Way in the middle of the course. Imogen Hunter from Cambridge. In lane 6, Catherine Long from Oxford and Falcon. Lane 7, and Jasmine Spencer from Royal Leamington Spa over in lane 8. And it's looking like a confident paddle from our Reading our Reading paddler. Sorry, I was just counting my lanes there. Annabelle Hutchinson, nice long stroke in the Ribby Simon boat, as we talked about earlier, just ahead of Neris Hall from Way, and just they're both holding the Cambridge paddler of Imogen Hunter to the line. But it looks like a confident sort of victory, although the Way paddler is putting on that final push. to take that victory potentially all the way to the line. So the last 30 metres, it is neck and neck. The Reading paddlers put in a little bit extra just to etch the nose forward of her boat and take that victory. But those are the top 3 paddlers confidently ahead. The Lincoln paddler coming in 4th. Wiltshire youth paddler in the distinctive Rachel Cawthorne pattern of the red and black boat of Monty Gwynn. Followed by our Scottish paddler over, finishing just here in 7th position. So again, looking to the board for those fastest times as the tower processes the final results for a progression into the final in around about an hour's time, as everything is that hour to go. But yes, we'll see that final in slightly longer, actually, I believe, just past 2 o'clock, so a little bit longer time than an hour. A bit more time to recover, replenish, refuel and progress through the day. So our 3rd and final heat, 6 athletes should be lining up as we talk. It does look like we may only have 5, but we're expecting Greta Rosa from Way in lane 3, Edith King from Royal in lane 4, Tilia Kubis-Viles from Reading in lane 5, Poppy Gilbert-Jones in Southampton, Isla Bethune from Elmbridge, and Millie Pepper from Lincoln over in lane 8. And it's hard to see from here, but it does look like there's only 5 boats lining up, so we'll bring who those 5 paddlers are as soon as we work that out ourselves. And it looks like we're missing Millie Pepper currently from Lincoln over in the far side on lane 8. But we'll just see if she's turning around at the top and joining the start line.
You're back.
So 3rd and final heat. As I said, 5 boats lining up. Way, Royal, Reading, Southampton and Elmbridge taking the start line in this event. And it looks like a fast and furious start so far. We've talked about the distinctive high rate of Greta Rosner from Way, just next to Edith King from Royal in lanes 3 and 4, looking like they're taking a little bit of an early lead so far over the rest of the field as they settle into that race pace, that race position. And they have taken quite a nice lead over the other paddlers, although lane 7, Isla Bethune from Elmbridge looking strong on the far side. The distinct green boat just having a little bit of a run in with a bird just there. I don't know if it was a goose or a duck, but again, they're not that happy that the regatta is going on their home turf this weekend. And we are just coming down. Gretna Rosa looks like she's got a confident victory over in these final 100 metres of the race. A nice long stroke from the Royal paddler, reaching long and rotating well. And a really good downward drive from the Elmbridge paddler to take 3rd position currently until we can't count our chickens till they've finished and crossed the line, because that is neck and neck, and I think Royal is just going to hold on to it. And yes, Gretna Rosa takes the victory over Edith, followed by Isla. then closely followed by Poppy Gilbert-Jones, Southampton, and our Telia Reading paddler so far. But a fantastic, execution there. All of these girls looking to progress to final 1 or final 2 for another race as the racing gets underway later on today. And we are now looking up the course for our K1 under 14s final. Now, I'm just looking for the start list again for this event. And we should have lane 1. S. Scrona from Lingifgo maybe? I'm not sure if I know that canoe club. We've got Devises paddler making lane 2. We have our Edinburgh Schools Club from S. Stevely. Our Glasgow contingents of R. Coyle. Exeter in the middle, T. Bullock. Another Edinburgh School Canoe Club, Steve Wheely, I think a brother maybe, potentially. A brother or twin, we never know. S. Patterson in lane 7, Foy, R. E. Hunt, and over in lane 9, a Wiltshire youth paddler of, I believe, Josh Sutton. And they are just lining up in their buckets, and I believe that's the buckets dropping and they're off. And there is quite a fight in the middle of the course with some of the fastest times ranging from 2:07 to sort of 2:12 in that qualification. So it's going to be fought between lanes 5, 3, 4 potentially from their heat qualification times. But we'll wait and see because it's all about how they execute their final and execute their race plan moving forward. And so far it looks like nothing could separate the pack at the moment. A nice strong stroke from that middle paddler in lane 5, the Exeter Mr. Bullock. But lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 look like they're holding each other in a line so far as they reach in that 250 mark. This is a crucial part of the race, so they've executed a start, an acceleration, they're holding a race pace, a stroke and a pressure through the stroke that is both uncomfortable but manageable. And it's all about what they do now as they transition through. And it does look like the yellow boat from Exeter is just ahead, but lanes 4, our Glaswegian paddler I believe is putting in a really good effort, and he's looking big and strong. He's just looking around, managing the race that's amongst him in lane 4. Stevely in lane 3 and Bullock over in lane 5, and it's all to fight for as they come through. But it looks like T. Bullock in the middle of the course taking quite a confident lead. He's really pushing on in this final 100 metres. The rate is up, the connection's up, great leg drive, paddling one of our Curtin kayak boats made in the UK. But he's holding true, and that is clear water and a clear victory by that Exeter paddler. Fantastic to see a Southwest club coming through, just ahead of the 2 Scottish clubs, I believe, for that 2nd and 3rd place. Fantastic, and the brother or twin taking 4th. Devise is 5th, and on the far side, lane 7, 8 and 9 taking the next positions. But a fantastic race there, a really good execution of a race plan over in the centre of the course. And for that now we're going to leave you on the commentary for a tiny bit and reconvene shortly.
From Glasgow. In lane 3, Emily Bowles-Trow from Addlestone. In lane 4, Camilla Sklenarov from Norwich. Amelia Giles from Fladbury's in 5. Daisy Ball from Devizes in 6. Charlotte Fulford from Reading in 7. Annie Bates from Royal in 8. And Zoe Heriot from Glasgow in 9. Through the 200-metre boys more or less side by side, but there isn't much in it at the moment. And of the far side in lane 9, that's Zoe Heriot. She's up there with them. Three looks to have dropped back a bit now. So we're between lane 4, who has a slight lead on lane 9. 4 still going with it, that's Kay Sklenarova from Norwich. And she is going to take first place. Well done. Second place will go to lane 9, that's Zed Heriot from Glasgow, and third place goes to lane 6, that's D-Ball from Devizes. Well done. There's no boat weighing in that race, thank you.
And welcome back everyone. We are just lining up for the boys under 18 K1 finals. So if I've got my start list correct this time, we've got M. Moffat from Richmond in lane 1, A. Tonkin from Reading in lane 2, R. Downing Clark from Scottish Performance Squad in lane 3, Zach Tarver, Elmbridge lane 4, Zav Hinvis, Southampton lane 5, B. Cabrera from Foy in 6, D. Stanley from Oxford and Falcon in 7, and we have 2 Norwich paddlers in lane 8 and 9 of B. Want and Toby Booth. And it looks like we've got away already really fast and furious in the middle of the course, but this is going to be a really competitive final with the spread of the times from the heats looking about 2 to 3 seconds, so really fought for to just get into this final. The top 9 paddlers, the top 9 boys paddlers within the British domestic scene so far, racing over a 500 metre. And it is looking like a line of boats in the middle. I'm not sure if I would put my money on Zav Hinvis just having the edge as they reach the 250 mark, with both Toby Booth and our Foy paddler, B. Cabrera, over in lane 6, holding him pretty firm at the moment, but it does look like Zav is just ahead and Zach from Elmbridge just putting in a really big spurt now. But those 3 paddlers maybe just have a slight advantage across the rest of the field, although our Richmond paddler in lane 1 should not be underestimated on the outside. Zach over in Elmbridge, you can see a huge increase in rate there as he's driving into the final 100 metres, and it looks like Zav is matching him stroke for stroke. That final push that we saw Zav do so well in that 1,000, has he got enough left? They've gone really early, there's 40 metres left still. Zav has the advantage and he's etching it out to half a boat length, and he's going to hold it. Is he going to hold it? It looks like Zach is coming back at him and it's just closing the gap, but Zav over Zach, just over the Foy paddler for 3rd place, and Richmond 4th. What a race out in lane 1. And really close fought for those final positions. I'm sorry I won't be able to give them that, but wow, what a finish between the Elmbridge and the Southampton paddler in the middle 2 lanes. Quite a camaraderie between those 2. I believe they're paddling K2 over the rest of this weekend, so that is quite a formidable match, as they look like their race plans and strategies are very, very similar, with Zav just coming out on top in the final metres and holding the pace well. But that is a race to watch, or a pair to watch, sorry, as they go into crew boat formations for the rest of the weekend. But jeepers, what a closely fought race. You know, that was a tough final from lanes 1 all the way through to lane 9, fighting all the way to the line. And the rain has stemmed off, and I believe we are trialling the drone footage as we speak, or we're trialling the drone, shall we say, so we might be able to get some amazing shots as our second final of the day for the boys under 18 K1 has already started. And we have in lane 1 Elle Smith from Lingithgo, I Pipe from Runcorn, D Price from Way, Luca Ferrier, but just missing out on that first final qualification for Elmbridge, a Scottish Performance paddler, A. Elper, Reading, F. Topman Ham, our Canoe of Northern Ireland, A. Rear, Richmond paddler, F. Hwanger, and then in lane 9 Royal, J. Carter. Again, a very close spread of about 5 seconds for the qualification of these guys across the field. And we can see that as we get to the 250, they are closely holding a line across the lake. Looking like lane 4, our Elmbridge paddler taking a slight advantage across the rest of the field. In a distinctive white boat with blue Lego patterning. Really nice boat design there. But it looks like he's got a slight advantage over lanes 1 and 3 as we speak, and they will be fighting it out for those sort of next ranking places. So final 2 of the boys under 18 K1, we're coming into the final 100 metres. It looks to be with Elmbridge in lane 4 as we speak. Lovely upright style, good lay drive, good rotation, driving all the way to the line. Although lane 1 is making a late surge all the way. I'm not sure if he's just going to do a little bit too much too late. Oh, it was close, but I think Elmbridge hold off over lanes 1, 3, 2, and then 6 and 9 taking in the final positions. But what a race there, what a competitive field. Very, very hard fought for. Now if we just look over to the scoreboard, we can see the result of that really hard fought race of the K2 women and under 23 boat. 500 metre race just 15 minutes ago. That went to the line and it's separated by less than a tenth of a second 9/100ths between Lucy Lee Smith and Sam Rees Clark. The Nottingham and Norwich boat just ahead of Zoe Clark and Enudale, the under 23 boat. But that held them true all the way to the line. It was a very hard fought race, and the final strokes in the final 10 metres decided that race there. But a fantastic victory for Lucy and Sam. I know they look to consolidate that as they progress through. As the IP statement has stated, there is a potential race-off for a crew that was unable to race, of Deborah Kerr and Emma Russell due to COVID mitigations. And well, as they progress through to their sort of potential World Championship race-off boat, I know Zoe and Enya will be very chuffed and very impressed to hold off the Flo Duffield and Anushka Freenham boat for that under 23 world spot. Again, just over a second and a half separating those two boats, showing some strength and depth, as I believe those two are jumping in a boat, a K4, for later on tomorrow. And I think on that note, our cameraman is going to make a quick dash as he's been standing cross-legged for quite a while. And we're just going to wait for our next race of the day, which is the Masters over 44 K1 500 metre race. That's all right, that's all right. So rejoining us, we are midway through our national championship race of the Masters K1 500 over 44 category. Now you must take my apologies in that I do not have a start list for this final currently, but I can tell you that we do have the contenders of the Notty Kayak Club fraternity of Jimmy Butler and Matt Enoch in the centre of the course, holding true, I believe, the paddler from Lincoln, I believe, from the blue outfit, and Jamie Christie in lane 3 from Saw Valley. But it does look like Matt Enoch over in lane 6 is taking quite a commanding lead so far. Long, lopey stroke of Matt Enoch just driving the boat forward. I believe looking like he's got clear water over the rest of the field. Although it does look like lane 8, which is Dave Martin, I believe, from Way, is picking up the pace and challenging those positions of 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And it's all to play for in these final 100 metres. Matt Enoch, nice high rate, good drive of the legs, really long reach. Definitely taking quite a commanding win there. Another victory for NKC. And Jimmy Butler in his lovely new boat does look like he's driving forward to that 2nd position. Very impressive position there, but it is a hard fought race between lanes 5 and lanes 8, and I think lane 5 is just squeezing it to hold off lane 8, Dave Martin, for that 3rd position. But a really good competitive race. Jamie Christie just taken 5th, Reading Paddler in 2nd, lane 1 Argailey in lane taking the following positions over lane 7 and lane 9. Impressive there, really impressive. And we'll be looking back up to the course where we are having our under 16s final one K1 500 metre boys event. And for this lineup, we have G. Popham Covey in lane 1 of Oxford Falcon, A. Morley from Way in lane 2, F. Lewis from Scottish Performance Squad in lane 3, O'Connor from Richmond in lane 4, H. Cook Bailey from Nottingham taking that central place in lane 5, H. Freeland from Reading in lane 6, S. Cribet from Royal Leamington Spa in lane 7, D. Mavra from Richmond, and then in lane 9 K. Aran from Oxford Falcon. And we can see the individuals just taking their marks or lining up to get in the bucket, settling in. The rain has stopped here, the temperature has started to soar, so making sure we're wearing the right amount of clothes, not too many, not too little, to keep everything just the right temperature within our bodies, to make sure that physical performance over at 500 isn't compromised by overheating or underheating. And we are off, a clean start for the under 16s K1 500 metre boys final one. And we are seeing a confident display across all of the lanes in the middle of the course. Again, the coverage of the times that qualified here is 4 seconds, 5 second spread, across the field. You know, it's going to be a hard fought final from lanes 1 to lane 9. And we saw the boys having to do the best time to be qualified for this final, so it was all to play for in the heats. They couldn't leave anything to chance, they had to race their hearts out. So that was only an hour and 10 minutes ago, and it will be about that ability to endure, repeat and stick to their race plan for this final. And so far it looks like lane 1 has had a stonking start over here. Our Oxford Falcon paddler holding a true pace as he's coming through that 250 marker. And then we skip over into lane 3, 4 and 5, looking like they're all travelling through that 200 metre start line in a very similar pace. But lane 1 at this angle does look like he's got an advantage, having a fantastic race over on his own. He's picking up the rate, he's got a lovely long stroke, really well controlled. And our Richmond paddler of D. O'Connor, also taking out a really good lead there. Distinctive red and white outfit of his boat, spray deck, and the Richmond vest, of course. And it looks like there we are fighting from lane 1 and lane 4. Separated by 3 lanes, but they're still battling it out, and our Richmond paddler just looks like he's got the edge, but lane 1 holding off lane 6 and 7 for that second spot, and he's taking a late surge, and I'm not sure if it's going to be a little bit too late. Oh my, that is going to go to a photo finish for the victory. Lane 1 is celebrating, he believes he's got it over the Richmond paddler, and then lane 6 and 7 for that 3rd and 4th position. Fantastic race there, guys, really impressive. As I said, very hard fought to just get in that first final. When we leave it to the 9 best times, you can't leave anything to chance. So that energy management and that pacing, really important. But fantastic to see that drive from the outside lane, taking potential victory there. If not one of the top 2 accolades in the under 16 category from our Oxford Falcon paddler. And we're looking back up at the course for our second final of the under 16 boys. Here we have a Glaswegian paddler, R. Strachan, Leighton Buzzard, J. Repaint, Richmond Medipal, Salmon Lee, B. Higgins, Southampton. We've got the Himvis brother of Zav Andre. I believe this could be Manchester, Leon Tomlinson in lane 6, Woken M. Kabir, Reading J. Nelson, and Royal over in lane 9 of S. Bates. So here again we've got a narrow spread of the fastest qualifier being a 2:02 and the slowest qualifier being just a 2:07, so 5 seconds separating them all. We will see how they fare having to repeat this final so close after a tough qualification within the heats. Some of the guys in the middle lanes only just missing that first final position on those times, so really hard fought, and I think we see they are underway so far as they are picking up the boat and accelerating down the course. And it looks like there's a blanket coverage so far. We're around about that 50-metre mark. The top speed of the boats are there. They're starting to settling and transition into their 500-metre pace. And it's hard to tell from commentary who's got the edge at the moment. Rates are high. The boats look like they're running well, running true. Potentially the edge with the red boats in the centre of the course, but we'll wait and see as they cross and coming up to that midway point into the race. And it is such a tough one to call. Even lanes 1, 2, 3, 6 and 7, or 5 and 6, sorry, all crossing through that 200-metre mark in a very similar line. It's hard to split them at this moment in time, and as we said, the qualification being really tough. These final 150 metres will be all to play for. Managing that energy. Are we going to see the classic Hinvers finish of a massive up at that red buoy with rate and with DPS, so that boat speed really driving on? We've also got in lane 6 Leon Thomason in that other red boat driving on, keeping the rotation, keep driving through in a really nice place. But the rest of the field are creeping up. Lanes 4, that's a fantastic finish over here. Lane 3 holding true, and lane 7 actually a fantastic drive on from the Wokenham paddler. Just gonna maybe pip Mr. Tomlinson all the way to the line, and 2nd, 3rd, 4th photo finish again. Incredible race there by the under 16 final 2 boys. Awesome work, guys, very well done. I know you'll be refocusing and resetting for the 200-metre heats and finals to come later on in the day. And I personally must dash now to go and pop some of my paracanoe athletes on the water for their races coming up later on in this hour at 2 o'clock, and I'll be back to commentate on them hopefully at 2:50. See you all then. Thanks.
tomorrow, so it's okay. But no, 7:50 the light closes. We're now on race 73. This is the final, the first final for the under 18 girls. We have Kate Pocklington from Wiltshire Youth in 1, H. Lewis from Way in 2, Kate Armstrong from Scottish Performance in 3, G. Anderson from Norwich in 4, A. Green from Worcester in 5, D. Pemble from Addlestone in 6, K. Christie from Breakout in 7, E. N. O'Driscoll from Summerleap in 8, and E. Montagna from Royal in 9. So 3 and 4, and then lane 6 a little bit further along. Oh, it's the stripy boats. Oh, coming in to win is lane 4, who just beat lane 3 with lane 6 coming in 3rd. Ooh, from commentary, I think 4th was lane 5, just ahead of lane 2. Right, so lane 4, that's G. Anderson from Norwich. 2nd place went to lane 3, that's K. Armstrong from Scottish Performance. 3rd place, lane 6, that's B. Pemble from Addlestone. For boat weighing, could we have boats 4, 3, 6 and 5, please? 4, 3, 6 and 5 to boat weighing, thank you. And here we have the final 2 of the girls under 18 500 metres. We have G. Fenwick from Reading in 1, C. Troy from Elmridge in 2, B. Paul from Elmridge in 3, B. Barrett from Leamington Spa in 4, M. Warburton from Lincoln in 5, J. Holmes from Richmond in 6, J. Urquhart from C. Troy from Elbridge. Second place was Jay Hunt from Richmond. Third place, Emma Warburton from Lincoln. Well done. And there's no more waiting in the race, thank you. We're now moving on to the first one in the goals of the 16,500 metres. We have been Kelly from Southampton in 1, then Hall from Ray in 2, a Hutchinson from Reading in 3, a Bethel from Elbridge in 4, G. Rosa from Ray in 5, E. King from Well in 6, a Patrick from Scottish Performance in 7, and Will from Devizes in 8, and I Hunter from Cambridge in 9.
John's from Nottingham in 4, Enoch from Nottingham in 5, Rich Pickle from Addleston in 6, Steve Coolish from Reading in 7, Gwyn from Wooddew in 8, and Kay Slicker from Scottish Performance in 9. There's no doubt weighing in that race. Thank you, girls. Race 77, this is the final of the girls under 14s. Scrivener from Nottingham from Norwich in 2, Ian Bowles Troy from Addleston in 3, Sid Henry from Glasgow in 4, Grace Glenrowan from Norwich in 5, H2 from Glasgow in 6, Dean Ball from Devizes in 7, Ed Pence from Glasgow in 8, and Steve Crawford from Reading in 9. Second place went to H2 via Glasgow, and third place is Zed Elliott from Glasgow. So for rowing, could we 5, 6, 4 and 3 to rowing, please? 5, 6, 4 and 3 to rowing. Thank you. Five, 6, 4 and 3 to rowing, please. Coming down now, we have the final of the paddle ability, K1 500 metre race. In lane 3 we have S. Cook from Norwich, in lane 4 D. Thompson Martin, lane 5 J. Haig, lane 6 C. Clays, and in lane 7 D. Warwick from Forays.
Welcome back, guys. We have just witnessed the paddle ability, guys and girls paddling down a 500 metre stretch, a fantastic achievement, racing over a longer distance there. We see a really, a load of competent paddlers testing the waters, so great to see those guys on the water. And we look up and we have got a roughly 3.5 minutes till the next start line of this hotly contested open men's and under 23 K2 500 metre final. This is the selection race for the newly labelled Olympic distance, K2 500 metres, since the ICF have changed their calendar. So moving forward, we have a hotly contested K2 and K4 500, so a new distance for our domestic guys to get their teeth into. And as we said, there's a race within a race here with the senior men and the under 23 boats looking to achieve selection for the Worlds, either under 23 or the Senior Worlds. Both of those competitions coming up in September if COVID travel allowances allow us to go. But even getting here and getting selected, it's going to be a tough battle because our lineup is an Addlestone boat with Rory Stewart and Arthur Urquhart in lane 1. Lane 2 we have a Worcester, Matt Collinger and James Drage from Foy. In lane 3 we see Dan Atkins and Trevor Thompson, the victorious boat from the April Regatta. Lane 4, Noah Dembele and Charlie Smith, currently the fastest qualifiers, I believe. Oh, I take that back. 400ths slower than lane 5 of Lewis Fletcher and Tom Lusty, who set the course record here in June in this event. Lane 6 we see Ian James and P. Miles. Lane 7, Stuart Bristol and Ben Gallagher from Royal and Scottish Performance Squad. Lane 8 we've got the Tom Holland and Andras Kovac boat from Way. And in lane 9, Tim Dowden and James Howe, a junior combination that we've seen coming up through the years from Royal Leamington Spa and originally Norwich. And we can just see the boats now currently lining up, looking to take their positions in the booths. We still have 2 minutes till their start time is looking to kick off, but at this point the warm-up is done, the preparation is complete, and it's all about settling in, actually getting their boats in the buckets, which I believe is a bit of an issue because some of the buckets are set a little bit high, and these guys are pretty hefty. We're looking at sort of 90, 85 kilo guys, 2 of them within a boat. So getting the nose of the boats on the string of the bucket can be challenging at times. So it's going to be a massive race within the middle of the course from predictions of the times set in the qualifying times. Although we have several boats going sub 140, I know there would be a lot more left in the tank for the final, as it was quite a quick turnaround between the heat and this final we see lining up ahead of us. And they are all safely in from this angle, and they'll now just be waiting on the starter's orders. So again, we have Stewart and Urquhart in lane 1, Collinger and Drage in lane 2, Atkins and Thompson in lane 3, Dembele and Smith in lane 4, Fletcher and Lusty in 5, James and Miles in 6, Bristow and Gallagher 7, Holland and Kovac 8, Dowden and Howe in 9. And we are off, and there is a fast and furious race in the middle of the course, as the boats have accelerated up off that line and are looking to settle into that pace. You can hear some of the boats making calls about the transition as they're in around about 100 metre mark, looking to transition and hold a very firm yet uncomfortable pace. It looks currently like lanes 3 and 5 have taken out that slight advantage, that fast start of Dan Atkins and Trevor Thompson. Dan Atkins, our 2019 Junior World Champion over K1 at 200 metres. Taking, it looks like a neck and neck lead with the course record holders of Fletcher and Lusty, although as they travel through the 200 they have that advantage, and it's all about holding on. We can see the boat of Charlie Smith and Noah Dembele making a big up now, as with Ian James and P. Miles over in lane 6. But Dan and Trevor look like they're holding it. They look like they've got the length, and they're making that most of that fast start strategy they've adopted, and they are hitting the red boys with half a boat length ahead if it looks from commentary. We're seeing Lusty and Fletcher still pushing on, holding through, but that boat of Dan Atkins and Trevor Thompson are holding that boat length. Charlie Smith and Noah Dembele pushing on to find that second place, just pushing past lanes 5, but really well held on from Dan Atkins, Trevor Thompson. A massive victory over lanes 4, 5 and 6, and you can see the work and the effort they've put in to do that. Fantastic boat there, both under 23 and senior, winning by a near boat length over lanes 5, which was Charlie Smith, our K1 national champion, and then Noah just ahead of Lewis Fletcher and Tom Lusty, who set this course record just a month ago. So you can see the hard work and the effort that's gone in to drilling some of these boats, and see how much progress you can make from month to month as you really commit to a crew boat. But what a race! They look like they committed from the word go, and they held on, which maybe we didn't see in April. We saw the boat falling apart, the lactic acid hit as they went through that 200 metre mark back in April, but by joy, they look like they have pushed through that, learnt to tolerate each other and keep that boat running incredibly well. But what a race. A fast finish by Charlie Smith and Noah. Just not quite enough in that final metres of the course. Lusty and Fletcher didn't look like they quite got the start they had in a month ago, and settled into that race rhythm, giving it them all the way to 3rd place over the line. But yeah, fantastic opportunity there for a group of youngsters coming up through for our men's squad. 4 K2s battling it all the way to the line is a great opportunity for our international scene moving forward. I know we're going to see 2 very competitive K4s coming out in the waters tomorrow morning. An under 23 boat and a senior boat, but as we've just seen there, the under 23s are not ones to be reckoned with. So that'll be an exciting race coming up then. And now we're resetting our schedule and our viewpoint as we move to a 200 metre race. And we have 2 para canoe VAR races. First of 3 races coming up on today's start line. And these races are very much for the selection of the World Championship team to compete in the second boat category in the September Worlds in Copenhagen at the end of September. So, as the IP statement and the previous selection race at April Regatta, there is already a boat selected in each of these categories. So there is 1 place up for grabs in the VL3 men, the VL2 women, And then there are actually 2 potential places for the VL3 women, which will be a hotly contested, 2 hotly contested spots within 3 very competitive boats. So bringing our attention back to the VL3 men. And we have just 2 competitors going for this single spot, so it's a tough head-to-head battle between Jack Ayres in lane 5 and Martin Tweedy in lane 6. We saw in 2019 Martin Tweedy took the took the advantage over the best of 3 races against Jack and took that place at the 2019 World Championships, missing out by just 100th or a fraction of a second to that race-off situation there. I know Jack is back with fire in his belly, looking to sort of set a new bar and see where he is at, but both of these guys are going incredibly well. They've put in a lot of hard work and hard graft. They're hot on the heels of Stuart Wood, who is our Paralympic competitor in this category, who will be standing on the bylines watching intently to see where and how that competition is faring up on a domestic side. And we have just over 6 minutes until these guys are off, so just a little bit of a reflection on the hard work or a bit of an understanding around what this boat is. The VAR is a slightly different boat than the kayak, obviously, and is an almost that adaptation from the canoe variation that we see on the able-bodied side. It has an outrigger support to aid stability, but also a slightly higher seated position than the high kneeling position we see in the canoe. It's actually an adopted boat type from a Polynesian outrigger VAR, which often seen racing on quite hefty cross-sea races. Those Samoan and Molokai races, very, very famous. These are an adaptive boat from there. And we are actually the host of the World VAR Championships next year at Eton Dorney, so everyone put that in your calendar next August, as there'll be competitions for crew boats, individuals, paraboats across a range of distances. So really big event if anyone's looking to test this boat out, try it out and race on a domestic scale there. So we're still clocking down the times. Both competitors just lining up in their lanes. We have near perfect conditions. I don't think any of us could ask for any more in this scenario. The rain has stopped. The temperature is soaring underneath our gazebo here with the fantastic film crew set up. I think we may even have the drone out to capture this race, and I know that when the rain is emitted we can get that up and flying, and that's a fantastic service that the SRC has helped provide out here to give you guys at home, as well as on the bank, I presume, a little bit of a vantage point from your cars or from your seated areas or even from your sofas. It is great to see so many guys and girls out racing. I know we've had an up and down time given the COVID restrictions. Some categories, some distances, some individuals being allowed to race over the past couple of regattas, but we really see that we're almost back to normal here, but the spirit, the club ethos, the dynamics of individuals and the competitiveness at this national championship is a fantastic opportunity. Now we have our break here because we have also changed distances from 500 to 200, and the start bucket setup needs to be transported from the generator in the start box, which controls the gates. A fantastic set of gates that we inherited since the 2012 games. We did see some issues with them at the last regatta, and I know there's been a huge amount of work behind the scenes with the Sprint Racing Committee and British Canoeing in securing new repairing some of the faulty equipment that we saw back then. So fantastic to see that we've got it up and running, and I know there was a huge amount of work and potential stress given the new restrictions or issues we now foresee with Brexit and international transportation of goods. But a lot of hard work and effort and multiple conversations were used, so that was great to see. We look like we are coming down onto the start line. The final bit of preparation for these two boys. There's been hours and hours of work going into that basic strength, basic fitness, race pace, speed, endurance, as well as that technical application of the VAR stroke. It's very unique, and although we're looking to maximise that power, that adaptation of connective, the leg drive, the torso strength and the paddle stroke, we also need to stay on top of the directional control. Now, I'm fairly sure I've just got a waft of vomit smell from our K2 500 metre gentlemen that have just emptied their stomach contents after what must have been a lactic soup from that event. So there is a breath of wind on the course here, to be fair. That was delightful. I'm sorry we didn't quite bring that live. Next time we'll try. Oh, how nice. Woo. So it shows you the intent, that balance of anaerobic and aerobic contribution that those guys need to be able to sort of fine tune in that 500 metre K2 distance. And I know that K4 500, looking to be around that 75 second, 80 second mark, is brutal on the systems. You're looking to operate in a really high anaerobic area, which means we're going to sit and accumulate a load of waste products, that famous lactic acid burn. But we still need to operate and kind of continue the pressure, the application of power, and that high turnover of stroke rate and dynamic force production. So yeah, tough, really tough racing distance, and we can often see that with some spectacular blowouts, as well as the two different racing strategies of fast starts and fast finishes. And with that breath of fresh air that I've just got now, we are going to look up, because we have 1 minute to start time. 1 minute. And to remind us of the race here between the final position in the VL3 Men World Championship selection, we have Jack Ayres lining up in lane 5 and Martin Tweedy lining up in lane 6. I know they'll be sitting down, and thinking through their last minute race plan, their race strategy, what they want to execute, looking up, setting their sights at that focal point at the end of the visual point at the end of the course to set their line, set their boat control. And it looks like they've just got the orders to move into the buckets as we roll forwards for the first of the best of 3 races between the VL3 men in the para canoe race. And they are under starters orders and in the bucket, and they are away, both getting a really clean start, accelerating up. We're going to see rates at about 110, 120 in the VAR, which is incredible when you think about a singles blade repeating that stroke on the same side. And you can just see it looks like they are neck and neck as they reach that 60 metre mark. You can start to hear the boat starting to be tapped as they're driving down with the force in the stroke. And it looks like Jack Ayres is just etching away, but only just as they reach the halfway mark. This is all about that endurance now. They're starting to drive through. They're driving all the way to the line here. And you can see Martin is just holding him off. Oh, it's so close. 50 metres to go. Jack has got half a boat length as he's driving to the line. Martin just keeps on driving as he keeps that force, that application of that top arm. And Jack has just stretched it out to just that single boat length, and he crosses the line to take victory in the first of 3 races. Very well executed there by Jack. You saw he just had half a boat length at 100 metres, but then he edged it out to that full boat length just in these final 40 metres. That drive down, that force that you can see. A huge amount of work goes into strength development. So they've got that muscle mass, they've got the ability to provide the force, but the ability to tolerate it and keep the rate at that 110, 120 is incredible. So good work there, Jack. I know we've got 2 more races and it is best of 3, as I've said, so it's still all to play for by Martin. He's learned what he needs to do. We'll go back, we'll refocus, refuel, and try and set out for that second race. Now we take our viewpoint back up the course, and we have 2 races within a race here. We have the VL2 women of Jeanette Chippington and Emma Wiggs in lanes 3 and lanes 4. We then have the VL3 women's race of Charlotte Henshaw, Hope Gordon and Beth Fisher over in lane 6, 7 and 8. Now we are looking to see if we can qualify the single spot left between for Jeanette Chippington from the VL2 category, but then in the VL3 category we have 2 spaces available for Charlotte Henshaw, Hope Gordon and Beth Fisher to fight out for. We've got the world champion VL2 and VL3 paddlers here with Charlotte Henshaw and Emma Wiggs respectively in their categories. Jeanette Chippington, a silver medalist from the Worlds, and we have 2 newcomers, respectively in the VL3 category, with Hope Gordon just jumping in the boat very, very recently. Obviously an incredible athlete in the KL3 category, taking Laura Sugar all the way to the line for that Paralympic spot and just missing out over in April. I know she's looking to hit out her K1 or KL3 category spot tomorrow in the kayak races that we will see. Beth Fisher, very new to the program, very new to the boat as well, spending the past year learning the craft, learning the skills and attributes of a full-time athlete, and she has progressed massively. So we will see how tight and how close it is between those 3 boats on the far side of the course. And they are just lining up as we see across the race distance. And they are settling into the buckets as we speak. You see a slight amount of angle. We've got righties and lefties, and they will set the opposite angle just to make sure their boat is correctly on line once they've done that start stroke and applied that initial power off that start line. And they are aware. Oh, no, sorry. They're under starter's orders. Maybe we had a little bit of a keen starter there, I'm not sure. And we do believe we've just seen a false start in lane 3, if my hearing is correct, but we are back under starters orders and they are away. We see a clean start, a really aggressive one over in lane 4 from Emma Wiggs, a ferocious athlete in the VAR and done a lot of time and effort here. We also see on the far side Beth Fisher ramping up her rate, really chasing that top speed element that she's been working on so hard. But we see Emma taking quite a clear lead just over Jeanette in lanes close 2 lanes, but the VL3 categories look neck and neck. Charlotte Henshaw may just have a slight advantage as she goes to the 100 metres, but we'll keep driving and keep repping through. Emma's high rate, a very, very classic model here. You see that she's really digging in, very, very explosive, very powerful, right at the front of the stroke. Jeanette Chippington just driving on. What an experienced athlete she is. Charlotte Henshaw looks like she's just got that advantage over Hope Gordon of VL3, with Beth just that boat length behind her. She's driving round, driving down, and Emma is taking the victory across all categories, followed by Charlotte, followed by Hope, who's kept that boat running well. Jeanette just sneaking there, and Beth over on lane 8 on the far side, taking that 3rd position in VL3. And again, like I said, that's the best of 3 races looking to come underway today. So that's race number 1, and we will see how the rest of the races fare as we progress through. And on that note, I've got to run away, but I may well be able to pass you on to another commentator, but we'll wait and see. I'll be back with you later on. Thank you very much, guys. I mean, it's normal. Welcome back, guys. It's Hannah Brown here. Just taking you up to the final of the over 44 K1 200 meter Masters Women. And again, we have 3 entries on the start line, but I believe we've only got 2 ladies lining up, and that is with lane 4, Hilary Wells from Richmond, and in lane 6, Kathy Howe from Nottingham. Now, they have already taken their marks in the start buckets, looking to sort of settle into the race plan. And they are away. The buckets have dropped, and these 2 women in their red vests of Richmond and Nottingham are battling it down the 200 metres. So what's great here is to see that fast rate, that acceleration, that really nice long stroke. Across all ages, we can still paddle beautifully, and I think that's one of the most important points of today. We're crossing the lines now into that halfway mark, so we're starting to reach that lactic acid, that burn, that intense work that a 200 metre brings. And you see Kathy just raise her rate. She's got a little bit of an up, but it looks like Hilary's just got the edge as we come into the final 50 metres. You can see Hilary really driving at that catch, that top arm pressure that we talk about quite a lot. A lovely demonstration of that, driving down and around. Kathy, we can see a huge amount of rotation. She's pulling back past our hip a little bit, but she's also driving around for the next straight really quickly. But it is in lane 4 with Hilary Wells taking that victory. A formidable paddler in her time and still winning races at this day and age. And you may be surprised to see that the sun has come out in Nottingham. It is a surprise, pleasant surprise for those that dress for the stormy, wet winter weather we were expecting. So we will not complain in true British style, but it is a glorious afternoon here in Nottingham. And we'll look back up to the course, staying on the 200 metre start line, but we have our first heat of the under 16 boys K1 200 metres. Again, in this category, we are going the 9 fastest times for qualification into the final, followed by the next 9 best times for final 2, and the next 9 best times for final 3, because we have 5 reasonably full, 8 paddlers a heat, I believe, if I've just calculated that correctly. So around 40 paddlers here. What an impressive turnout for these in this age category for these national championships here in Nottingham. Now we do have a small break of around 5 minutes as these guys just take their time to get to the start line. It's that opportunity to readjust your position on the start line, reset what and where you want to do, and consider the strategy of hitting out a 200 metre. Now, as we've been saying, glorious day. These boys, both under 18 heats that we just missed, taking on before the Masters K1 200. I know you've enjoyed the live stream footage that we've been able to provide here at the regatta this weekend, but the under 16 boys, all of these juniors have actually accumulated an awful lot of racing so far, with K1 1000 heats and finals first thing this morning, followed by K1 500 heats and finals. And now up to the K1 200 metre heats and finals. So our big days racing for all of those racing across all disciplines. And it's one of those tricky moments when you're trying to manage fueling, hydration, nutrition and warm-up strategies. Although the weather is glorious right now, we want to make sure we're not overcooking it, expelling that energy throughout the day when you're paddling at an awful lot of kilometres and you warm up, warm down, and actual race pace efforts, obviously. But we could not have asked for a better day, which seems mad given the forecast that I saw yesterday. It is glorious out here. I hope everyone is making sure they're putting on their sun cream, and staying hydrated with nice cool refreshments, which we do have a refreshment van here. Make sure you visit it. Mixed reports on the coffee standard, but I'm sure the cold drinks from the fridge are glorious. And we've got just a couple of minutes now. The boys are starting to take their lineup, and we'll take you through the lineup of the first heat of the boys under 16 at K1 200 metres. We have an empty lane 1. We've got Ali Kabir from Wokingham in lane 2, Nathaniel Lamb from Southampton in lane 3, Regan Troop from Wiltshire Youth Canoe Club in lane 4, my canoe club. We have Gabriel Popham Covey from Oxford and Falcon, William Larner from Banbury in lane 6, Patrick Hughes from Norwich in lane 7, lane 8 sees Sam Cribett from Royal Leamington Spa, and Charlie Beeson from Reading in lane 9. Now a range of ages in this under 16 category, from 16-year-olds all the way down to 14. You know, a spread of wealth and maturity from that physical maturation that we see in our teenage years. It happens quite fast, if anyone remembers from her teenage days. So we can see quite a spread of physical prowess here in this category, and it's all about personal achievement. You know, we're here to race and see where we are and where we fare against our fellow age category members, but it's all about personal excellence and trying to drive on and hit a new performance best to take back into our training, our club setup, to try and beat and better at the next regatta in the next season. And we can just see the guys starting to line up. Still a couple of minutes, still we're looking to bring into that start time. Now, it looks like we've got 5 boats lining up from the original 8 that I see on my start list. So I know we've got a couple of minutes to go. We've had a small break, so we will just wait and see if we've got a couple more attendees just catching up. It looks like our Southampton paddler is chasing down into lane 3, Nathaniel Lamb. Good to see, just making it as the rest of the competitors are in the buckets already. Starters are looking to maintain that strict schedule that we set out, and as we can see, we've got a really jam-packed racing schedule in our program so far. Fantastic to see many guys and girls out racing, and Nottingham has yet again provided the quality conditions, and we are off and away. And it's a fast and furious start from lane 2. Ali Kabir from Wokingham, he looks like he's taking out a really good lead over lane 3. And then over, we're looking into lane 5, I think, the Oxford Falcon, Gabriel Copham Covey, leading out in the middle of a course with our Royal Leamington Spa paddler over in lane 8, also have a fantastic start in a distinctive blue boat. And it is between those 2 paddlers, lane 8 and lane 5, which are holding it nice and strong across the final meters. It just looks like lane 5 is going to take the edge as he takes that final win position in the crucial 9 fastest times. So that ranking being really important as the event progresses throughout the day. So again, first place lane 5, second place Sam Cribett, and Ali Kabir taking 3rd place here from the Wokingham paddler. Now, we're going to scan back up to the top of the course as we do need to reset and refocus for heat number 2 today. The boys under 16 category K1 200 metres. Here we see Tom Mayer-Wilson from Norwich in lane 2, Theo Sales from Cambridge in lane 3, Callum Carr of Salmon Leap in lane 4, Max Campbell-Ryde from Oxford Falcon in lane 5, Joseph Murray from Glasgow in lane 6, James Nelson in Reading, lane 7. Erin Regib from Royal in lane 8. And Andre Hinvis over on the far side from Southampton in lane 9. So a formidable couple of individuals here that have raced incredibly well in finals 1 and final 2 so far within this under 16 boys category on K1 500 and K1000 that we've seen so far. I know we may start seeing some 200 metre specialists, and although at this age category it's very healthy to do everything from 1000 metres, 500 metres, 200 metres and K1s, K2, K4s, but we do often see some individuals preferring either the longer or the shorter distances depending on their physiology or their natural ability to apply power or endure that uncomfortable pace. So, you know, exciting to see young individuals learn what they're good at, learn what they enjoy, but also challenge themselves on the things that they're not so good at and progress through the ranks there. Everything's a challenge. It's that inevitable want to win and be the best, but there's only one position at the top, and there's an awful lot of improvement and self-gratification you get from just achieving your personal best and realising what you can do along the way. And in that respect, we are lining up. Again, it looks like we are missing a couple of individuals, so I'll run us through again. Looks like we do have our lane 2, our Norwich paddler in lane 2. We maybe are missing lane 3, Theo Sales, and then we have our Salmon. Oh, we are also missing lane 4, Callum Clark from Salmon Leap, and then we have Oxford and Falcon, Max Campbell lead in the middle of the course, and Joseph Murray, James Nelson, Erin Khabib, and Andre Hinvis in lane 6, 7, 8, and 9. And they are taking their positions in the buckets as we speak. And they are under starters orders, and they are away cleanly as they start and accelerate up the boat. We see a really fast start on the far side from Andre Hinvis. Very good with that ramping of rate, that distinct red boat, that distinct red Southampton vest, and a very high rate, as it looks like he's taking a clear lead at the moment over the rest of the field. It does also look like lane 8, our Royal paddlers had a good start, just over Reading paddler in lane 7. And then on the middle of the course in lane 6, but it is over with Andre absolutely repping it on the far side. Great rate, great length on his stroke. He looks like he's progressed incredibly well from his days in Lightning, and he is going to take a victory by 10 metres as he looks back, almost in shock, but an impressive feat there for taking the victory in Heat 2 of the under 16 boys K1 200. And that was quite an incredible demonstration of speed and power there by Andre. Just 15 years of age, so another year I believe in this cage category. But yeah, formidable performance there over 200. And we've seen some impressive finishes from the Hinvis brothers. So not only have they got that capability of producing high force and power off the line, they can also do it at the back end of the race. So fantastic to see that their setup down in Southampton is yielding performances that are both speedy at the start and speedy at the end. And we're looking back up for the third heat, number 3 of 5 heats within the under 16 boys. And here we have Damien from Glasgow, Dan Blackedge from Oxford and Falcon, Peter Skinner from Reading, Keat Luke from Oxford and Falcon, Jago Taylor from Norwich, James Bourne from Southampton, Ben Higgins from Salmon Leap, and Sam Bates from Royal, lining up here. Again, it looks like we may have had a scratch from lanes 7. Jason Bourne doesn't look like he's taken his position. Sorry, James Bourne, not Jason Bourne. I don't know where that came from. Sorry, guys. Sorry, James. I'm sure mirror image of Jason Bourne, but James Bourne, otherwise known from Southampton, is not attending the start line. Wow. Excellent. They are being called into the buckets as we speak, and we'll bring our attentions back to that race line, start line over at 200 metres. And they are under starters' orders as we talk, and off they go. We hear the buckets drop. Clean start by the guys, and we'll start to see that acceleration. Looking like the far side of the course has got a speedy start from lane 2, our Salmon Leap paddler, as well as our Royal paddler. But also here on the near side, Damien from Glasgow is ragingly fast out here. He's driving around. We see a lot of boat pitching and yawing, but he is definitely accelerating it, and he is reaching that 100-metre marker very, very nicely, very quickly. But it does look like that smooth action from the Salmon Leap paddler on the far side is driving the boat, and he looks like he's got a clear advantage just over Sam Bates from Royal as he takes the victorious there. Just clear waters, lane 8, lane 9, lane 2, followed by lane 6 and 4. Fantastic demonstration there, guys. All the way to the finish line. Every second counts as we have final 1, the final 2 and final 3 to fight for. And on that note, I'm going to have to make another run, and I will join you again later, but look forward and carry on watching for the heats 4 and 5 of the boys under 16s. Follow the times closely. We're then followed by a fast and furious race by the K2 Open men's 200 metres, which I know has got some ferocious speed lining up in front of you. And then we're on to the under 14 girls heats all over 200 metres. So fast and furious racing. Continue watching, guys, and I'll catch you in a bit.
It's 200 metres. Philip Lagorski from Ealing in 2, Ailey Saul-Fletcher from Norwich in 3, Dylan O'Connor from Richmond in 4, Fletcher Kramer from Southampton in 5, Nicolai Osvaldo from Scottish Performance in 6, Liam Tomlinson from Wales in 7, and Fred Lovegrove from Hennigan in 9. From Scottish Performance, and there's no going in that race, thank you. just waiting for race 96. This is the final heat in the boys under 16 200 metres, 5th heat in these. And in lane 2 we have Arthur Morley from Wayne, lane 3 Trisha Bernard from Richmond, lane 4 Carla Aaron from Falcon, lane 5 Hayden Cookbailey from Nottingham, lane 6 Jack Raymond from Lane Buzzard, lane 7 William Scapel from Devizes, and lane 8 Helen Lewis from Scottish Performance. Second was Philly Lewis from Scottish Performance, and third was Arthur Morley from Wayne. Well done, and there is a good win in that race. Thank you. Just sitting waiting to come into the start buckets. We have now the final of the K2 Men's Open and Under 23 race. I'll read the names now because I won't have time to get through them. In lane 2 we have Perkins and Smith from Norwich. In lane 3 Holland and Kovacs from Wayne. In lane 4 Benstead and Morgan from Longridge and Lincoln. Lane 5 Atkins and Thompson from Owen Race. Lane 6 Armstrong and Beavers from Nottingham Way. Lane 7 Kemp and Plant from Reading, and in lane 8 Murad and Walker from Norwich. with the centre float. In line 5, bearing down and getting the extreme good lead and still holding on that lead. Line 5, meaning business in this race. Second was out to lane 6. Third went to lane 3 and fourth lane 4. So first place in that one was lane 5, that's Atkins and Thompson from ORS. Second was Armstrong and Beavers from Nottingham away. From Coventry, third place was lane 3, that's Holland and Kovacs from Ray, and fourth was Bensted and Mungo from Milbridge and Lincoln. Could we have those 4 boats to boat weighing, please? That's 5, 6, 3 and 4 to boat weighing. Thank you. Race 98, this is first heat in the girls under 14s 200 metres. Shane Crawford from Reading in 2, Zoe Harriet from Glasgow in 3, Amy Bellstrow from Addleston in 4, Evie Giles from Fladby in 5, Daisy Bull from Devizes in 6, Dean Holiday Bilal from Holme in 7, Camilla Scala from Norwich in 8, and Abigail Strachan from Glasgow in 9. Norwich Bradley of Camilla Scala, where she gets first place. 29 just coming into the buckets now. This is the girls under 14s heat 2. In lane 2 we have Hannah Tooley from Glasgow. Lane 3 Frankie Scrivener from Falcon. Lane 4 Amelia Giles from Flanbury. Lane 5 Annie Bates from Rome. Tiago Bilpai from Reading in 6. Estelle Widows from Norwich in 7. Alicia Pearce from Glasgow in 8. And Florence Wall from Tuesday in 9. Just like that, we're on race number 100. So this is the final of the K2 Women's Open under 23s. In lane 2 we have C. Dickinson H. Jackson from Falcon. Lane 3 is Martin Thompson from Wales. Lane 4 Clark and Dale from Royal and Falcon. Lane 5 Lee Smith and Reese Clark from Norwich and Nottingham. Lane 6 Clark and Hopkins from Royal and Norwich. Lane 7 Ball and Guest from Devices and Nottingham, and lane 8 Kenny and Miller from Exeter. Is Nottingham, and lane 6 came third, that's Clark and Hipkins from Royal Holme. Could we have a breakdown for 5, 6 and 3 please? 4, 5, 6 and 3 over, thank you. Now the next race, in case you followed it on your programme, so it's another 3 draws. So we have race 101 is made up from race 101 and 102 and 122. They've all been put together. Not at the last minute, don't panic. But yes, there's 3 races in one on this next race. This is race 101, which is the K1 Masters over 200 metre final. In lane 1 we have Drummond from Reading, in lane 2 Spenal from Norwich, in lane 3 Arnell from Runcorn, lane 4 Pike from Runcorn, lane 5 Brooks from Gailey, lane 6 Holland from Sorvalley, lane 7 Christie from Sorvalley, lane 8 Giles from Flatbury, and lane 9 Long from Vulcan. Giles from Fladbury, and lane 6, that's Helen from Saw Valley. And 6 just about gets it at the end. Right, that one's going to have to go to photo finish because I couldn't make out those last two. First place went to Fallon from Saw Valley. Second place went to Giles from Fladbury. Third place and fourth place were between lane 7 and lane 3. You were both across at the same time looking from where I was looking, but somebody else will be able to separate you. So could we have lane 6, 8 and 7 and 3 to vote, yes, to vote Wayne, please. 6, 8, 7 and 3 to vote Wayne, thank you.
What bag is it?
Race 1 of 3, this is the final of the Masters over 64 race. We have Robin Avery from Banbury in 3, Bill Lawrenson from Burton Phoenix in 4, Pete Gorman from Way in 5, Michael Hallford from Worcester in 6, Peter Matthias from Nottingham in 7, and Derek Marshall from Linlithgow in 8. And it seems to be, I think it's Pete Gorman from Way in centre, but we've got lane 3 over this side, and that's Robin Avery, and over the far side, Derek Marshall. That's going to be coming in lane 5, lane 3, lane 8. That's 6 and 4. Right, so first place went to Pete Gorman from Way, second place went to Robin Avery from Banbury, third place Derek Marshall from Linlithgow, and then fourth place, we'll have to wait for the results. It was between lane 6 and lane 4 from my eye, but you'll find that out pretty soon. So could we have for boat weighing, can we have 5, 3, 8 and 6 please? 5, 3, 8 and 6 for boat weighing, thank you. 2 in the final of the V1 Paralympic VL3R2, and in lane 5 we have Martin Tweedy, and in lane 6 Jack Ayres. Jack Ayres, Sweden taking first place, with Martin Tweedy coming in second. And could we have about number 5 to boat Wayne, please? About number 5 to boat Wayne, thank you. starting, we have the second round in the panel women V2 V1 final. We have Beth Fisher in 3, Charlotte Henshaw in 4, Hope Gordon in 5, Emma Willis in 7, and Jeanette Chippington in 8. On this side of the course, it's with lane 4, that's Charlotte Henshaw.
Rainy! How you doing, mate? Yeah, great to see you. Warmer. Hello, you. All right. Thanks so well. Yeah, I've got to stand up my coach. Yeah, brilliant. Lovely to see you.
Okay, we're on to the Masters over 34, 200 metres. We've got Tim Pinson from Exeter in 4, Nigel Jones from Nottingham in 5, and Sean Walsh from Nottingham in 6. And the wing goes to lane 5. That's Nigel Jones from Nottingham ahead in lane 4. That's Tim Pinson. And third place was Sean Walsh. Could we have 3 boats into boat lane, please? And 3 boats to boat lane, thank you.
I know she said you've got to do each other, but you're quiet. Like, let's not go out.
Just starting his race 1:07. This is the first heat in the girls under 18 200 metres. Cara Troy from Umbridge is in 1, Leonore Wilton from Lincoln in 2, Emma Christie from Breakout in 3, Abigail Avery from Ryan 4, Christina Armstrong from Scottish Performance in 5, Alexandra Armstrong from Scottish Performance in 6, Elizabeth Poole from Umbridge in 7, Lucy Walker from Norwich in 8, and Shirley May from Norwich in 9. In the centre, and we have lane 5, it's Christina Armstrong leading from lane 6, Alexandra Armstrong. So he's going to finish from lane 6. And the next position is going to have to wait for the results. Definitely first place Christina Armstrong, Scottish Performance. Second place Alexandra Armstrong, Scottish Performance. And third place will be between lane 4, that's Abigail Avery, and lane 1, that's Cara Troy. But you both came across as I looked at you. So nobody forgot waiting in that race, thank you. Okay, so first place went to Grace Anderson in lane 5 from Norwich. Second place was Ava Nidriscoll from Salmon Lake. And third place went to Katie Pockington from Wiltshire Youth. And there's no background in that race, thank you. Moving into the buckets, we've got heat 3 of the girls under 18s 200 metres, and we have in lane 2 Jasmine Holland from Cardiff, lane 3 Molly Sandercock from Raycote, lane 4 Georgia Fenwick from Reading, lane 5 Emmy Green from Worcester, Anna Lewis from Ray in 6, Tabitha Young from Norwich in 7, Abby Fisher from Lincoln in 8, and Emily Barrett from Leamington Spa in 9. Starting to move ahead now. And lane 5 going with lane 6. Not far behind them, so we've got lane 9. First place goes to lane 5, second place to lane 6. And third place to lane 9. So first was Amy Green from Worcester, second Anna Lewis from Ray, and third Emily Barrett from Leamington Spa. Could we have boat number 8 to boat lane, please? Boat number 8 to boat lane, thank you. to be from a commentary position. You will have to check the results to be sure. From my point of view, first place went to Greta Rosen from Wales, second place went to Edith King from Royal, third place I think went to Isla William from Umbridge, and fourth was Molly Ball from Devizes. But those last two were extremely close, so check the results for that. Could I have boat number 6 to boat away, please? Boat number 6, thank you. Race 1 pushed down. This is the second heat of the 2016s. Lane 3, Poppy Gilbert Jones from Southampton. Lane 4, Willie John Lecter from Cambridge. Lane 5, Annabelle Hutchinson from Reading. 6 is Molly Gwynn from Wiltshire Youth. 7, Catherine Moore from Falcon. 8, Mary Small from Wave. And 9, Naomi Beauty from Scottish Performance. So that coincide with lane 9. Is she going to keep it? Yes, so 9, 8, 5. So in first place there is Bayona Patrick from Scottish Performance. Second To go, we have race 112. This is the first heat in the Masters over 50 foot 200 metres. We have Doyle McIntyre from Way in 3, Doug Pimble from Addlestone in 4, Declan O'Driscoll from Salmon in 5, Andy Dodson from Addlestone in 6, Robert Guest from Nottingham in 7, and Grant Neil Cameron from Newington Spa in 8. First place went to Neil Cameron from Newington Spa, second place lane 5 Declan O'Driscoll from Salmon Lea, and third place was Doyle McIntyre from Way. Can we have boat number 7 to boat lane, please? Boat number 7 to boat lane, thank you.
Welcome back, guys. Hannah Brown back on the commentary. We are lining up the race 113 K1 Masters over 54 200 metre K1. I feel like I keep going back just in time for the Masters race, the big showdown. We have Dave Miller from Exeter in lane 3, Paul Gard from Addlestone in lane 4, Andrea Demitz from Richmond in lane 5, Richard Kent from Southampton lining up in lane 6, David Bashall from Way in 7, and Howard Blackman still wearing the cap as earlier over on lane 8. And we actually don't look like we have our Richmond paddler in lane 5, so we've just got lane 3, 4, 6 and 7 taking their starters orders as they line up in the buckets at 200 metres. Glorious afternoon here. It is really completely defied the weather forecast. I think there's a lot of rather overdressed individuals. Had expected rain, continuous rain, and we see blue skies, a breath of wind on the course, and we are away with that start. So fast and furious in the centre of the course. It looks like lane 7, Dave Bashall actually got a fantastic start there, just ahead potentially of Richard Kent, who looks like he's actually coming into that top speed element of that rate really nicely. Long strokes, really powerful through the water. Potentially just, yeah, Richard has definitely edged over edge the lead on Dave in lane 8 there as he takes that long stroke confidently into the lead. Potentially our Exeter paddler in lane 3 holding a good form all the way to the line, but Richard looks like he's got a clear boat length just ahead of the field in this second heat of the Masters. So conserving the energy, ticking over all the way to the line, looking to consolidate that position in the final in around an hour's time. Tight fought for third, fourth place over in lane 8 and 7. In those final meters, I think it was just with lane 8 and Howard Blackman. Second heat done there, so we'll be looking for the 9 best times for the Masters to reach the final. And I think looking at the start list, we may have a straight final from the guys and girls from heat 1 and heat 2, as we may have only had 9 competitors across both of those races. So from there, we are looking up the course for the first final of the boys under 14 K1. Now, I'm just scrolling up to get the start list. Fantastic service by our sprint racing committee with a WhatsApp group. Big shout out to them, putting out some fantastic communications straight to our mobile phone devices. And if I've got it right, we have E. Hunt from Foy in lane 1, Jay Sutton from Wiltshire Youth in lane 2, R. Coyle from Glasgow in lane 3, R. Strachan from Glasgow in lane 4, T. Bullock from Exeter lining up in the middle of the course again. S. Patterson from Linlithgow, I believe, in lane 6. And then we have W. Steely and S. Stevie in lane 7 and 8 from our Edinburgh schools. And E. Erin Roof from Devizes over on lane 9. Now, an amazing spread of geographical clubs here from all the way down in Foy, the Cornish club, up into Glasgow and the Edinburgh School, Devizes, Wiltshire, Exeter, and actually an amazing spread of smaller clubs. So fantastic to see in these under 14 categories being dominated by the smaller sort of country clubs, I'm going to call them. I'm sure they won't want to be called that, but I'm sorry. I'm myself am from them, so you know, it is great to see and awesome to see some other clubs from Scotland making that trip down and actually obviously having some fantastically speedy paddlers in these categories. So they are coming into the start buckets now, and we recognise that yellow boat in lane 5 from our Exeter paddler, who's had a fantastic series of races over the 500 and 1000 so far, and he is tearing it up in the middle of the course. But there is some fast starters. It looks like lane 4, lane 5, lane 6 and lane 7 are neck and neck. I'm saying they're brothers, the Edinburgh school paddlers in lanes 7 and 8. Matching boats, nearly matching rates, chasing down that red buoy as they reach that halfway mark. And it is just neck and neck for lane 4, 5, just ahead of 6, 7, 8. And they are raging down to that finish line. And it looks like lane 5 is just etching ahead, stroke by stroke, holding that beautiful Ploustex boat in lane 4, although there is a final surge there. And is it just going to go lane 5, over lane 4, then 6, 7, 3, and over in lane 8. Fantastic race there, guys. Really, really impressive representation of the under 14, and what a hard fought final there. Really competitive, awesome to see how close it can be in those under 14 categories. And to not waste any time, we are moving back up the course as we have our second final of the under 14 boys. Again, we have lane 1, Devizes paddler C. O'Hare. 2, Norwich paddler of R. Smith. 3, a Wiltshire youth paddler of J. Marsh. 4, back to Devizes, A. Hunter Hopkins. 5, Linlithgow of S. Soraka. 6, Reading, O. Mazur. 7 back to Devizes, a third Devizes paddler in this final. Fantastic to see of D. Martin. 8 of Reading paddler again, T. Kinder, and then lane number 9 sees a Oxford Falcon, S. Dixon. Again, some really close qualifying times in this category, so we're expecting to see a battle all the way to the line over this 200-metre distance. And the boys are just making their way down. They'll be under that starter's call, lining up in their lanes, setting their sights on the buckets in front of them, just making their way slowly and controlled to the start line. And it looks like they're just being called into the buckets as we sit and watch. Got a fantastic shot from the roof camera just as they line up in the centre of the course. Remembering a fine representation of Devizes Canoe Club. 3 athletes here and 1 from the neighbouring Wiltshire Youth. So a fantastic collection of West Country canoe clubs. And they are off. That look like almost a false start, but they are away and clean under the starter's orders, so off they go. They'll be accelerating up in that rate, connecting the water, and some fantastic technical models here with some really young athletes. We're looking at some really nice long strokes, but really good rotation, especially the Devizes paddler in lane 4. I believe coached under the watchful eye of Trevor and Bev Hunter down in Devizes, so fantastic to see such a young cohort being coached by a pedigree coach. It does look like we are over in lane 2 in our Norwich paddler, who's had a cheeky look over because lane 5 in that bright orange boat is also surging all the way to that line. He's not going to hold off at all, but as we etch over, lane 5 has just taken the edge in the final 30 metres. It's going to go all the way to the line for that, but it is going to go with lane 5. Fantastic lane 5 over lane 2, Devizes 6 and lane 3, a Wiltshire Youth paddler. So fantastic race there, guys. Really hard fought, and we're seeing some battles all that way to the line. And from there we are taking our attention to the under 14 girls final for K1 200 metres. As you look up the course, we have got the girls just coming into shot as they line up. And here we have a single final of Oxford Falcon F. Skivier. Sorry, I've been reading the wrong start list there. I actually don't have the start list for this under 14 girls final coming down, but we have a full range of 9 boats just coming down into the start line. We start to see there's a little bit of a breath of wind picking up on the course, taking the edge off some of those really speedy times. A bit cooling as it is turning into quite a toasty day up here on top of the roof as we overlook a fantastically busy regatta course. So, under 14 girls, K1 200 metres, just lining up ahead of the buckets within the start time. And we do have 9 lanes of competitors for this highly competitive final. I apologise, I do not have the start list to hand for these individuals, but we will watch and commentate on the lanes as they progress down. And we've got 1 minute, just a single minute until the start time of our K1 200 metre under 14 girls final at this National Championships Regatta here at Holme Pierrepont, Nottingham. We are just awaiting the starters to bring the girls into their buckets, into their lanes for their final event. It's been a fantastically jam-packed day of racing here. Started at 9 o'clock on the dot and we are finishing in just over an hour and 10 minutes. It's been pretty full on. Not many breaks for our willing volunteers on the camera department, as well as the finish tower and race officials. So huge thanks to all of them. None of this would be possible without their dedication and giving up of their weekend. So it's great to see so many individuals kind of coming together to host this event and let this sport sort of grow and evolve over this year after the pandemic. We've seen our April regatta hosting a handful of races and a handful of competitors given the COVID restrictions we saw ourselves under in that time, and then we've progressed through to June regatta where we again had a number of categories available for individuals to enter, and I think here we're almost at our full capacity, almost back to normal, with under 14s, under 16s, under 18s, open, under 23s and seniors, and a range of masters categories across today and tomorrow here. Now we are just being held back on the start line. I'm not sure if we are awaiting an official reason. I believe the race start should have been just 1 minute ago, so we'll just see if there is a technical issue. We haven't heard anything over the tannoy. You know, there's been a lot of hard work. I think everyone was aware at the last regatta of the starting set up through the buckets. I think it was a hose pipe, a corrosion hose pipe, and start box sort of became a bit faulty, and we saw that there were no buckets available for the 200 metres. So I'm hoping we're not seeing a similar issue reoccurring. I know a lot of hard work and time went into sourcing new equipment and repairing the buckets, but we will, I'm sure, look up the course and see what is going on and if there is a reason for this slight delay to the racing calendar. Again, we are just waiting on the start of the K1 under 14 girls. I believe we may be having some sort of technical issue, but we have no other information up at this end of the tower. I know the girls are there patiently waiting in the gorgeous sunshine that we are finding ourselves in this afternoon. I'm sure many of you, like me, have brought coats, waterproof trousers and boots for the weather forecast that was predicted. I'm currently now just trying to contemplate where I can buy or find or source a pair of flip-flops for my highly warm, sweaty feet. But we are also looking to make sure the racing carries on running like clockwork, as we have seen over this whole day so far. You know, a fantastically organised event from our racing committee, hosted at this fantastic venue. And we are just listening to the starter letting the girls know that they need to do a little bit of a loop. Not sure the reason, but they're asking the individuals to sort of move their bodies, keep on keeping active, and to come back round for that start line. So we've obviously got a little bit of a technical issue, but nothing that doesn't seem to be causing too much worry from the starters' point of view, and they've just asked the athletes to carry on paddling. So we will watch this space and see if we can get this under 14s K1 race underway. So we've seen a huge amount of K1 races today, especially across our junior groups, and I know we'll be looking forward to a jam-packed day of K2s and K4s for them coming up tomorrow. Some closely contested races with multiple heats and finals for under 18s, under 16s, and some straight finals for the under 14s. So I know we've talked a lot when Mally is here around the importance of crew boat development and getting out and testing it and trying it, and today's all about the K1 performance within those juniors, so getting out and racing over the 1,000, the 500 and the 200 now, as we see. But tomorrow will be about the test, quite often and predominantly over that 500 metre distance in the morning. Then we go up to those 200s during the midpoint, and then some 1,000 metre racing towards later on in the afternoon. And we're looking forward to seeing some closely contested senior races tomorrow as well. As we talked about, the under 23 and the senior world championship selection is going on as we go through this regatta, and we have seen K2 500, K2 200, the K1000 race early this morning taken by Charlie Smith, the K1 500 won by Emma Russell in the women's department, and some fantastic performances across the board from under 23 athletes as well as seniors, and actually in fact both of those individual winners still under 23 this year. So what an amazing career and exciting future they both have moving forward. We do look like we're coming back up to the start line now with these individuals. I'm not sure if the start buckets have just told them to hold their positions for a little bit longer, or if we got the thumbs up. We will just sit here and wait whilst we see what the starters are asking the individuals to do. So it sounds like we just had a technical issue regarding the qualification system actually, and the starter hut maybe not quite having the right information. So the girls are just had confirmation that they have all correctly qualified for this final, and to just take another loop round while they sort out the computer to make sure they're all happy. This modern day technology that runs our regattas, hey. Clearly the computer needs to be on board for all of us to be able to race nowadays. But we're just watching the girls take a big loop round. Again, I need to apologise for my technical mishap. I do not have the start list for this under 14 girls K1 200, so we will talk through the lane as they race down the course. Just waiting for the starters to get them under starters orders and happy to battle it out over this 200 metre distance. And it looks like from my rooftop view that we have 9 boats lining up just above the start buckets. We have had a 12-minute delay for a technical glitch, but this is the K1 under 14 girls 200 metre final. And it looks like from commentary that they have been called forward into the bucket, so we have got the green light to go. And we are lining up. Everyone looks comfortable within the buckets, just awaiting the starters' commands now. Settling in, they've had a long wait, so not part of their warm-up process, but we are off, ready to go. We're starting to see the flurry of strokes as they execute that start and acceleration phase of their race. And it is looking like it's neck and neck at the moment. It's really tough to call races when they're, the short, sharp race from the rooftop view, but it could look like in lanes 5 and 6 are just pulling ahead, and even in lane 4 the white boat and the blue boat battling it out there. And it does look like the race is in the centre of the course, so lane 5 taking a really lovely lead, really good stroke rate, maintaining the form, maintaining the rate. But lane 4, strong stroke, slightly longer but lower rate, and our Norwich paddler even pushing all the way, and it is close across these girls, but it's going to actually be lane 4 over lane 5, and lane 6 just finishing third behind lanes 5. A lovely boat design in lane 3, and that beautiful Plastex in lane 7 coming 5th. Fantastic effort, girls. We know how tough it is when the start has been delayed. You've been sat around at the top, having an extra 10 minutes of time where you're not sure if your start is about to go or not. So well dealt with, and great execution of the 200 metres. from that, we're going to turn our attention up to the course. We're probably going to start to see slightly shorter gaps between the races as we try and make up that small time loss from that delayed start. And we are on race 117, final one of the K1 under 18 boys 200 metres. And on that front, the start list that I have in front of me for the under 18s K1 200 is Oxford and Falcon in lane 1 with D Stanley, Norwich B Want in lane 2, followed by Norwich's T Booth in lane 3, Chelmsford JJ, I believe we have seeing here. Lane 5 are Foy Paddler B Cabera. Lane 6, Scottish Development of R Down and Clark. Zach Tarver of Elmbridge, we've seen some formidable racing so far from him. In lane 7, F Topman from Reading in lane 8, and in lane 9, H Lear. Now, by the times, it looks like our Scottish performance paddler and our Chelmsford paddler were the fastest qualifiers so far through the heats. So we'll be looking at those two lanes, lanes 4 and lane 6. It just looks like our Chelmsford paddler is clearing a little bit of weed around the bucket. You know, we have seen some temperatures increasing at the moment, and that does mean that we need to watch out that we don't affect our performance by running through a bunch of weed that collects and slows the boat down. But the guys look like they're settled in the bucket, and we are underway with a clean start. And it does look like fast and furious strokes from the Chelmsford paddler in lane 4. He has definitely taken out a little bit of a lead already from lanes 5 and 3 either side of him, but our Scottish performance paddler over in lane 6 has also got a wonderfully high rate, along with Zach Tavia from Elmbridge. But we are looking at that yellow nose of lane 4, the Chelmsford paddler. We're paddling down with a commanding lead as he takes it all the way to the line. But he looks like he's got half a boat length all the way. Can he hold on to it in the final 10 metres? Yes, it looks like he can. I do not want to call it for second place. I think it's with B Cabera from Foy. But a fantastic execution of a 200 from our Chelmsford paddler in a lovely yellow-nosed boat. So again, we're seeing quite some of these guys executing a fantastic race plan after a disrupted start. That race is currently 13 minutes behind schedule, so an additional 30 minutes being on the water, changing their plan, changing their schedule, changing their warm-up protocol. It's a lot about learning to deal with the uncontrollables here, and I think that's an excellent execution of sticking to your processes, understanding what you need to do when something out of your control goes a little bit untoward, which often happens within an outdoor sport or something when we rely on our start buckets and a huge race program here in Nottingham. Patience, adaptability, and a cool, calm head is vital in these sort of situations. And it looks like a very quick turnaround for our race officials as we head back up to the course for final 2. And here we are seeing lane 1 with a Scottish performance athlete, A. Elper. Lane 2, Richmond paddler of H. Grant. Lane 3, a Norwich paddler of D. Silkner. Lane 4, a Way paddler of D. Price. 5 are Canoe of Northern Ireland paddler A. 6, Royal Leamington Spa E. Crossley. 7, Richmond H. Herwanger. F. Herwanger. 8, Richmond J. Rushby. And over in lane 9, a Royal paddler of J. Woods. And it looks like they are just being called forward to the line of yellow boys before the final call into the buckets. Cloud coverage starting to creep in to provide a little bit of cooling from the sudden influx of heat that we got just shortly I think it's quite well welcomed looking at the the range of warm paddlers and spectators beneath us now. Again, fantastic to see so many people out here meeting, racing and talking about the sport we all love. And on that note, the boys are in the start buckets, just waiting for lane 9, I believe, on the far side to make his way in. It does look like lane 1 has not made it to the start for various reasons, but the guys are under starters orders and are off. And on that note, they are accelerating up, chasing the rate. Final 2 within the under 18 boys. Looks like it could be with our paddler from our Canoe paddler. Head down, rate high, distinctive black and white boat in the middle of the course in lane 5. Looks like a commanding lead as he keeps that rate, keeps that technical model. Lovely forward lean. But our Richmond paddler in lane 8 is having a fantastic finish, as is our Norwich paddler. A very powerful stroke there, but it is going to be all the way to the line, and it looks like from commentary that lane 5 is just holding on above lane 3, over lane 8. Wow, what a race for those top 3 positions there in this final 2 of the boys under 18, 200 metres. Very exciting. Hard fought all the way to the line. And after a long day's racing, these boys deserve a beer. Probably not a beer being under 18, but a good cool drink and a big old dinner. Definitely no beer for these under 18s. And as ever, we are back up the course because it is the under 16 boys taking to their start. Final 1. As we've talked about, huge days racing for these individuals. K1000 followed by K2. K1000 followed by K1500, followed by K1200. Now, I do not have a start list for these under 16 boys. Could test my memory and eyesight, but it looks like we have a way paddler in lane 1. A beautiful guy, blue boat in lane 2. I think a Lincoln paddler in lane 3. We then either have a Scottish Development or a Leighton Buzzard in lane 4. Followed by Hayden Cook-Bailey of Nottingham in lane 5. Sorry, inside information. Over with a Richmond paddler of a distinctive red and white boat in lane 6. Lane 7. We could have another Richmond paddler or potential Nottingham paddler. Followed by... Oh, we are under starters orders, so we will just commentate as the race comes down there now. But we have a fast and furious start from our Scottish performance paddler and our Nottingham paddler in the centre of the course. Taking the lead at the moment, it is between those two. Lane 7, a Southampton paddler. It is Andre Humvis. Of course it is. So sorry, Andre. But it is Hayden looking like he's taken a formidable lead out in lane 5 in the middle of the course. Low rate, really explosive stroke in that Nottingham vest. Taking about a half a boat length. Can he hold it all the way? We have 20 metres to go, all the way to the line. And yes, he can, with nearly a boat just over lane 2, lane 4, lane 3, and then lane 6. That was tight, but a formidable win by Hayden there in lane 5. Fantastic to see. Very well executed 200 metre performance there with a young athlete. Now we have 3 finals for the under 16 boys. So 2 more tightly packed races for this age category to fight out these national ranking events here over the 200 metres. So we just take our view back up to the course to see the second final lining up just above the start buckets. Again, apologies for no start list, but it looks like we have a full turnout in this final. Across the lanes. And they are coming forward into the bucket. This is final 2 of the boys K1 200 meters under 16. And they look like they're taking their positions comfortably within the buckets to battle it out for that national ranking from 10th to 18th place. And we are under starters' orders. They are all seated in the buckets, finding that moment of stillness, awaiting the call of ready. And it looks like we are under starters' orders and they are off. Lane 7 looking a little bit slow on that ready set position, but off to a good start. And potentially we are looking to that lane 5, that head down white cap position of, I believe, a Lincoln paddler racing down. Our Scottish development in lane 4 holding a really nice stroke there. Lane 6 we're seeing a very forward position, but it looks like it's working for him. He's driving that boat stroke by stroke, just past, etching past lane 5 right now. They look like they're going toe to toe all the way with 80 meters to go. It could be anyone's race between those two paddlers. Potentially lane 6 just etching ahead as we come into final bits, but it's not over yet. Lane 5 is not giving up, and I think there's a final surge in the final 10 meters to take lane 5 over lane 6, then lane 4, 3, 7, and over here on lane 1. Fantastic race, shows that every stroke at every point in the race is worth fighting for. Those final meters being crucial for our paddler in lane 5. You know, victory is all the way towards the end of the race. Not always who gets the best start, but awesome work there, guys. Fantastic to see different styles and very successfully done as well. And straight away we'll take our vision back up to the course for final 3 of the under 16 boys. I know it's amazing. I probably harped on about it enough, but to see full finals, full heats, you know, the depth and the strength of some of these under 16, under 14 categories is amazing to see, and you know, a pleasure to look at the future of our sport racing out in such glorious conditions here in Nottingham. I think we've got a fantastic view of our regatta lake, our lanes, our clearly marked course, a world-class venue in all honesty. I've had the pleasure to go across seas and visit quite a few, and although we don't have a warm-up lane, everything else is without a doubt an incredible facility here. Something we should treasure and invest in moving forward if we want to see our sport progress and sort of maintain that important, move with the time, shall we say. But we also get to look out over the cricket pitch, the hill in front of us, this big scoreboard to provide that information, and the glassy River Trent just to the left of the course, which looks rather inviting at the moment, if anyone hadn't had enough paddling for one day. Now it looks like the third and final of under 16 K1 200 meters is just about to get underway. They are in the buckets and they are going to battle it out for that 19th to 27th national ranking position, and they are off. A clean start across the board, excellent to see, and the distinctive racing rate in our middle lanes, so lanes 5 and lanes 4 look like they are repping it up with clean start with that blue and white boat of our Reading paddler, looking like they've got the cleanest start so far. Very distinctive swirl from our Norwich paddler in lane 4. Swirly boat design, that's very nice. But again, lane 3, a Reading paddler just holding true. But actually over here in lane 2, just out of sight from me, but our Southampton paddler, fantastic stroke. Really dynamic, really long, really powerful, and has half a boat length over the rest of the field currently. But lane 5 is charging into the final meters, but it is actually in lane 2 over lane 5. Then 3, 1 and 4 for those top 5 positions. Fantastic, guys, and testament that you can win a race in any lane. They don't need to be in the centre of the course by any means. And on that note, I am going to have to make a dash for it with my day job, unfortunately, but we will leave you in the trusty hands of the camera crew to provide the following races coming up. The over 44 Masters K1 200, hotly contested final. We then go to the C2 Open Women's and Under 23 200 metre finals to watch a couple of new combinations, some fast and furious racing. Although I completely take that back, that looks like the race we're having right now. Apologies, we must have had an amalgamation of races, because it looks as we go up to the course that we have 2 C2 combinations. In lane 3 we have our I believe we have our combination of Bethany Gill and Afton Fitzhenry. And then in lane 5, lining up with Isabel Evans and Katie Reed. Now, Katie Reed just missing out on the final Olympic quota spot within the C1 by 2 places, agonisingly close. And I know she's poured her heart and soul into that. So fantastic to see her, you know, trying and testing C2 combinations. And actually a C2 200 is an amazingly powerful event for both of these boats to come and test themselves on. And as I've got one more minute, I will, commentate this race all the way down. We have a new combination of Beth Gill and Afton Fitzhenry, who have taken the victory over the C2 500 metres earlier today. They've since raced in 2018 as a combination, making the B final at the World Championships. But we also have a new combination of Izzy Evans and Katie Reed, 2 absolute powerhouses over a 200 metre distance. And we can see that combination of those 2 athletes taking a boat length out of our paddlers from Beth Gill and Afton, and a clear commanding win by Izzy and Katie. Fantastic to see a new combination have a great race out so far. And Beth Gill, Afton just following it up. I know they prefer those longer distances, the 500, as they took the victory early on, but great to see new boat combinations testing themselves here this weekend. And on that note, I will now leave you guys in the capable hands of the camera crew and hopefully catch you later on today, or if not, make sure you tune in tomorrow for some more jam-packed action. Thanks.
2-4, this is the girl number 18, final ball. In lane 1 is A3, lane 2 is Coca Conto, lane 3 A4, lane 4 A3, lane 5 Gale Strong, lane 6 G4, lane 7 Gale Strong. Lane 8 actually is lane 9 Central. Still pushing behind. So the win there goes to Kate Strong from Scottish Performance. Second place was Jim Hudson from British Performance. Rain from Worcester. Could we have those scorecards to open, please? 5, 6, 7 and 4 to open. Thank you. Check those results for me. Very close at the end again. And this was lane 6 was second, lane 4 was third, but we'll double check that one as well. The win went to lane 5, that's in that one from Nick as well. From commentary, second place went to Deirdre from 7 lane, but third was John Cannon from 550. Could we have 5, 6, 4 and 3 to go lane 1? 5, 6, 4 and 3 to go lane 1, thank you. Just in case we have to do anything because of the storm. So stay this side of the 500 metres, please. In 3 seaters starting for Coming up to take second is lane 6, that's Dean Brigg. Then third place goes to lane 4, Seaglaze. Well done. Okay, just ready to start line for the girls from team 2 and 3. In lane 2 we have Baby City, followed by in lane 3 Tom and Ride Riding. Lane 4